And welcome to everyone that's on the stream. I'm Reddit, joining me is Scarpy, and today we've got a interesting matchup here. It is No Name versus Kappa. A few no names here, not no names, but known names. Kronos, MYM, I think Rain as well, Ares. Scarpy, what do you think of this matchup? How do you think it's going to go?
Well, I really haven't had much time to watch a lot of the players play. Like you said, there's
Shame on you.
Recognizable. No, there are a couple of names recognizable. Let's be fair, but of course, like this is the Romanian scene, and we don't really get a lot of opportunities to cast them playing in these sort of setups where they play as a match. So if I'm gonna go off the top of my head, I'm not gonna back anyone here. I think I would like to see how the draft goes, and I do assume that both these teams are equally matched.
Yeah, I mean, having a look at the group stage, unfortunately, we missed the upper bracket semi-finals, which was MDA versus Kappa, MDA winning 2-0 there, and TMRO, which I think is Team Romania, if I'm not mistaken. I might, of course, be wrong. They beat No Name 2-0 as well. So this is the lower bracket round one, or the semi-final. After this, I think we still have the lower bracket final, or do we have the upper bracket final still tonight?
I think it was upper bracket final, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's scroll up on Skype because there's a lot to scroll up on. Where are those brackets? So it will actually be the upper bracket final after this. So that will be MDA versus TMRO. So that's also going to be an interesting matchup. But of course, whoever loses this round is going to be out of the Romanian Dota 2 Pro League. And of course, this is only Group A. So we've just started. Unfortunately, we missed the first round. I'm quite excited to actually cast this. I mean, I haven't been casting in the past like 2 months due to running tournaments, but seeing that the game has actually just started. Welcome to everyone that's joining inside of the game. I'm Reddit, joining me as Scarpy, and we're casting, of course, for Esports Addicts. You can check it on Twitch as well, esport or twitch.tv/esports addicts. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Kappa Mates versus No Name Romania. Scarpy, introduce yourself again.
Well, again, I would like to. I agree. I'm really looking forward to casting this game. When I got invited to come and cast, I was pretty ecstatic and went to hit the books because the minor nerfs, they're still pretty interesting, and there's a lot to still add on to that. So again, I would like to see how the drafting goes. I'm not familiar with all of the players here. A couple of them I do recognize the names, but I mean, again, we're gonna see what happens. And of course, I mean, a lot of people are saying that the meta's stale, but a lot of heroes still within the pool, very playable.
You know what? I'm very happy that the meta is stale because it's a completely open meta.
Precisely.
You know,
That's
you
exactly
don't get
what
it better than that. I mean, sure, there's probably going to become a huge change after the majors that will probably shift things up completely, shift everything on its head. But I mean, currently, the meta is there's no meta. You can do what you want. You basically have to play your game. Although we do see a lot of, heroes being picked up. Slardar at the majors currently is extremely, I think he's the most picked hero. Juggernaut, Sand King, Shadow Demon, OD's been picked up a lot. And even with the small drown nerf, she's also being picked up. But there's just so many strats, so many different things that you can do as a team, and I'm very excited that Dota is at this point where it is completely open.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other day about how the drafting is going, and we really spoke about the importance of the coin toss, how important it is to, if you have some sort of strategy, either one to get last pick or first pick or something like that. So it's the meta's so wide open. If you're really going with a good map, you are going to put the other team under pressure constantly. But looking at this, I mean, we don't see anything out of the ordinary in the bans here at all. I think everything here is to be at least expected. And a resurgence of Timbersaw is also something that we can really talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Miracle playing the Timbersaw up against, I think it was Escape Gaming, and he just dominated. It was such a pleasure to see Timbersaw being picked up mid, going up against a dual lane for half of the match. He's such a strong and versatile hero. You can put him on the off lane, you can run him mid. If you want to run aggro try, you can put him in that safe lane to try and give him that boost or farm so that he can start moving around very quickly in the game. So a very versatile hero. And Mirana being first picked, I mean, we've seen that work for like certain teams, but for other teams, the problem with the Marana is, you know, the kind of lineup, you know, the kind of draft in most cases that you're going to go up against. Do you feel that Morano's is a first pick, is first pick material?
I do. I really do. It's one of the heroes that, even if she falls behind, she can catch up on very quickly once she gets the Ags, assuming it's going to be on the core position. If it's going to be on the support role, it's not too much of a concern either. You're going to maybe look to get a couple of different sort of items, but getting the Ags is really, really cool. Other than that, I don't know. Mirana, it's just a solid first pick. It's nothing out of the ordinary. The Disruptor pickup here is, however, going to put a bit of pressure on the Mirana. I think Disruptor is quite strong up against Mirana. Timbersaul's Burst is a little bit of a concern, so they might just reconsider the role Mirana might be playing in this game. But we'll see as the draft goes on. But the Ursa really, it looks like they're looking to create a little bit of space here. I like the Ursa pickup a lot. It's also another hero we've been seeing a lot more of, and I'm glad for it. I mean, it means a lot of big fights around the Roshan pit, and so on. So, really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, having a look at the Marana, if you do have another setup, you can run the Marana in the support position for that extra stun. I mean, Ursa will just go completely crazy on you. But it can still be either. I do like the Ursa pickup here. Just has to, of course, be very careful for the Disruptor. I mean, with the Ursa, you are looking to get that blink. If you do blink it and get sent back, the problem with the Ursa is your Fury Swipe's cooldown will actually come, well, it will come off cooldown by the time you get back to the hero. And the way to play up against an Ursa is to kite. And a Disruptor can help with that. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Ursa actually manages to engage, or if they're going to go for the roaming and ganking lineup towards the mid game, where it's Ursa +1 or Ursa +2, just constantly going in for those kills, hit and run, hit and run. And up against the Timbersaw and a Disruptor is going to be difficult.
I agree with you there. Picking the Ursa up into Disrupt the Timbersaw, very, very risky. I mean, Timbersaw's great at kiting, can really throw out the chakras, but a lot of pressure. The Disruptor obviously has a large amount of kiting abilities, probably the main reason why he does get picked up. So I'm going to be interested to see this Ursa's build. He might need to go for an early BKB here, just to make sure he doesn't get controlled up, but I mean, maybe going to see the Mask of Madness into Aghanims, which we've seen a little bit of, but I do feel he will require pretty early BKB at least.
Definitely. Looking at the rest of the picks so far, or the bans, the Ogre being banned out, I mean, we've seen so many multicasts coming through, saving entire team fights during the Boston Majors at this point. Oracle, of course, I mean, Oracle, in my opinion, should always be, if not picked up during the first phase, the second phase ban. I wouldn't put her in the first phase ban, but definitely as a second phase. And Witch Doctor here by No Name Romania.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, Oracle took a little bit of a nerf, but nothing to make him not playable. Ogre just is Ogre. He's just that beef tank that really just dominates the lane. So you definitely don't want that, especially as an Ursa. Something that's good at cancelling your Blink Dagger, something that's really going to give you a bit of trouble in lane. Yes, Ursa will probably beat him up if he does try and challenge him, but makes life a little bit more difficult. The Witch Doctor, that's interesting, I suppose. It's okay control. Of course, the stun does follow Timbersaw if he does Timber Chain. So
I mean, the Maledict combo with the Ursa can also be very, very potent, especially early on, with the Fury Swipes, as well as the Overpower as well. Can cause quite a lot of damage, so maybe trying to take away the early game potential of the Ursa, even though Ursa is purely early game. But the line being picked up now by Kappa, so that is their setup for the Ursa.
Yeah, and that's the sort of control against that Timbersaw, which is something is quite desperately needed. And well, that's quite a surprise of pick up the Zeus. I mean, that is something I haven't seen too much of, but a hero that can just get rid of the line very quickly, especially if the line's a little bit poor, as well as the PA, another hero in that sort of facet. Another thing I also want to point out is that, of course, the Lion's Hex means that there is no evasion for the PA, so that's a pretty decent pickup in that situation.
Yep. Well, Dogs here being picked up now by Kappa mates. I mean, it's a very interesting lineup to have a Dogs here in, because you've got Murano, which of course has the stun, very single target except for the Starfall, and if you get the Aghanims. Ursa, which is once again very single target. Lion, once again single target with a Hex. Sure, the stun is AoE, but it's more single target focused with his ultimate as well, his mana drain. And then you've got a team fight control or controlling hero in the Darkseer. What do you think are they going to combo with that? Are we perhaps going to see, is this a mid Mirana, or if it is a support Mirana, do we see, oh, there's the Invoker. I was about to say, do we see the Invoker coming up?
Yeah, I'm still torn as to the position. Okay, yeah, so mid lane, Mirana.
Yep.
The roaming Riki and the Lion in lane. I don't know, I feel the roaming Riki, this is a good opportunity here for No Name Romania to really put a lot of pressure on the lanes. They know that Riki is not going to want to hang around in one lane, and if they do force into, it's going to be a major loss here for Kappa mates. So it's a bit risky, very, very greedy coming out from Kappa mates, but it could pay off in the end. I mean, Riki's great at putting a lot of pressure onto the Zeus, so we'll see if that works out. But another thing to acknowledge is Zeus can give vision onto the invisible Riki, so interesting.
It is an interesting line. Oh, well, it is an interesting choice. I mean, the Riki and Darkseer, I don't see them really synergizing with the rest of the team that well. Although, of course, the Darkseer does give you a lot of control, especially in the team fights. But then you have the vision of the Zeus. You have, and then you still go and pick up the Riki. So perhaps it is a little bit more of a pocket strat coming up. I do see there's a couple of disconnects. Okay, so.
Not our servers.
Okay, I actually see Robbie messaged me. So TMRO is Team Moriarty Romania. So that's actually quite a cool name to have someone named Moriarty. And it's also from Romania. That's cool. That's cool. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, just looking at this draft, you were asking me to give my opinion. I think I can give my opinion now. I feel like NN or No Name Romania has, I feel, the stronger draft here. Kappa have got a very small window that they want to really use up, but the Riki is sort of cutting that a little bit less, because if the pressure does come onto the Ursa, he's all of a sudden not going to come online when you want him to, and it's just going to make life a little bit more difficult here for Kappa. But again, if the laning stages go their way, the Riki Darkseer dual lane, of course, is just filthy. But if that works out, they can put a lot of pressure and create some space for this Ursa. They could close this game out pretty early.
I mean, I think that is Kappa's goal. I do also see that it's a 1-0 to No Name. I don't think that is correct, guys. So this one that is actually stated here is not the case. This is the first game of No Name versus Kappa, if I'm not mistaken. Let me quickly introduce everyone to the side of, well, I need to put my mouse sensitivity down a bit. There you go. It is going to be Killer 50 or Killer playing on the Disruptor, MYM on the Zeus. I think this is the real MYM. Vision on the Dazzle, Petra on Phantom Assassin, and of course it is going to be Game Bogdi. V-Game Bogdi on the Timbersaw. So take us through the lineup of Kappa.
Sure, I'm gonna go by portraits. Coco, the one, gonna be playing on the Darkseer Rain, gonna be playing over there on the Lion. Kronos gonna be playing on the Mirana. KLR playing over on the Riki, and last but not least, Ares gonna be playing over on that Ursa. Seems like I have my camera locked on yours. I'm not so sure. Maybe I should try reconnect.
I think that's because the camera icon was selected on me in the lobby. I don't know if you.
It's gonna be this way regardless. Right.
That sucks. Yeah, and you can't change that halfway through.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I think we'll manage.
Well, let's quickly. Do you think KLR stands for killer?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe it's something Romanian that we look like fools trying to establish what it is.
Yeah. So everyone, I'm going to excuse Scorpio right now because he has to focus on what I'm focusing on my screen. So it's going to be a very interesting game for him, to say the least. I know I personally don't like casting with someone else's camera control because I always want to be focusing on something else.
Yeah, don't worry, it's been worse.
Yeah.
We've had way.
And you're the analyst, so you can't really analyze while you're looking at my screen. But okay, we'll give it a go, guys.
We really need some zooming out here. It's just to give me some. Yeah,
there you go.
I'll give you all the information required.
Well, we did state that we do think that Kappa has the has not the best draft. No Name's got the best draft here overall. However, Kappa's got a lot of early game aggression, and I think they're going to try and capitalize on that. Try and force a lot of fights early on. However, you do have a Zeus that gets. Oh, it's from the last game. Oh yeah. So Robbie has confirmed that it is 0-0. Thank you, Robbie. Much appreciated. Having a quick look here, though, Zeus can actually handle early game aggression quite well. It's very difficult to fight up into a Zeus. You've got a Disruptor as a support as well that can control those early game team fights. And if the Timbersaw gets off to even a semi-decent start, it's going to be a very difficult road for Kappa to climb, or hill for Kappa to climb.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. It's again, the Kappa still have really good potential, but I feel like their window space is a lot smaller, and it's usually what happens when you do get an Ursa, but it can snowball very quickly out of control. I mean, I'm sure that's their goal, but again, a very high risk draft coming out from Kappa here. We'll see if it pays off though, and it definitely could. But if I really have to just look at the whole picture,
Ricky actually managed to get that bounty rune. He was busy chilling here on the side, but he is going to actually drop. Getting that bounty rune. Ooh, yeah, he is. Bounty rune for first blood. Do you think it's worth it?
200 gold extra onto a PA at this stage of the game is not going to be nice for anyone. The Doxy especially is going to have a pretty tough time. She's got Quelling Blade, so she's going to bring down these so quickly, and plus have an extra item now on hand. So I don't think it was very worthwhile.
Yeah. Well, it did manage to at least open up the middle a little bit here for Kronos to get. Wait, no, he just jumped in there. To get a little bit more. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, the HUD. I forgot. Sorry about this. There you go. The HUD's on now. Thank you, Robbie, once again. Like I said, this was a very quick arrangement to cast, so we're not casting from a normal setup. So thank you for just keeping us updated there. Looking at the last hits and denies, though, I mean, it is 1 minute in, so a lot of the heroes are very close to each other, but it is a dual lane here on the top, up against the tri-lane. And the stun actually does go down onto the Dazzle, doing quite a bit of damage, but Drain has to be very careful here because it is a Timbersaw, only level 1, however. As soon as the Timbersaw gets a little bit higher level... Oh, wait, Envision, is he actually going to drop? He needs one more right click coming through, but the body block's coming from the Timbersaw. Ridiculous. However, Killer wants to try and wrap around here, and the Dusky actually gets popped straight onto Killer, so he has to be very careful that they don't go in, but it's going to be Rain! Does he drop? No, he manages to get the stun off, so a lot of heroes are extremely low on health, and they do manage to get out of this.
Oh man, just playing so well is the Timbersaw here, just keeping that Dazzle alive, and actually putting a lot of pressure on this lane. I mean, Ursa's not getting the kind of farm he would like, actually, so I think this dual lane is really paying off.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, it is a dual lane with a Timbersaw, so I think the Dazzle's going to try and give the Timbersaw a lot more space, a lot more experience to actually get the levels up. And possibly, I think Dazzle's just waiting for that level 2. Oh, wait, middle lane though. Are we actually going to see an engagement? The leap is up there from Kronos, and they are going on to MYM, but he does manage to actually eat that Fairy Fire, and very well played to try and get the aggro of the tower, but unfortunately he does go down. I still think that is worth it because it is the Mirana that got the kill, and there was no... Zeus managed to get the kill, but there was no experience coming through from that.
Yeah, no, that was great value, I think. I mean, the Zeus gets a little bit out of it, but that's pretty much the Ricky's role. Secure the kill in the mid lane, put some pressure on.
Secure the kill and die.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeus has actually been doing pretty well. Of course, he should do well with last hits with the Chain Lightning, but I saw him right-clicking and doing a pretty decent job up against especially a Mirana, so it was definitely a very good rotation and paid off. And it's, you could say, the second successful rotation for the Ricky, really. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, just quickly changing some of my audio settings. I see that it's a little bit sensitive on the bottom lane, so I'm just going to actually focus on the middle lane if you want to talk about that matchup while I just change the audio here.
Yeah, well, it's actually a good point you bring up the middle lane here, especially the Mirana. is having a bit of a tough time. He just doesn't have the HP pool to sustain up against the Zeus, who's going to constantly be throwing out these chain lightnings, putting him under a little bit of pressure. And bot lane, Starks here going to find the kill onto the Disruptor, putting a lot of pressure here onto Petra. And I mean, that's success once again from the Ricky roaming into this lane. So apologies, this is the second successful rotation, and the Ricky is actually paying off. As risky as we felt it was as a pick, definitely doing the job that was required of him, and it's exactly what they need. I feel like Kappa, if they can create this sort of space for the Ursa to get the items, try and get
Kronos has to be very careful right now. He did manage to actually land that arrow, and I think that saved his life, but well, are they going to try and go into MYM right now? Do they have enough? Nearly. He is actually silenced up. Zeus has to be very careful. Is there going to be a leap? There is no leap just yet, and no Starstorm. They're diving very far. The arrow narrowly misses, but Ricky does manage to get the kill, and the TP gets cancelled mid. So Ricky once again paying off. It's 3 for 2 at this point. And, well, on the top lane, though, Ares wants to go on to either Envision or onto Timbersaw. He doesn't really know who. Timbersaw has to be very careful, though. He does get shallow graved up, and Timbersaw's out of there.
Yep, Dark's here dying in the bot lane. A little bit unfortunate there. So, probably not what they were hoping for, but I'm pretty sure Glimpse had something to do with that. But again, I feel like this Ricky absolutely paying off tenfold this game. And big jump.
Top lane, though, they actually want to go onto Rain. Rain is so low. Is Ares actually going to be able to get the kill? The Timbersaw comes in, and he does manage to get it with a Whirling Death. But Ares is going to get a counter kill, and that's a support for an offlaner. Not quite sure that is worth it. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, they are going on to the Phantom Assassin, and he does get slowed up, and he manages to get the kill. But Killer, he drops as well. Once again, gaining experience and gaining experience even though he did die, so it was worth it, I think, for him in the end. 5 for 5 at this point.
Yeah, this is really, really good for the Ricky's rotations. A little bit unfortunate that they've, I think, lost as many lives as they did. Ricky dying twice. He died once to neutrals, but that doesn't count on the scoreboard. But it's still not the end of the world. Still creating this space. The Ursa's kind of finding his farm, still under pressure from that dual lane, and like we expected, when you do see a Ricky pick up, you expect him to put this pressure out.
Well, hold on, quickly engagement onto the top lane. Dazzle does manage to get the smoke off, but they just pop him instantly. Timbersaw goes very deep. He goes completely the wrong way. Are they going to try and actually get this kill? Do they have enough? The stun will be there from the line to continue on. He does do that. He actually gets in front of him, and he tries to, he does get the kill on the Lion, and there's the Zeus ultimate coming through as well. Does manage to kill the Dogs here. Now Timbersaw wants to go in for more. He wants to get more kills here.
Yeah, and he's in the right place to do this.
Oh, double, triple kill! And yeah, I'm not quite sure why you're staying so close when there's a Timbersaw that can just go in. You can see the pings going like crazy there. I think, considering the grief we gave him for that one dive very deep, that is though a Timbersaw. You want to constantly play aggressively, and now sitting on 4 and 1 with 1,400 gold in the bank. What's coming on the courier? Nothing just yet. He's actually sending it through to the secret shop. So this Timbersaw, having his mana boots up already, he's going to be very happy with himself.
Yeah, that was calculated. Bot lane Petra just under so much pressure. He actually could die here solo to Darkseer. This could be a pretty big kill, especially after that big losses that they have had. The misses just not paying up, but Petra
the jukes are real, boys. He does manage to get out and blinks out. I have to say, very well played from him. Meanwhile, the top lane, though, there is another engagement coming through. It is going to be the Timbersaw that does drop. And all of a sudden, Ursa is going straight onto the Dazzle. Will manage to get that second kill. So, just as we were focusing on bot, 2 more kills happen top. Very action-packed game. I mean, it's just under 8 minutes in, and there's already 17 kills that have taken part here, or taken place here.
Looking at this draft, it's what you expect. You expect Timbersaw to be in people's faces. You expect the Ricky to be running around the map, just creating chaos wherever he can. So it's definitely what I did expect from this game. But I mean, really, really good plays, especially from the Timbersaw. I feel like it was calculated. We maybe put a little bit of judgment in, but it seemed actually quite calculated from him.
Oh, arrow flies through. It actually does miss, but they do jump straight onto the Disruptor. They do jump up all the way. Killer does drop here. No, who was that actually dropped? There was Killer 50. Sorry, there's 2 killers. Kronos has to be very careful right now. He, of course, does have his Moonlight Shadow on, but there is... Oh, the surge coming through from the dogs here. Insane plays underneath the sentry wall. The arrow comes through. It actually does land straight onto the Phantom Assassin, and will they be able to get that extra kill? Phantom Assassin is nearly dead, and he does eventually drop. However, Darkseer wants to go for more, but he does not have a vacuum to stop this TP. So a 1-for-1 trade-off. Meanwhile, top lane though, top lane might actually drop once again. It's a very deep engagement. Timbersaw is not going to be able to get out of there alive. And unfortunately, Dazzle following his Timbersaw, and he will drop from that one as well. So, wow, okay. It's a total of 3-for-1 trade-off in the favor of Kappa, and that is what they wanted. Well, a 4-for-2 actually overall if you look at the fight recap.
I'm pretty sure they got big grins on their faces now. It's... definitely better exchanges coming their way, shutting down that Timbersaw, because it looks scary once you get a triple kill so early on, but they've now put a lot of pressure onto him. I think a little bit overzealous from him jumping so deep, but again, Kappa in good position here, but again, they have a very small window.
Oh, the arrow actually lands straight onto the Zeus. Does he have enough? He doesn't have another Starstorm to follow up, but is he? No, he's actually going to stay right there. Timbersaw does manage to get the kill onto KLR. Or Killer. Keep in mind there's 2 killers in this game, so I'll try and say KLR and Killer.
Yeah, but
and
there we go.
Ursa into the rush pit. But there is a TP coming on mid just as Murano manages to get the kill on the Zeus. I mean, Murano's been actually landing quite a few arrows.
Yeah, this is... it's not a very good lane for Zeus at this stage of the game. There's just that much more potential that the Murano has. Lands an arrow, secure kill. Ricky comes in, silences Zeus. Zeus can't really do the burst damage, and Murano's going to get rid of him very quickly. So I think Zeus might want to look elsewhere on the map and make sure he has someone to back him up. But now with Aegis in hand for this, more than likely...
Oh, well, there's a double damage rune. Is he going to... No, it seems like they're actually going straight onto Petra here on the bottom lane. He does manage to get out of that one alive. There's more TPs coming in. Are they going to be able to kill the Ricky? The Ricky goes straight into his ultimate form. Will he get the kill? He does because of the vacuum of... the Darkseer, but the Darkseer is now down as well, and they want to get more here.
Oh, what great dancing shoes here by the Ricky, actually jerking into the tree line. They've scattered him now and he'll die.
Yeah.
But,
Petra just running in there, he's like, hey, wait, why am I losing health? But top lane, Kronos has to be very careful here. He is on very low HP. He goes for that arrow. Does he actually land this time? No, Timbersaw does manage to dodge that one out. Kronos still has to be careful because Timbersaw luckily doesn't have a lot of mana, otherwise he could just turn around. And they do want to go on him, but just these simple right clicks are actually giving him reactive armor, so it's going to be very difficult to try and kill him off. But Ursa comes in and just Fury swipes him away with the arrow taking the kill steal.
Yeah, that's... Oh, and now Dazzle's dead. Oh, the glimpse!
Very... the glimpse doge. However, 16-15 at this point. Looking at the net worth, it is in favor of Kappa by around 3,000. Net worth, not net worth, experience also roughly around 3,000. So a small lead for Kappa at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's expected. They got Roshan, so that is something that we must take into account. And they should be looking for at least an objective here, or at least secure a big margin with the space that they've now created with the Aegis in hand. No. They need to make sure this PA doesn't find an extreme amount of farm.
I mean, normally when you see a Ursa going for that Aegis this early on, I mean, Emilia has his Blink Dagger if he wants to go for that. Oh, hold on quickly. Top lane. Rain is in quite a bit of trouble right now. He does, of course, have his Hex if he needs to use it, but he does dodge the Timbers Chain. I think he's just trying to make... Well, I'm not quite sure what he'll get out of that. Normally, if you actually see the Ursa, he does have his Blink up, he has the Aegis up, you'll probably see the rest of the team moving towards bottom while Ursa actually farms up in the enemy jungle so that he can get to that bottom lane as quickly as possible, and he's of course safe with that Aegis. But we don't see that right now, so it's quite interesting that they're playing so passively.
Yeah, it's like now they got the Blink Dagger, they should definitely be looking to play more aggressively. Oh, Rain's dead. That was maybe a little bit of a misplay.
Oh, well, he does manage to get the Hex, and there is, of course, a Moonlight Shadow coming through. The arrow! Timber Sword just goes straight into the arrow. That's a full 5-second arrow. The Darkshire Wall, of course, comes straight through as well. Ricky does manage to go for the ultimate. The TP out. Will it be successful? Yes, it will. And now, well, here is Ursa. And he's just going to right-click them all down. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Support for the Timbersaw. And they actually want more. They're trying to scout and see if they can find anyone. But there was no further TPs coming through. I mean, Zeus's TP was on cooldown and the rest had to back out.
Yeah, and I feel like they should be looking for an objective here, but Ursa's just playing constantly.
Oh, Ursa actually does manage to catch out the Zeus right now, and he just goes in. The heal is there, but unfortunately there's no Shallow Grave to try and help him out. But Ares still has the Aegis, so not quite sure why Dazzle is still in there. He does manage to get the dust off, and they've just lost the Disruptor. All of a sudden, Kappa just flexing their muscles and going crazy.
Yeah, this is really expensive for them. They should be playing this a lot more safe, and they're going to be scattered now. Good thing they didn't use a smoke or anything of that sort for the Ricky. He could have really found himself in a rough spot.
Well,
big jump forward.
Ricky does manage to instantly pop the Dazzle with the help of the Timbersaw, and unfortunately it's just going from bad to worse, one kill after the other. However, Timbersaw comes back and he's like, okay, well, you guys have had too many kills, we really need to do something. And I mean, Timbersaw had such a great start, and all of a sudden he's fallen down on the net worth chart. He was leading, or I think he was second with the Ursa, and currently, I mean, he's not that far behind, he's like 600 behind, but the Finger of Death comes straight through and just bursts Ursa down. And they actually want to go for more here. Will they be able to get the Phantom Assassin? Phantom Assassin doesn't really have anything and can't really help out. I'm not quite sure why the PA was here when the rest of his team really wasn't. PA should be bottom farming. It's literally the last hope of No Name.
Yeah, and this Aegis is now played full. They found an objective, really made a marginal lead for themselves. Not marginal, a large lead for themselves, in fact. And
yeah.
I think the Zeus is just looking for more.
There's the engagement straight onto the Zeus. Will they actually be able to get anything? The Aegis is still on the Ursa. It's going to drop soon. But they do manage to get it. And of course, it is the Moonlight Shadow coming through from Kappa. I think, is this going to be a fallback? Well, Ursa's completely healed up now, so I think they're probably just going to continue on farming. However, KLR, he does cut out the very aggressive TP coming through from Timbersaw. Rain is there as well, does manage to get the drop down, and they do actually jump straight onto Timbersaw, but they have to back out right now. Ricky, of course, casting his ultimate just so that he can actually get out of this one alive. The vacuum comes straight in once again onto the Timbersaw. I'm not quite sure if they can kill him. Timbersaw is doing so much damage, but there's just no one else from his team to actually help him out, and he is going to be the first one to fall. Kronos on a wicked kill streak. Phantom Assassin does manage to get the single kill, and is actually on a disconnected docks here.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there, but yeah, this is it's still looking really good for Kappa, and yes, Aegis is down, but at the end of the day, they got such massive value from that. No Name is in such a terrible place, and you made the point. Now Petra is really one of their last hopes to really find that farm before they lose high ground too early, and he's not really in a good position to find that farm at this time. He needs to come in to help his team. If he stays to farm, then more than likely going to take objectives. But if he's going to find 2 kills here, this might be worthwhile.
Yeah, well,
second.
Is he actually going to jump further? He does go straight onto Rain. Is there going to be any kind of... Oh, the arrow lands onto PA. He has to... Well, oh, the dust is used to try and get a little bit extra movement. And Rain will be able to get out of that one alive. However, Kronos has to be very careful right now. He also manages to get out of that. So, looking at the fight recap, it's slightly in favor just towards the end of No Name. The problem is this Phantom Assassin needs a lot more farm to actually be relevant here. You know, you can't rely on those lucky 2 or 3 crits to come through. And I have to say the Timbersaw is doing a lot of damage right now for the side of No Name. A lot. He like burst the entire team to under half HP, but there's just no follow-up after that. Because either his team is dead or they're too far away to actually help him out. So I think No Name has to back off, just regroup essentially, and decide, okay, are we going to go in for a smoke gank? Are we going to try and do something? But it's actually Kappa that's going straight here onto the Phantom Assassin, and once again, PA, I'm sorry buddy, but you're dead. PA is actually sitting on 5 for 5, so not doing too badly, but just dying too much.
Yeah, I just think his impact was pretty low at this stage of the game as we would expect. I mean, I just think Kappa's pulling off this draft exactly the way they should have, and they're definitely playing this.
I am pleasantly
to the team.
surprised.
Yeah, it's really what I would expect of a team to try and do, but it's going to be.
Oh, hold on quickly. They want to go on to the Ricky right now. The ultimate is dropped from the Disruptor, and Ricky does go into his ultimate phase, and he is still alive for some reason. He does pop all of a sudden there, and now it is Ursa on the hunt here for Kappa. They want more. They want killer. They already got the Zeus.
Yeah. Well, they're losing their bot lane as well. So Aghanims is complete on the Mirana. Things are going from bad to worse here.
Yeah, well, are they going to go straight in? And it is the jump here from the Ursa. Just a couple right clicks, completely pops the Dazzle, and now it's straight onto the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, of course, does manage to get out of that one. Oh, but he gets vacuumed, so he can't TP out. And I think Timbersaw might just drop from this. He's trying to run, but I don't really see him staying long. Well, another Timbersaw coming out. Well, Timber Chain coming out, but there you go. There's the stun, and Kappa just dominating right now.
Yeah, and doing a great job at it. Buyback was used up by the Rickies, I need to acknowledge, but not much lost, and they bring pressure on the tier 2 tower. The Mirana's finding a substantial amount of farm, and this is just very, very concerning if you are a NN fan here, no name Romania. It's just, they're in a tough spot here. Blink Dagger should be the next item here for the Mirana. Once he has that, the potential for...
Do you think it's going to be a Blink Dagger or actually bots? Because they already have most of the tier 1. Well, they have all the tier 1s right now. Don't you think Boots of Travel might be a little bit better for the Mirana at this point?
Potentially. I mean, to be quite right, but I always feel like when I play Mirana, not that I'm fantastic or anything, but I always feel like if I don't have that Blink Dagger, you're missing something so important, and I just feel it's quite necessary to be fair. But I mean, you could be very right. He could just be split pushing this game out. Ursa doing what he does best, and Mirana just bringing down your towers. So it leaves No Name at this position where they have no space on the map. So,
well, Timbersaw's being engaged upon right now. It just does so much damage coming through from the Ricky, of course. Timbersaw does manage to get out of that one alive, barely, and the stun comes through. Ultimate coming through as well from the Zeus, doing quite a bit of damage, and of course the stun as well. Unfortunately, there's one DC from the Disruptor. It seems like there's been quite a few already, and it's a it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Are they going to pause right now, or are they actually first going to continue on? They want to get this kill from Chrono, but very well played for him to actually back out of that. The Moonlight Shadow's popped, and the arrow comes through, narrowly misses, but it is Ares. He's just going ham on everyone right now. They want more. And will they actually dive this further? Nope. Seems like on the top, though, they want to go here on for Petra. But Petra, he's hoping for that lucky crit, and unfortunately, he doesn't get it. Will he turn around now? And it's going to be... Nope. He's dead. One more. That's actually a Darkseer Unshot, getting that last hit.
That's really bad.
Oh, that heal bomb.
This DC is pretty concerning. They haven't paused yet, and I feel like a buyback would have been pretty good here on the Disruptor. He could have really made a bit of a play there, created some space, maybe saved a life, maybe more. So it's a bit of a misfortune. I suppose it's on No Name themselves that they could have paused, but at the end of the day, Kappa are just snowballing, and the snowball's getting bigger and bigger, and No Name is just some bystanders who are going to get absolutely crushed by it if they don't do something very quickly here.
See, for me, the problem is that Kappa's getting the initial pick-off, and because of that initial pick-off, No Name is normally either on the Timbersaw, the Dazzle, or the Disruptor, or even the Zeus, or any one of them. And without the control from the Timbersaw, or from the Disruptor, or the burst damage from the Zeus to combo with the Timbersaw, No Name's just getting demolished at this point, and it all comes down to those initial engagements, those initial pickoffs that Kappa actually goes for.
Yeah,
what do you think No Name should do now?
Apologies. No Name.
Yes.
I think they need to control their jungle. I mean, look at the wards placed in their jungle. They have nowhere safe to be. Roche is taken down. They had no vision on that. It's just pretty much a position you don't want to be in at all. And Ursa now with Aegis in hand, your Mirana's got a Blink Dagger, so she's going to be doing pretty scary things at this stage. A lot of burst damage onto your very squishy supports. So I think positioning is going to be very important. But
Ricky nearly has
I
the
think
Fusel
vision-
Blade.
Oh man, that's scary.
That is very
That's-
scary for a support Ricky. That I have to say, this Ricky has been playing pretty well. Died a lot. I mean, 3 for 11. So more than half of the deaths on his team are from him. But he's actually been playing very well. He's been creating a lot of space, and he's been playing that mobile ward.
Yeah, Ricky shrugs and said the space created, and that's exactly what he's done this game. Made a lot of space and really been successful. I think his rotations were to the point. Yes, he died a couple of times, but at the end of the day, good value for him and for the team. So
I have to
I
point
have no
out,
problems with that.
Timbersaw. Oh, that arrow. Timbersaw had mana boots up, like I think it was
Wow.
6-7 minutes in the game, and he already had, he already had his first, I think ultimate or his first part towards a soul booster, at around 9 minutes in. It's 22 minutes in, and it's only just finished the soul booster.
Yeah.
So-
So he's kept his mana boots. This is actually quite interesting. He kept his mana boots because his support is so poor. They don't have mana boots, and they need the sustain in these team fights. So, wow, that's really a unfortunate or misfortune for him. He could have been so close to getting that zone now.
And I do see Disruptor's got a full stack of infused raindrops just to try and help out, up against the iron shell and the damage coming through from the side of Kappa, but that's going to be eaten through very quickly.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern. I mean, a little bit of sustain, but nothing.
Oh, there's the
dramatic
glimpse
on
back straight onto the Ricky. He does manage to get a very good smoke off, and there's the Moonlight Shadow coming through. Ares going ham as well as Rain on that line. There's 3 heroes down. And that was just like, okay, well, you actually bring me back, but you're all going to die. And, well, Phantom Assassin does have a BKB up right now. Not quite sure. I think he had to use that, otherwise he was dead. But he might just be dead anyway. Nope, they aren't going to push their luck.
It's still, like, again, very good exchange for them. And it's like, can he get a lucky
Oh!
this is trouble.
That is a very unlucky badge for that Timber, so I have to say, well, there's that. Oh, very well played by him. There is still Blink Dagger. 2 seconds, 1 second. He actually manages to get out of that one. However, he goes straight into the line, and this is once again very unfortunate for the side of Timbersaw because he had just had like 1,700 gold, and he's going to lose 300 of that.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for the side of No Name. They're in a tough spot here, and I think Kappa's draft, they knew how to pull it off, and they did it exactly the way you'd like to, and well, it trumps to them. I mean, this is really a good play by them. And,
I'm very
They
happy.
got to take the high ground though. Something that we must take into consideration. High ground is pretty difficult up against the Timbersaw as well as the Zeus. A lot of burst damage.
And a Disruptor.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's going to be difficult, but they should have it. They just so far ahead at the stage of the game. It doesn't seem likely that No Name found their way back in, but it's not an improbability.
Well, 25 minutes into the game, a 20,000 net worth lead for Kappa, as well as 20,000 experience lead, and the split push is now just going to get completely crazy with the Boots of Travel up on the Murano. No Name, I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised because both myself and you thought that, listen, No Name had has a very strong draft. I did not see how Kappa's team or how Kappa's lineup would synergize and how they would actually get what they needed, because they really needed a very good start. And they had a good start, not an amazing start, but they just kept up the pressure. They've kept on getting the pickoffs, and every time then it's a 4v5 fight, and No Name can't go 4v5, especially up against the Ursa that has sort of like a bash trigger that he just says bash now, bash now, bash now, thank you.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well, there's the defusal up.
My Dota just crashed. Apologies.
No worries. Well, it is going to be an engagement shot to the middle lane. There's a huge dive in straight from the Ursa, and there's a vacuum wall, very good vacuum wall coming through from the Disruptor, or from the Dark Chair. There's 2 heroes down already for No Name in comparison. Well, 3 heroes down. The Zeus did manage to get his ultimate off, but unfortunately is not enough, as they only managed to get the single kill on the line. And now it is PA. PA just used her BKB, and she has to be, well, she's in big trouble right now. There's 4 heroes surrounding her, 2 on very low HP. There's a couple of buybacks coming through, but I was just about to say that very deep TP in from the PA after the buyback would have been her end. Oh, the dogs here right now. baiting out that big Timber chain coming through and then blinking straight out of the way. They do manage to get a single kill onto the Ricky at this point, but P has to be careful that he doesn't die back. Disrupt is all of a sudden just brought back now as well, so that's a lot of buybacks coming through from the side of No Name. We'll have a look now just how many, and now they want more. Will they actually be able to get anything more from the side of No Name? It is going to be the Phantom Assassin that might actually drop from this. It's going to be extremely close. The misses, but unfortunately the Ursa does manage to get the kill. He's just going ham. They can't kill the Ursa. Ursa sitting on 30 HP the whole time. Does eventually manage to fall, or does eventually manage to drop. But the dieback is there from the Phantom Assassin. The Zeus's dieback is there as well. Timber Sword does manage to get the extra kill. Is stunned up right now. Will he actually get that? Nope. He actually drops, so that's a full team wipe with so many buybacks, so many diebacks. Even though it's a very big gold swing to the side of No Name because of the kills and because of the advantage that they had, but hey, look at Kronos. When you're ahead, why not go more ahead and buy Dagon too?
Yeah, as I keep them around and I see this, what? But yeah, I mean, the burst damage is gonna work against everything in their lineup. They don't really have an answer to it. I've got control of my camera, finally. This is, it's such a relief. But yeah, again, they still managed to defend their high ground. So we spoke about it a little bit earlier. High ground is still a difficult task for Kappa. And they did have Aegis, that was lost. And the high ground is still pretty sturdy here for No Name. So they're not out of this by any means. I'm not so sure what the gold swing was in that team fight that but like you said, there were a lot of buybacks, so this is probably the time Kappa want to secure the next Roshan. I can't see the timer, but they want to secure that and take the high ground. 470.
Next rush.
No buybacks left.
Yeah, next rush. We won't know just yet, but it's around 45 or 40 odd seconds until we'll know how long. But hey, there's another Dagon level 3 coming up here by the Dark Channel as well. Oh, there's a huge burst going straight onto the Ricky, but Ricky, yeah, well, Ricky does eventually drop. There's another crit coming through as well. They do want to go on this. However, unfortunately, the Zeus is already dead. It's a single hero trade-off. They're all just evaporating. Team No Name, unfortunately, just does not have enough. And I mean, having a look at the Timbersaw, already down to 6 Bloodstone charges, and the arrow does not manage to land onto the Phantom Assassin. But the Phantom Assassin hasn't even used her BKB just yet. Now she does. Unfortunately, will she actually be able to get any further kills? There's no crits coming through at all. Well, extremely unlucky. And this, I think, is actually going to be GG. It is. Kappa, I mean, well played.
Yeah, absolutely. These Dagons were just so entertaining in that last fight. And GG does get called, and I mean, rightfully so. Kappa pulling off that job just the way he would want someone to. But if there was a textbook way of doing this job, this is exactly what it is. A lot of space created by the Ricky, very good plays by him. And the Ursa just finding the right amount of farm, getting that early Roshan, controlling the vision game was probably quite vital. Saying we didn't touch on in-game, but having control over the vision game did mean that they had easy access to Roshan and they had all the vision in the enemy's jungle. No way for No Name to really find their way back into this game.
Well, I have to say, I've said this like 3 times already, but I am pleasantly surprised. This was an amazing game from Kappa, and they actually showed that, once again, you just have to play your playstyle. I wasn't convinced with their draft at all, and they just came out and dominated. However, this is a best of 3. We will see if No Name can bring it back during game 2 to get it ready for that 3rd game. Of course, we all like it if games goes to 3 games each. It gives us more to cast, of course, and it's a lot more fun. I'm Reddit. Joining me was Scarpy. Scarpy, any last final thoughts leading into game 2?
Yeah, game 2 going to be very interesting. I do think Kappa looking very strong. Yeah, this team synergy seems very good, communication on point. So, be interested to see. Maybe No Name can turn this one around, but I feel like Kappa definitely looking the stronger team so far.
Well, guys, on that note, we'll see you for game 2 shortly. For those of you that are on stream, stay tuned. For those of you in game, we will see you guys as soon as the next lobby's up. Otherwise, check us out on stream. It's twitch.tv/esportsaddicts. I'm going to enjoy this tournament. I have to say that right now. Romanian Dota, best Dota. Just putting it out there. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
Dire team back. Radiant team
Okay, and welcome back to game number 2 between Kappa Mate and No Name Romania. I'm Reddit, joining me is Scorpio. What a game one we had.
Absolutely. After that game, all I can say is I just want to see some more. I mean, it was just really high skill Dota. Exactly what we were here to see. And entertaining as well. Just a lot of kills, a lot of bloodshed, and that's what everyone enjoys, don't we?
Well, that's what everyone enjoys from the entire Romanian scene. I mean, Romania is sort of, like in my mind, is one of those breeding grounds for good Dota. I mean, you can like look back, Come With Me, Bone 7, Ares and Kronos that are actually playing here. There's so many very high skill level like Romanian players out there, and it's very aggressive Dota, and I really like it. It's not like Russian aggression where it's just keep on bashing your head against the wall and hoping the wall falls down. It's actually bashing the wall with a sledgehammer, so to speak.
Yeah, that's definitely that's an interesting way of putting it. But yeah, it's the most entertaining Dota, and it seems to be very successful Dota, especially in this patch. If you can control that mid game, it's quite largely mid game orientated. This patch, I feel, where we're at now. So early aggression and mid game aggression is just a sight for sore eyes, something that everyone enjoys to see. And this time, it looks like the bans, they haven't really changed. I think the Void is the difference here. But,
It does leave Shadows. It does leave Shadow Demon, and I mean Shadow Demon is an extremely strong combination here. It's a good setup. If Kappa doesn't pick up Shadow Demon, I would not be surprised if No Name Romania picks it up with that Murano.
Absolutely. Shadow Demon, he's taken, you could say, quite punishing nerfs, but still a great hero. He's got just a lot of utility, a lot of things to really use in laning stages, mid game and late game. He scales extremely well for a support, even without money. So it's just a really good support. I mean, we see even in the Boston Majors, we've seen him take a heavy nerf, and he still is really largely banned, but also getting picked up quite a lot. So with a decent success rate.
Well, Dazzle being the first pickup here by Kappa, I think the thing is, Kappa might have something to deal with like a Murano or Shadow Demon kind of combination. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually draft accordingly, and if they do pick it up now, because like I said, No Name will probably pick that up. Having having the disruption, the Soul Catcher, the poison, it's a very strong support. However, Kappa's gone for the Shadow Shaman here. Are we going to see a Warlock being picked up as well?
Oh, please.
Warlock's been picked up like one of the most picked heroes in the Boston Majors, and I understand that because of the pushing power. But normally you would combo, you'd like try and combo that with a Drow, with a Aura kind of lineup. But with the Shadow Shaman, I would not be surprised if Kappa just says, well, we want to take the early game aggression to you again, put the Warlock mid up against the Murano. Warlock, I don't think, unless the Warlock gets caught with an unlucky arrow, should be fine mid.
Yeah, Warlock crushes most of the lanes that he does partake in, so
yeah, so
I do agree. But I feel Kappa, I know the previous draft I criticized him a bit, and I feel it again. Maybe
first pick Shadow Shaman, really? I mean, come on, guys. Why? Why? It won't even be banned.
Yeah, it's also that they exposed their hand. They got the two supports, and now Romania can say, or No Name Romania can say, you know what? We know what they're going to do with their lanes. Let's get something aggressive. Let's maybe play an aggressive tri lane. Let's crush this before it becomes a problem. So I feel like Kappa's exposed their hand here, but maybe they got another elements of surprise for us, and maybe in the Warlock it could be a potential.
It could also be to ensure that No Name either bans out the Warlock. Well, okay, that's interesting. Going for the Ogre above the Shadow Demon. Ogre a little bit more of an aggressive support than the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon more of a defensive support. I would have still preferred the Shadow Demon because of the illusions. You can use the illusions to help take down some of the Shadow Shaman wards, to help push. It's an interesting choice here to choose the Ogre instead. However, Kappa, I think maybe the Shadow Shaman pick here was to try and force No Name to ban out the Warlock
Yeah.
to open up the pool a little bit more, but I don't even know if they're going that deep into the mind games. I think they're just picking their draft. They're playing their game, and we mentioned it during game one. If you pick your draft and you pick your, you just play your game with the heroes that you like, the heroes that synergize well for your team, you stand a very high chance of winning. That's just the nature of the latest patch, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I agree. I feel like Kappa really needs to ban out a Darkseer here. The Darkseer Ogre is just too strong as a dual lane. Can put a lot of pressure on something like a
tanky as
Shaman
hell.
if he doesn't have Shackle. Exactly. It's just
Team back.
difficult to deal with. And you got Surge to keep your Ogre alive. He's going to have an Iron Shell. He's just going to walk and beat you up with his club. It's just not fun.
Plus the
So,
Ignite and Iron Shell combo just eats through any supports, especially early on.
Yeah.
So
And I think Shadow Shaman's the lowest HP pool in the game. I could be mistaken. But yeah, it's a bit of a concern for them. So they've left it in the pool. Might be a potential here for Romania. I don't know. It depends on how they're depicting the lanes are going to work out for Kappa. Because they don't really have a roamer, so you know it's going to be a tri lane. So you know they're looking to have a hard carry. So we'll see if they do try and put to a dual lane to try and deal with this. Or maybe the Dazzle's going to go into a dual lane himself. It depends how No Name is going to depict this.
well, there's still a Timbersaw in the pool. There's still an Oracle in the pool as well for No Name Romania. I doubt. Well, of course, Kappa's not going to do that. They've already picked up their supports, so No Name won't be batting out the Oracle. They do take out the Huskar and the Tinker. Very interesting bans there. Maybe knowing something that we don't. I mean, a Huskar Dazzle is a very strong combo. It's one of those cheese combos, and I don't think the big thing here is Kappa's leading 1-0. They can play around a little bit more with this draft. So that's why No Name's probably taking out the Huskar, because they don't want like a cheese strat to make them, to kick them out of the competition. Keep in mind, these are the group stages right now.
Yeah, I feel like Kappa feel very confident.
Can pick up the Phoenix as well.
This is very confident from them. It's good. I think they've got very good early game potential here. The Phoenix, Shadow Shaman, Dazzle. If they sort of hook up a little bit later, once the Phoenix gets a couple of levels, it's pretty scary to be just about anyone.
I see a Warlock coming. I really see a Warlock coming. With the Phoenix, with the Shadow Shaman, I see a Warlock coming. I mean,
man.
why not? You have the egg, you've got the golem, you've got the wards when you push. It is... I do not see why they would not pick up the Warlock here.
I feel like you could be on a good point here, but you also don't want to play around too big of cooldowns. Which, however, if the Warlock does start to get out of control, it gets that Ags and Refresher, thing is just turn to rubbish. Really, it's just really impossible. Those 4 golems are just impossible.
I mean, and then you're going to force one of the supports to go into Diffusal Blade, and they're not natural Diffusal Blade carriers. You could possibly say Mirana, but then it's going to delay her Ags. And her
Diffusal
Blink.
doesn't get rid of golems.
Oh yeah, that's actually been changed
that
long
changed
ago.
quite a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Actually, I completely forgot about that. Oh, wow. Guys, can we just cut that out of the stream quickly? Just rewind a couple of minutes. I think if I kill the stream right now and force it to die, nothing will be broadcast anymore.
Don't worry about it. But oh man, this is actually something that I was just about to say.
Fishy.
You said about heroes that do well up against Mirana. Slark absolutely crushes Mirana. Pounce is just too good. It means Mirana can't get away. Oh man, I feel like Kappa are just going to be in the faces of No Name, and No Name are going to really struggle to find their footing.
Yep.
It seems that way so far in the draft.
Slark has to be
Skyrath
careful
Mage is
though,
just-
because there is an Ogre with a stun. There's a silence from the Skyrath Mage, so the Slark has to time his Dark Pact very well. And if No Name plays it correctly, they will try and bait it out with either the stun or the silence from the Skyrath, and then after the Dark Pact, follow up with the other. It's still, though, you're literally using both of your lockdowns, and I'm saying silence is a lockdown to a certain extent, on one hero, and that's leaving the Phoenix open, that's leaving everyone else open on the side of Kappa. The Medusa gets picked up though by No Name.
I agree with you a lot. I think the slot will have to play careful, but you must remember he does have that Sunray on his back when he does go a little bit deep. The egg is going to either force him to run away. If they want to target the slug, then the egg's going to pop. If they want to get rid of the egg, the slug's going to be running a rampage. So it's a difficult situation here for No Name Romania if it does come to a 5v5 fight. But I do expect the slug to just be roaming around trying to kill the Scarith Mage every opportunity he gets, and maybe put some pressure on Marana into the mid to late game. So
yes,
it's scary. It looks very, very scary here for No Name Romania. Medusa, it's really good. I think Stonegaze is pretty good.
And the Darkseer is still in the pool. I mean, Skywrath, Medusa, Darkseer, and Ogre, and a Marana. It's a very strong, very consistent lineup. Can deal with the aggression from Kappa as soon as they hit the mid-game phase. Will possibly go for a Pudge.
What?
Well, guys, forget about what I was saying earlier about Kappa going for possibly a cheese strand here. No. Screw that. No Name say, okay, Putka time, Pudge.
I haven't had a smile like this in a long time now.
Me too, man. Me too. It's good. I honestly still would have preferred the Darkseer, but I think No Name knows they have to try something out of the box, and that Pudge into Skywrath, because that will mean Skywrath will get at least 2 Arcane Bolts off, as well as an instant concussion shot. It's a lot of damage, even if you combo that with an Ogre. And wait, what? What?
Man. Well, he has like 215 wins on Meepo Chronos, so this is
Okay, no, like completely screw the meta up. And yes, I'm saying this now. Screw cheese strats. We'll just go for a freaking Pudge and a Meepo last pick for No Name and for Kappa respectively. I mean, what the hell? Come on.
This, my friend, is where I park my car. This is the kind of games I want to.
This is Romanian Dota, everyone.
Oh man, I wish I was spectating. I could put it on player perspective and watch Meepo. There's nothing more than I love watching a good Meepo.
Yeah, the problem,
So
Meepo's not very tanky to start off with. Okay, we're most likely going to be seeing a Slark. Ooh, hold on. Are we going to see a Shadow Shaman mid here? With a Dazzle Slark or a dual lane with... I'm just quickly trying to think how they're going to play this.
It's Meepo mid. It has
Meepo
to be.
mid.
Chronos played mid.
Chrono, yeah.
Previous game, so I assume. But up against Marana, he does okay. I'm pretty sure he can play around that pretty well.
Well,
And,
put it this way, he can stack for himself.
yeah.
At least.
Yeah. That's pretty much the main reason why he's not a bit of in the mid lane. It's just such better access to the jungle. A lot easier to stack for yourself, and he's already got himself an Iron Talon, which is pretty much the norm now on your Meepo. It's just so damn good, and I don't know. I'm just really keen to see a Meepo get out of control, and I'm really keen to see some crazy hooks. This is just what I was.
Pudge will have a lot of heroes to hook from with all the Meepos running around, but let me quickly introduce the side of Kappa. It is going to be Coco, the one on the Phoenix. Moving towards bottom, it is going to be Chrono on the Meepo. Killer, or KLR. I think one of the admins told me it was Killer, aka Killer. On the Dazzle, towards the bottom side of the map, it is going to be Shadow Shaman being played here by Rain, and Ares on the Slark.
Yeah, and I'll take us through the dire name Romania. Killer 50 going to be playing over here on the Ogre. Petra going to be playing over here on the Pudge. Your offlane Pudge, which is pretty cool. Infinity going to be playing on this Medusa. Vision going to be playing on the Scarith Mage, and who have I left out here?
MYM.
MYM, of course, going to be playing over on the Marana, and man, I'm looking forward to this. Oh, the Pudge, is he going to go for the dirty hook?
I don't. Well,
come on, that's what I want to see.
Nope, they're just completely sacking it. They did send the Phoenix up there towards the top side because, of course, Phoenix can get away if he needs to dive. The one thing though is everyone's always saying, what about the hook up here? You can just walk down it. But the problem is then you've got 3 heroes down here waiting to actually stun you and just completely wreck your face. This is going to be such a fun matchup. And, well, let's see how it goes.
Pudge is going to be pulling mid. I'm not sure what the plan is here. No, okay. Wait, he might be pulling mid. Ah, dirty plays. Dirty plays. All day.
What?
This is...
He missed. He missed the hook. He missed the hook.
No.
He hooked literally here.
Oh no.
I hope that's not an indication of how this game's going to go. I really hope so. I really hope it's not.
So many regrets right now.
Well, he can at least do a side pull here, standard side pull as soon as they start walking back, because you'll probably get them to there. They'll start walking back, and then I'll just hook one straight back into the lane.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
And
it's not gonna pay off.
It's not going to pay off.
Yes, some XP. But that's a lot of mana. That's a lot of mana expended. Oh, bot lane. Top lane, apologies. Come. Oh, Coco. The one hit.
Oh.
Oh, man.
25
Very,
HP.
very close.
Well,
Yeah, this is the problem with the Phoenix, I feel, in offlane. He doesn't have dive as well, which is be interesting. But he's just going to have a troubled time.
Yeah.
He hasn't really been as good of an offlaner as he once was, seeing that most offlaners utilize the jungle now to get themselves ahead. But I suppose Pudge on the same page there.
yeah, but I mean, that's why they've sent up the Dazzle towards the top to try and help him out. Considering the two offlaners, Phoenix and Pudge, they're both sitting around the same net worth, which is absolutely nothing at this point. So I think it's fair to say that both offlaners not having having a regen rune, actually popping the dust now as well, a smoke now as well. They want to go in here onto the middle lane, so we might actually see our first blood coming from this middle lane with the smoke. And there is a hook. Keep in mind the hook range is quite a lot longer now at level 1. I think it used to be, 800, 600? Oh, here we see the engagement going through. Pudge is actually going to be able to land the hook. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of rotations coming through. Are they going to be able to get anything? No, Dazzle actually does come in to help out, and they don't manage to get any further kills. The arrow did miss from the hook arrow.
Oh, if that net landed, that would have been trouble.
Oh, they do manage to back up right now, and Ares is literally having the time of his life here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is not what you were hoping for. I was really expecting to see the docks here, like we were saying.
Oh, top lane though, there is a dive. But just, I mean, look at that Ogre, 61 damage and only level 1, so there's the Ignite. Phoenix has to be careful, because Ignite does do quite a bit of damage, especially if the Ogre just, no, he gets healed up.
Yeah, this should be
And are they? Oh no, he managed. Yeah, there, there you go. He dives out. Bottom lane, quite a bit of harassment coming through from the slot, going 1 level up in Essence Shift. Meanwhile, though, on the middle lane, they want to continue on with this. Will they be able to get the kill onto Killer? He does actually manage to salve up, and there is just enough damage in Vision, sorry, getting the first blood for No Name Romania.
Yep, pretty good. And Pudge rejoined the lane, but he's done.
Oh, he gets engaged upon right now, and he's just going to get shackled up and right-click down. That's a problem, and I mean, that's why Slark has gone for that level in Essence Shift. It's just going to help him out so much in the lane.
Yeah, this is just, it's just so good up against Pudge. Essence Shift is really, really good. He can steal away, obviously, strength, and it just makes life way, way too difficult for the Pudge. The Pudge is going to need some successful rotations. It's the only way he's going to really be relevant in this game. Offlane Pudge, I mean, I love Pudge, I really do. He's probably my favorite hero to play, of course, as of with many people, but his real presence in the game is... It's
Your favorite hero to play or your favorite hero to fail with?
Probably.
Well, arrow being thrown out, not actually hitting Kronos, but there's 3 heroes around the middle lane for the side of Kappa. Double damage run on Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, wow. Shadow Shaman. And there's a rotation through onto the bottom lane here. I mean, they really want to kill the Slug, and Slug's just about to hit level 6. He won't have a 6 just yet. The hook actually does land. Very good hook. And that is going to be Slug just before his 6. He's on 30. He needs 31 experience. One more creep. But, well, we said that the Pudge needs a good gank, and that actually does put him up to level 3 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that was precisely what was needed, and successful rotation, really good hook, and it's looking a little bit better. There's a glimmer of hope here for this Pudge pickup, but it's still a long way to go.
Well,
Very long way to
Pudge
go.
might not be long for this world if he stays here. He has to be very careful, and I think this might just be... No, he backs out. He actually sees the ward died.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
did
going to run
notice-
away.
I did notice Ares is keeping his Aquila on, so it looks like he's actually wanting to put pressure on this tier 1 tower, and rightfully so, realizing it's something like, oh, Vision's in trouble here.
No,
Maybe-
I
oh,
don't
they got
think...
nothing really, no control, and TPs are coming in.
Oh,
Arrow.
the arrow! The dodge is actually there from Rain, but he gets hooked back all the way, and Rain is actually going to drop. He gets silenced right now as well. Killer coming in, or the killer on the ogre, he comes in, manages to get the stun just to make sure that they get the kill, as well as the experience.
Well, Vision just securing that kill.
Dire's middle tower
Kill
is
secure,
under attack.
and again, another decent XP for
All 3
Vision.
kills going the way of Vision, though, so far, for the side of No Name.
Yeah, that's also good. I mean,
Radiant structures
I
are
also
fortified.
enjoy a good carry Scarlet made. But, yeah, it's looking pretty good here for No Name, really. And oh, Kronos, he's in a rough spot here. If he does get caught out, arrow's down though. I do believe I heard it. So,
Yep.
Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but slowing the meter down a little bit, and it's one of those things. I was just getting to the point, no, it looking like they're in a good position, but they need to keep tabs on this meter to make sure he doesn't get into that sort of situation where it's almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the net worth right now, 3,000 for Meepo, 2,800 for Slug, both on the side of Kappa. And then it is the entire team of No Name after that. It's quite interesting to see. But having a look here on the middle lane, there's 3 heroes here once again for No Name. There's been a lot of rotations here from these 2 supports, well, from the entire team of No Name. They're just constantly mixing it up. We haven't even spoken about Medusa, and Medusa's doing quite well in her own right. Are we going to see the Shadow Shaman? He actually gets slowed up. There's the stun. The arrow actually does miss, but I think it's still enough. Murano getting that kill now. So 4 for 1 for the side of No Name.
Yeah, and getting good vision down, this is a really important ward that got dropped. So not only the kill, but getting this vision.
This is what they lacked in the previous game.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. But tier 1 tower going down here for Finity. That's pretty big. More gold, and all of a sudden Medusa is topping that net with shot. So
Yeah.
this is pretty good, but the rotations are on him, and he's in a bit of a bad spot here. Green Light Shadow going to be used. Can it keep him alive? He is rooted down. Oh, the burst damage is so much, and he does get killed. The dazzle poison. Gonna secure that.
Level 1 poison touch OP, man. Level 1 poison touch is OP.
Do you know how many times I see people get first bloods just with that? It's insane. It really is. It's actually such a good level 1 ability.
Yeah, well, KLR's up quite far, and Killer wants to go, and unfortunately he doesn't have enough mana for a stun, and here comes Meepo. They do decide to back out with more support TPing here towards the top lane, and it's going to be the Pudge. Are they going to try and go for that hook? The slow is there onto Kronos. Kronos is trying to get out of that, splitting up his Meepo. He actually does get hooked out, and silenced up right now, so this is going to be him falling. Petra has to be careful here on the Pudge. He might actually drop it right now as well. The poison touch is on him, but I don't think it will be enough. And that's another kill on the Meepo, with Vision dominating at this point, 4-0.
Well, I was really hoping for a mango hook there, but like the Pudge not really feeling confidence in that one. So,
Hey,
again,
he's at least been landing his hooks. I mean, it started off very rocky, but yeah, he's been doing what Pudge needs to do.
yeah, and he's got now Soul Ring as well. He's reached level 6, which is really vital. I was saying I was concerned that he might get there a bit late. He's got there in decent time. He's got decent farm on hand. He's gonna have pretty decent stacks in his fleshy. This is scary, and really good hook, but he didn't cue the ulti.
Oh, the Phoenix Sun coming through. I have to say, that was literally as that last arrow was coming through from the Mirana here. Very well played, but it's no Phoenix ulti for 100 seconds, so they should feel comfortable going for those big team fights right now. I think they're probably waiting for that level 6 to come up on the Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage is busy teeping out towards the middle lane, and top Medusa is just constantly pushing out, sitting on 1,200 gold as well as the Ring of Health, so we'll probably have the Perseverance up shortly. What do you think Medusa, or Or is this just going to be a casual? Or it is going to be a perseverance. I was just about to say, was that going to be a casual just ring of health, or? So is this going to be a Lincoln's up for the Medusa, or what's the first item? Do you think?
It has to be Lincoln's. There's just too much control in the supports, or in at least the Shadow Shaman, which is going to be your biggest concern. The rest, to pop it, it's not all that easy. It's just the Dazzle needs to get down the Poison Touch. Other than that, I'm not mistaken, I don't believe anyone else has. So if he does get that Lincoln, he's going to secure that. He's going to either force 2 spells out of the Shadow Shaman, which throws the fight all of a sudden into their favor, or he's not going to get locked down at all and be dealing a huge amount of damage. So saying that we should acknowledge. But another thing is Ares just got that Shadow Blade up and is going to die to the creep. Okay, never mind. He gets himself back.
Come on, Tomato. Smash. But we do actually see Kronos once again dropping. I mean, Kronos has not been having a great day. He does have his Boots of Travel up already. Keep that in mind. He's only died twice, sitting third on the leaderboard in regards with net worth. So he's still doing okay, but you would expect him to be a little bit further up. He doesn't have his Agnum Scepter up yet. I mean, you're normally hoping between that 13 and 15 minute mark at the latest, and I think it's going to be a little bit later than that. Oh, Rain. The smokes actually popped, so they know exactly where he is. Shadow Shaman, unfortunately, does drop. And it is going to be... Oh, the hook misses. The hook misses from the Purge. And there's the egg coming through from the Phoenix Sun. Are they going to actually try and contest with this? The leap out is there from the Mirana. It's only... Is it going to be enough? It should be. Skyrath Mage goes in to sacrifice himself. Does drop his ultimate, and he jukes around. Unfortunately, he gets latched by the Slog. So 2 for 1 trade-off coming through for the side of Kappa. So
yeah, this is... I don't know. I feel it's good for Kappa, though. I feel like they're just in a pretty good position. They're going to secure a tower now with the Serpent Wards. There's not much they can do. Can they defend this? Actually,
wow, that damage on the Medusa.
Oh, that was nearly very costly.
Yeah. I don't think that Rain. I don't think you could really do anything there, dude. Get out before you get stunned. He does manage to get out of there alive. It is 4 heroes, 5 heroes now here for the side of No Name on this middle lane. So, they try and go for the hook. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Will they be able to get anything more? There is a stun on the Phoenix, and the Phoenix does manage to get out of that one alive. The Grave, he has to be very careful because, well, there you go. He actually does manage to drop another hook, also missing, or goes a little bit wide for the Pudge. That's the problem when you're playing a Phoenix and you've just been graved. If you use Icarus Dive while there's a projectile going towards you and the Grave wears off and then the projectile hits you, it's very unlucky.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's ever happened to you. That's happened to me so many times.
To me all the time. It's just because I'm bad, though. But I think it was the Ignite that actually caught him out there. There was just no way out. Oh, should be dead.
Yep. Yo, well...
The ulti committed.
Shadow Shaman actually goes through, but there's the ultimate coming through from the Medusa right now. Kronos does TP in here with 3 heroes. He has to be very careful that he's actually not stoned up, but he is right now. A hook, another hook coming through from the Pudge. They do quite a lot of damage. However, the Phoenix Sun also being popped, and that's 3 heroes down now for No Name, and they do want more. They do ping on towards the bottom side where the Medusa is, and Medusa does get out of that one alive thanks to, of course, the Moonlight Shadow of the Mirana, but it was a very messy fight. Well, no, they decide to just back off. They aren't even going to go for the Phoenix. The Phoenix Sun, they're doing tremendous work in the middle of everyone, and they didn't have enough to actually try and deal with it.
Oh, that arrow just missing. Saying before the next fight breaks out that I want to point out is that the Medusa didn't go for a Dragon Lance, so doesn't have that ability of standing back and just clearing up the Serpent Wards. And that could be a little bit costly, and it's really a good item. I really did expect him to go for it, so...
I mean...
I'm talking about him going for that Lincoln's Rush, but I feel like Dragon Lance...
The thing is, if... Oh, wait, hold on. They actually do want to go straight here onto the Slug, and Slug just being completely demolished! Sorry. Sorry, my voice like cracked there as well. It was just silent, stun, all inside the ultimate, so it's like, surprise.
Yeah, that's not what you want. You want to actually get those quick pick-offs onto something like the Skyrath Mage and taking care of business, are they? And
yep.
No Name, they're in a good position, but still, they really are dealing with the Amiibo. They've done a good job at putting pressure onto him.
But you have to continue. I mean, yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah. It's scary for them, and they're losing towers at the same time, which is bit concerning. They've only lost.
Oh, that hook coming through here from the Pudge. He does manage to get hold of the Dazzle, and the Dazzle's going to drop. So that is all of a sudden the middle lane completely open. The thing is, we spoke about the Dragon Launcher on the Medusa. I think if the Medusa was still on the top lane solo, the Linken's is a perfect rush because, you know, no one's pressuring you out, you're farming, which he was. That's, I think, why he went for the Linken's until they started to group up, and he would have wanted to have the Linken's by now. Unfortunately, that's like one death costing him a little bit of time. But top lane, though, there's another hook coming through from the Pudge, and he actually managed to get the kill on the Meepo.
Wow. That's big. That is really big and very good for Petra. That solo XP.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to be going for the Ether Lens. They can get that up. So this tower's taking a decent chunk of damage. They want to maybe keep a good eye on it. It's not all that important on the tower, but still, you don't want to be giving extra gold over to a lineup such as Cappers. And it's still looking good for no-name Romania. They're in a very good position. They've killed the Meepo a couple of times, slowing him down substantially. If you compare his farm to something like the Medusa and the Slark, he's actually quite far behind.
Oh, hold on quickly. Mirana might actually drop from this. It's so close. Mirana also sitting on, well, nearly having her Aghanim Scepter up. She manages to get out of that one barely. And she has to be careful. She just bought the TP scroll as well, I think. But yeah, she just bought the TP scroll. But sitting 40 gold away from... Yes, it is 40 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. That was just way too close for comfort. I want to quickly go back on that Pudge hook in the top lane. The Pudge got the kill on the Meepo. The Pudge is worth the pick. And that kill alone makes the Pudge, yeah, completely worth it in my opinion. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
If you can stop the Meepo, by all means.
No,
exactly
just kill the Meepo once and then you've done your job for the entire game. You know, as like most Pudge players would like state, oh no, I killed the Meepo once. I killed the Meepo once. I died the entire game, but I killed the Meepo once.
Yeah, that's all we do, man.
Even though there's 3 heroes to choose from, a huge like AoE area to try and get the hook, but you see the trick is not hooking the Meepo with full HP.
There we go. It's a lot more difficult than you think, to be fair. I think he got a solo kill on the Meepo, which was pretty big.
Yes.
I missed out on that entire engagement, so...
Well, Meepo was on very low HP and he managed to hook the Meepo with hardly any HP.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Yep.
But Slark actually getting a bit out of hand here. He's got the Echo Saber up now. A little bit concerning. Smoke play coming through from no-name Romania. Can they make anything of this?
Smoke gets actually popped here by the Slark. Are they going to be able to wrap around in time? No, Slark does manage to get out of that one. So 4 heroes here on the top lane. This is a bit of a waste for the side of no-name because they already have the top tower. And mostly if you do rotate this many heroes, you want an objective. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, it is going to be Medusa and Petra that go towards the bottom lane, but the Slark just poofs his way out. Or he actually TP'd, I think. No, he poofed his way out because now he's TPing.
Yeah. Oh, you can TP with each Meepo separately, of course. So he must have TP'd with one and then poofed onto it.
True.
So, yeah, it's just such a...
Oh, middle lane though. There's no hook coming through right now, and it is onto the Shadow Shaman. So Shadow Shaman will not be able to drop the wards. Oh, he's still alive. Does he drop it? No, he does not. The Sun, well, the Phoenix Sun is out. Does actually drop from this, and there is a huge ultimate coming through from the Skyroth Mage. Nearly actually getting the kill onto Ares, but it's a 4-for-1 trade-off. MYM with a double kill. And Meepo is just like, screw this, I'm going top to get that tower. But now he has to be very careful. Going straight on in here onto the Mirana. Mirana taking a lot of damage. And the problem now is the Skyrath Mage is here all by himself. Meepo does not have a Blink Dagger up just yet. So Skyrath will be able to get out of that one alive. And No Name does manage to get the middle tower at least from this. But losing the Mirana, I don't think that was really their plan.
No, I think that was miscommunication. The rest of the team needed to be there. They should know the Meepo's got that burst potential to absolutely crush a Mirana. So
I mean, the Meepo's got the Ags up. Does have how many Meepos up now? 4?
Oh, and Dragonlance.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, this is a little bit concerning here, to be fair. They are dusted up, but smoked up, but I'm just gonna break it. I think maybe a little bit of a misplay with that smoke, but not the end of the world.
It's probably just to try and draw them out because they see Meepos TPing somewhere, have the rest of the team surrounding the Meepo to try and just in case, because they don't see anyone on the map and there's a Moonlight Shadow as well on the side of No Name. So they want to make sure that there's no one busy wrapping around them to actually try and kill them because they couldn't see anyone on the map, I think.
Yeah, they should also try and keep taps on the Shadow. Obviously, it's still on cooldown. It's pretty important. It's a scary ability to be fighting around. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they maybe I don't know. It's a small thing, but sometimes small things that matter. But Meepo is starting to find the farm and starting to look a little bit more and more scary. The real question, okay, Dragon Lance was picked up by the Medusas, so that's fine. It's okay.
I just have to point out, look at the warding once again. No Name started off very well with their aggressive wards to try and keep vision, especially on the Meepo and how the Meepo is busy moving around. Currently, they don't have those, or they don't have any vision up on literally this entire section of the map. And you do want to try and control that. They do, however, have a little bit of vision here towards the top to cover the entry point into their jungle. But that's the only ward except for the one just on top of Rosh.
I actually feel it's poor warding from both sides. In fact.
Well, there's a new ward being placed down, so this should cover up. So
That's
yeah,
fun,
they're basically trying to cover this whole angle, because if you can see them, coming through the river there, you'll be able to actually scout. You cover your entire side.
I feel like when you play against Pudge in this sort of a setup where you're playing Captain's mode, you want to get deep wards because he's more than likely going to smoke deep, and if you can catch him getting you smoking, you can avoid a catastrophe, really. And there should be no reason why Pudge doesn't have a smoke unless
Oh, Pudge going for the hook! He nearly gets it. Unfortunately, a creep ran right in front as well as the TP actually happening. Meanwhile, though, on the bottom lane, we do see the Ogre dropping as well. The Phoenix Sun has already been cast, and they are trying to run out of this one. Skywrath Mage does have a Glimmer Cape, and we'll get out of that one alive as well. Is there? Oh, they don't manage to catch him. So it's a single hero trade-off at this point with the Pudge running back. He just TP'd in.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, who do you really give the advantage to right now, though? I mean, having a look at the net worth, it's basically 0.
Yeah.
The XP advantage is a little bit in the favor of Kappa.
Yeah, I think it's actually getting a lot. It will definitely. XP will always be in the favor of Kappa. They have a Meepo, so.
Well, with a Meepo.
But I feel like it's slowly starting to swing into in Kappa's favor here. It's just the Meepo factor that you have to always consider. The Meepo is not exactly in the position he would have liked to be.
2 Dragon Lances up on the Meepo.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It's just so good. The stats are insane. So it's just sensible.
Yeah. I just for... Yeah, she'll be able to get out of that one, luckily. I just want to point out, because a lot of people always ask, why do you go for a Dragon Lance on a Meepo? It's the agility and strength.
Yeah, it's just the pure stats.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the attack range. Please just make note of that.
Yeah, it's the best value for money in stats in the whole
I
game.
want to say it's a poor man's Sanjay and Yasha, or SNY.
Yeah.
But it's not really a poor man's SNY, because in my opinion it gives you more for the cost.
Yeah, for the cost. It's the best by far. It took a bit of a nerf at
Ooh, Ray nearly getting hooked there, but does actually drop from the Medusa coming in for that one last right click. Top lane, I think we might see an engagement coming through here. Of course, the Hand of Midas, we didn't talk about that, is up for the Phoenix. So the Phoenix does have her level 11, or has its level 11 already, but not using the Hand of Midas. Oh, there you go. I was about to say, so disappointed. But Dazzle going in, running straight past the Pudge, and Pudge is just like, you're not going to take this kill, it's mine.
Yeah, the Pudge actually paying off a little bit here and there. I still feel like I would have liked the Darks here, but I mean, hey, I'm not going to complain about seeing Pudge again.
Well, Pudge is 3, 3, and 7, so not doing too badly. However, he does get scouted out right now, forcing out that Shadow Dance of the Slug, but going in for the hook once again onto the Shadow Shaman. And yeah, Shadow Shaman, sure, you are going to grab him while you're standing in the rot. Not necessarily the best option, and the Sentry once gets dropped right now. So they're going straight in here onto the Slug. Slug does actually drop, and do they want to go in for more? Here comes the Meepo, the reinforcements, the 5 Meepos are coming in, and they want to get something out of this, but they might actually get Petro right now. No. Oh, it's going to be very close. Meepo, is he going to be able to? He does not deny himself. So it's a 2-for-2 trade-off, but still in the favor of No Name, because it's the Pudge, offlane Pudge, and the support for the carry and the support.
That is also a kill onto the Meepo. Saying that
Yeah.
we should try to consider. He also has Blink Dagger up now. I expect either a sight or a Yeah. Ethereal Blade? Yeah, that's cool. So you get picked up by him.
One thing that we haven't actually spoken about is the heal bomb potential with the Meepo. I mean, the poofs coming in as well as the heal, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and the physical damage, which is something that must also take into consideration from the dazzle. So, oh man, it's really scary. You're dealing with large amounts of magical and physical damage in very quick succession, and most heroes can't really survive that.
Yep.
I feel like the Medusa should, but Medusa's still not really in the position to dominate.
She's still
this game
around
yet.
2 items away. She needs her Manta Style plus that 1 damage item before she's actually going to do a lot of damage. And, I mean, she can do a lot of damage. Oh, wait, hold on quickly. They want to go here onto Kronos on the Meepo right now. Will they be able to actually get the silence off? There's the boost. The arrow actually does come through. Are they going to focus on the same Meepo right now? They do manage to get the kill here onto the Skyrath Mage, and now they want to go into more. Kronos is nearly dead. One more hit coming through, but unfortunately he does have the Aegis, so it is a 1-for-1 trade-off at this point. Support for support, but unfortunately in the back lines, the Pudge comes in. He does manage to get the kill, but the leap in from MYM. He jumped straight in, or that was a blink, and he didn't have leap to get out of that, and this is just feeding Kronos right now. The hook narrowly missing as well. So much happening.
Link dagger? Link dagger? Oh, I was hoping he was going to go for that really a bit risky up against the Pudge. But, yeah, this is a problem. The kills, I think it wasn't too bad for... it's pretty bad for NN. They lost about 1,400 as well as putting a lot of gold onto a Meepo. It's quite concerning, I suppose, but still not the end of the world. They still have time. They still have the potential. Oh, Pudge.
Yeah, he missed the hook, and the blink poof Meepo was there. I mean, the amount of damage that the poof or the blink poof does, it's 140 times 5. It's so much, and as you can see, they're trying to do as much as they can right now. But wait, there is Medusa doing quite a bit of damage on her own. But unfortunately, that's it. She is on her own, and there's just no follow-up, no further backup because everyone else is dead, and that net. I mean, the ultra kill coming through. The arrow does manage to land, but the leap is away from the Mirana. Mirana has to be very careful right now, and I think she's just going to be netted. She does manage to dodge, and can she do anything further? She doesn't have a... Oh, nope. She's going to drop as well. Rampage from Kronos.
Yeah, this is really looking bleak now for No Name. And,
what went wrong for No Name there?
It's just... One of the things when you play up against the Meepos, the Meepo just comes online at a stage and he absolutely dominates the game. I feel like No Name, we can't put a finger on something in particular they did wrong. I feel like their window was just almost non-existent. It was small to non-existent, and it's now in the situation where they need an insane high ground defense.
See, the problem that I saw there was they went in one by one. The Medusa's actually doing a lot of damage. Keep in mind that Mystic Snake bouncing between everyone, doing all of that damage. It's just there was no support to actually follow up because there was only 2 heroes.
Yeah, and Meepo is just a base ranker now. It's just going to absolutely crush the space. Oh, no way. There is getting out of that dust. Very close. He's going to mop up these wards. Meepo maybe going to back himself in that. Doesn't have the Aegis anymore. Should be the right play. Shadow.
Oh, the hook does land. Do they have enough damage to actually burst the Meepo? And Meepo's just given up. He does start to poof, but Mirana ending the godlike streak for 1,000 gold. That Mirana needed it very badly.
Yeah, it's still not looking good. Yes, they killed the Meepo now.
Wow, so many 4-stars coming up. 4-star up on the Medusa right now. There's a 4-star up on the Dazzle. There's a 4-star up on the Pudge. All 3 of those 4-stars being picked up right now.
Yeah, and it's a necessity. If the Meepo jumps on you, gets the net down, you see the poof coming in, you can force off and avoid all that damage. So, on the Medusa, I feel like he wants to upgrade this Dragon Lance as well, as he will. The Hurricane Pike's really good here. He can make a lot of space between him and Meepo.
Oh, hold on that note quickly. They do go straight onto the Shadow Shaman right now. That's an easy kill for the side of No Name. And they're pinging in onto Rosh, but Rosh isn't even close to being up right now. I think they might have forgotten.
We need to watch this Roshan. We can win the game if we get it onto the Medusa.
Yeah. And that's actually what they're doing. They're going for that bottom tier 2 tower to try and control up. Are they going to place aggressive wards? Do they have any wards with them right now? It does not look that way. So there's going to be no aggressive wards, just a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
There's one ward flying in, so
Okay.
it should ward, yeah, and have control over Roche.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do when you do take a tier 1 is perhaps place an aggressive ward maybe there. They're in an unorthodox position. However, we do see the Slug becoming very, very dangerous right now. He does have his Eye of Skadi up. He has his Echo Saber up. He's sitting on 2,100 HP with 13 armor as well. He is very difficult to kill.
I feel like it's a hero we've actually.
Oh, the arrow misses. Sorry.
That would have been detrimental, but yeah, I feel like it's a hero that we've neglected, and he's also going to rear his ugly head and absolutely demolish the opponents while they focus maybe the Meepo down or something of that sort. And I'm sure Meepo wants to try and secure Roshan, and I feel that's where our next fight's going to be. I feel there's a little bit of stagnation coming into the game here until that Roshan is up. And Medusa, this is really good for her. Which means she can find a little bit of farm, but going for the Hurricane Pike does mean he's not going to have that damage item yet. And you're going to have to be a little bit more patient.
Hold on that thought right now. We are seeing an engagement coming through. Medusa is in a lot of trouble. She does not manage to get her ultimate off. Is she going to be able to be burst down? Unfortunately not. It is actually going to be the first person to die is the Phoenix. After that, the Medusa without her ultimate now. Are they going to be able to back off out of this without any further engagements? The Slug really wants to go in, and there is the blink coming through from the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman does manage to actually get the sheep. And it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. The hook comes through. The hook actually does manage to land straight onto the Shadow Shaman. So it's a 2-for-2 trade-off. However, they did lose their Medusa, and they want to go for more. Do they have enough to actually kill them with the Meepo? The Meepo just comes in and proves and just completely dominates everyone. The Punch commits suicide, but here comes the Medusa. Will she actually be able to do anything? They do manage to get the next kill. That's a double kill, and wow, a very messy fight. A very messy fight from both teams. But it was a buyback from the Medusa, and that does cost quite a bit of money. However, they did manage to get a kill once again onto the Meepo. And looking at the net worth difference right now, it was sitting on over 10,000. It's now hovering roughly around that 8,000 mark again. So slowly coming back towards the side of No Name.
Oh,
but it's...
Ooh. Oh, sorry. He took a Garrow there.
Wow, okay. So a lot's happened.
I just want to touch on your point there. I feel like the Meepo made a big mistake by going in, but he did force the buyback on the Medusa. That means if Roshan does go their way, that high ground is going to be a lot easier if they can get that Medusa down very quickly. And I'm pretty sure it's their main goal. Get rid of the Medusa. They don't have many other heroes that they want to control up. The Ogre, not too much of a concern. Yes, he can lock down someone, as well as the Punch, but at the end of the day, the main damage dealer is the Medusa and maybe the Mirana.
Well, the Mirana does have her Ethereal Blade up right now, so that's going to be doing a lot of damage. Let's have a look though. Rosh, let's see how much longer Rosh is going to be up. It's like a couple of seconds, then we will know. I think this fight is going to, the next big fight the game can either be won or lost around Rosh during the next team fight.
100%.
And it's a very short rush. It's like a 1 minute 20-second respawner, so it's going to be an interesting one.
I feel like it's a game secure for Kappa, and it's No Name staying in this game with confidence. Oh, that's a really short timer.
Yeah.
This could be good for No Name. They got decent vision in the enemy's jungle, so they can see any sort of rotations in this general direction.
And they're literally going to leave someone here and, force them to either come in, but Kappa's doing what they have to do. I mean, they're smoking up, they're going in for a big wraparound, and unfortunately it is going to be on the Punch. Will they actually have enough to just burst them down? They do not just yet, and that's also Phoenix Sun that's actually been caught. They do manage to do quite a bit of damage here. Is it going to be the Ogre Magi? Who's going to be the first one to fall? It is going to actually be the Shadow Shaman that has dropped. Unfortunately, Medusa after that, Ogre as well as the Dazzle, so it's a 2-for-2 trade-off, but once again the Medusa's dropped, and now it's onto the Pudge, and this Pudge just gets completely demolished. The Medusa does not have buyback, and guess what? Rosh is up.
Yeah, any minute now, and that going on to the Meepo is, I feel, almost a game secure, unless there's some sort of insane players that come out from...
And that's the thing, you can leave Meepo in the Rosh pit. You can leave one of the Meepos there. It's like a movable ward.
Yeah, and he's going to scout that now. It should be almost instantaneous as soon as they see this. Or die.
Yeah. Well, that is the slug that actually does drop from that. They do want to go on more, but they will not be able to get enough damage onto the Phoenix. Oh, the jump is here. The blink dagger and leap in onto the Mirana. Mirana, will he get out of that alive? He does. Rosh is up, however. They have managed to kill off the slug, so I'm not quite sure if Kappa's going to feel that comfortable going into Rosh, even with all the meepos.
Yeah, this is that went far worse than it should have for Kappa. I don't know what they were really doing there. They should have known the Rosh timer was more than likely going to be within the next 1 or 2 minutes. No need to really extend over the river. Maybe a little bit of misplay and a little bit of a gap here for No Name to get that Aegis onto the Medusa. If that happens, things are going to go maybe a little bit pear-shaped here for that. They're going to need their Meepo to have a lot more time and to wait that Aegis out before he can really go onto the high ground.
Yep.
I mean, Stonegaze is just so strong up against them.
One thing we didn't point out, Skull Basher was picked up by the slug only a couple of minutes ago, just before his death. The slug's doing a lot of damage. Medusa now, of course, does have the Hurricane Pike up fully at this point, including the Lincolns. Will nearly have the Yash up after this. What damage item? Oh, wait, Rosh. Are we going to see any kind of contest here?
They have no vision. This is a big problem here. They're pushing out the top, but they don't see anyone because their Moonlight shadowed up here. And I'm pretty sure No Name should be a little bit wary of this. They're going to ping out one now. They finally scout out an Ogre, but it's only an Ogre. So I think they're a bit afraid to poke their head in there just in case it's rotational.
Oh, the TP's here onto the bottom lane coming through by... Are they going to be able to get anything from this? Is there going to be a hook? No, it's actually a big jump in here onto the Mirana. Mirana has to be very careful. She does manage to get out of that one alive right now. Oh, well, who's the first one that's actually going to drop? It is the Medusa once again, being, well, just completely away from her whole team, and that actually just forces the entire team to fall back. Mirana cannot do anything, and unfortunately, trying to hope for that lucky Moonlight Shadow, that Starstorm. The buyback is there from the Mirana to try and secure, or try and at least help out. The problem is the Medusa keeps on dying very deep in. The rest of the team wasn't there. I think the Medusa just has to back out a little bit before she, goes in. She needs the engagement to happen first.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it felt a little bit odd. Kronos was maybe just a little bit laden. He got the Ned sheep. The follow-up was just not there to really destroy the Medusa. It seemed like he wasn't sure whether or not he should leave his Meepos in the pit to Roche while he just creates space for them or fight. But at the end of the day, the Medusa was just well out of position. Even with the Hurricane Pike, it's something that should not happen. And things are now looking even more dire. And she has buyback cooldown for 50 seconds, but if the Medusa is forced to buyback, it's almost a certain loss.
Yeah.
Because he's just not going to have items, even if they do.
Does the Hurricane Pikes stack with split shot? In other words, while you attack the one hero, it will still split shot to the other heroes around that one hero.
No, I don't believe so. I could be mistaken.
That would be so OP though.
Yeah, that would be pretty damn strong.
It's like having I've seen it on a Luna because of the glaives that still bounce because it bounces. It's just ridiculous. It's more of like a pub troll strat to have a Hurricane Pike. But just like push yourself away and then it's just glaive while they can't touch you.
I don't know. Hurricane Pike is just almost a necessity now.
Medusa being caught out once again alone. There's no vision up there and Medusa's down. Does have enough for a buyback, but once again, if she buys back now and dies with the Aegis here up on the Meepo, I think it might just be good game. They have to try and delay this for 60 seconds. They can't afford to buy back on the Medusa right now.
I think they have to. There's actually no choice. He has no game. It's almost
Yeah.
absolutely.
There's the buyback coming through. They actually do want to go here onto the Meepo. They do manage to throw everything they can onto the Meepo, but who's going to be the first one to drop it is going to be the Ogre, and unfortunately they don't have enough to take down the Phoenix Sun, but now they want to try and counter-engage. The Stone Gaze is still up for the Medusa if they do want to go in, but I think the side of Kappa are just... Oh no, wait, there's the Stone Gaze. Do they have enough? Unfortunately, Mirana actually does drop, and that's a dieback on the Mirana. However, the Medusa does manage to get the kill off onto the Meepo, but the Meepo does have the Aegis, and I don't think they have enough damage without the Mirana here, without the Maelstrom, without the Ethereal Blade to defend this.
Yeah, definitely. And Medusa Stone Gaze is down now. That was pretty big instruments in that to sort of buy them a bit of time. But I think this is all in stone now, almost. I can't imagine there's a way
Oh,
for them to
there's the Abyssal Blade up on the Slark now as well. I mean, this is just getting ridiculous right now. And the Slark wants to go in. I think he's just going to go straight in on the Medusa, on the backlines. Nope, he goes on the Pudge. Does he actually use his Abyssal? There you go. He uses his Abyssal, but unfortunately he has to back off right now. And are they going to be able to do anything? It is going to be the Phoenix going straight in there with, of course, the Shiva's Guard. They don't manage to get anything from that, but keep in mind top lane, though. Top lane is just pushing in right now, and well, that's the power of the Meepo. While the rest of the team actually fights, the Meepo just takes down your entire racks. He does get netted up right now. Unfortunately, the Ogre Magi gets sheeped. Are they going to be able to try and do anything from this? Ogre Magi is very deep in, and they nearly managed to get the kill onto the Shadow Shaman, but the proofs are there, and the Medusa does not have buyback either. Are they just trying to do it? They do manage to actually get the kill, but there's the buyback now as well. It is going to be Killer that gets the double kill onto the Dazzle. But the buyback on the Meepo, he goes in, does manage to TP in here, straight onto the bottom. Is it going to be a big proof there as well? It is the Phoenix Sun coming through, and I think this might just be it. It is the Medusa that actually does drop. There's the net. It does manage to catch up the Ogre, and that is it. Triple kill for Kronos. 2 more buybacks, however, coming through from the side of No Name. They know that if they lose this, they're out completely. They do try and do as much damage as they can onto the Meepo, but unfortunately, once again, it is not enough. Ogre does drop, and it is going to be Mirana trying to get that kill. Do they manage to kill Kronos? It is going to be Kronos dieback right now, and they're actually doing it. No Name are doing it. They've managed to get a couple of kills. Do they get anything further? This is...
Liquid are doing it, man.
They're doing it. Do they have enough to actually try and defend up against the Mega Creeps? It is a Mirana with a Maelstrom and 3,000 gold. Well, she's literally what she just bought. A Helm of the Dominator going in towards that Satanic. She needs it. She needs to sustain.
Some of these and use them against themselves. It's a necessity. It's pretty orthodox pickup here, actually. Just to sort of try and control these waves out of these range creeps. As we can see, he's already started converting. But this is going to be a tough job. The Medusa doesn't exactly have damage to actually clear this out. And,
yeah, I mean,
saying like a Maelstrom, I would have said yes, but
you can't really push out fast enough to do any significant amount of damage. And I mean, just look at this. The Mega Creeps are just completely decimating them at this point. Because they don't have the Medusa, and the Medusa still doesn't have a damage item.
Yeah, this is... I think this is a bit futile, but... hey, we can only hope that they can bring this back, but... Oh, these Megas, man. Look at them beating up this building. It's just losing HP so quickly.
Well...
Medusa, look how little impact she has.
Yeah. Well, just the amount of damage being put here onto the Ancient. I mean, to be honest, if I was Kappa, I'd just sit back for a while, let the Megas do as much damage as possible, because that's literally Megas that have done all of that damage onto the Ancient. Oh, they actually want to try and go in for the kill. They don't manage to get anything, and are they going to be able to get that initial kill? No, the Phoenix Sun does get dropped, and unfortunately, the Scarlet Mage does not manage to actually get the first kill. They do get a kill, I think, on the Dazzle. However, they have to back off right now because the Ancients is just being completely decimated because of the Serpent Wards as well as the Mega Creeps. Are the Mega Creeps going to do this, or will they be able to actually defend up right now? They do manage to actually get the hook straight here onto the Slug. The Ancient is still alive. I can't believe it. Medusa's going ham at this point, getting up to Stone Gates, and will they be able to get it? There comes the proofs. It is Kronos. He's going completely crazy, and I think this is game now. Eventually, they do manage to get another kill, another buyback coming out, but there you go. GG after what incredible game. I have to say, I enjoyed this like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, all good results. We had a Meepo, we had a Pudge. Just pure entertainment. But at the end of the day, Kappa showing that they are the stronger team here, and I definitely felt that way from game 1 and game 2, just showing their dominance. And I well played to No Name Romania. Looked really good for them early on, but it just unfortunately swung the other way, and the Meepo factor was
the Meepo factor. Yeah. And if No Name won, we would have said the Pudge factor. So either way, we got 2 extreme surprises, and what a pleasure to cast these 2 games. I'm Reddit. Joining me was Scarpy. Scarpy, final thoughts leading into the finals, the upper bracket finals, the winner bracket finals that will probably be going live. I don't think they've started yet. I hope they haven't, so that we can actually cast that game. We will let, of course, everyone on the stream know. But any final thoughts before we head into the upper bracket finals?
Nah, just looking forward to it. Like you said, Romania Dota, best Dota. So
I love it.
yeah,
Guys,
definitely.
on that note, check out the Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/esports addict. We will see you guys soon. I think I need to have a 10-minute rest because otherwise I'm not going to have a voice tomorrow.
Yeah, let's get some water in. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Spirit Breaker.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Okay, everyone, and welcome back to the Romanian Dota 2 League. I'm Reddit, joining me is Scorpy. Scorpy, we just had an insane matchup. What did you think about that? That was between Kappa, of course, and No Name. Right now, it's up against Moldova and Team Moriarty Romania.
Yeah, well, just judging from their previous game, if that's the low bracket, I'm more than excited for this one.
Oh yes.
This is the cream of the crops. I'm looking forward to this so much. I'm really interested to see how this draft is going down. Moldova, that's disgusting. Spirit Breaker and Undying. Oh no.
Just so much tank.
It's disgusting in a good way.
Quickly, before you continue, did you, I don't know if you cast the previous Romanian Dota 2 Pro League with me, but this is the kind of matchups we always see every time that this league happens, and it is such an honor to be part of it. I just want to say special thanks to the likes of Esports Addicts, of course, for inviting us to cast, for everyone else involved regarding this, Twitch as well. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't there for the last one, but I'm extremely honored to be casting here, and grateful as well to everyone involved and for getting us in here. And great Dota, that's what I'm here for. And
yep, I think it is Kiss FM, Twitch TV, ePulse, and of course powered by Dota 2 the Romanian Dota 2 Pro League. So I enjoy seeing this growing to this magnitude, and just growing and growing and growing, and the level of Dota we see is just ridiculous. I mean, the Meepo and Pudge picks in the previous matchups was insane. But now that we've said all of that, Scorpy, welcome to the Romanian League. It's insane, and take us quickly through the picks and the draft so long.
Well, Spirit Breaker Undying, something you don't want to see if you're on the enemy team. That's more than likely going to be the dual lane. Very, very scary. But the bans, nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe the Ursa, Lifestealer bans, it's not that surprising. Sand King, something we didn't see in the previous matchup, is still a hero that is definitely very, very strong in this meta. And I'm not too surprised by much there. The Ogre Magi, Ricky, again, nothing too unorthodox besides Moldova's picks there. That's, I suppose, unorthodox, but it's just absolutely scary.
We haven't seen a Slardar pick all really banned so far, have we?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
And it's the most picked hero at
Boston Majors.
At Boston so far.
Yeah, but we must also take into consideration Boston Majors was. I'm not too sure if the stats include all the qualifiers, including the Face League qualifiers, because there's still there's a very big gap between some teams. So, but still, I mean, it's still very commonly picked up, a pretty good hero all around. So, I'm surprised, but I like to see new things. And
of course, well, okay, you've been seeing that a lot today, though.
Yeah, absolutely. A Pudge? What? I forgot forgot the hero existed almost. I mean, yeah, it's what I enjoy. So I mean, Moldova already starting off with a little bit of a bang here, in my opinion. The Ricky, I want to see a Ricky payoff like we did see in the first game that we casted, where he just creates a large amount of space for his team, roams around, putting a lot of pressure here and there. Other than that, wow, okay.
That is a hero that I've not seen in a long time. Of course, up against the Undying, etc. But having a Spirit Breaker Undying that can charge you, and you do have the Rocket Barrage, of course, of the Gyrocopter to try and deal with that, or preemptively deal with that Spirit Breaker charge. You do have an Ogre, you have a Ricky. This is a completely different kind of draft than what we saw during the loser bracket semi-final.
Definitely. I don't know if you had the opportunity to watch the one Boston Majors game, Lions versus Liquid. They picked up a gyrocopter and really looked good for a Lions at a stage. It was a back and forth, really entertaining. If you haven't seen it, you've got to go get that far. But the gyrocopter actually starting to look quite relevant. I always felt that he was completely out of the meta, wasn't going to fit in anywhere.
But as soon as you bring aggression back in, Gyrocopter is a very good aggressive hero, but he's a very good hero to play up against aggressive. I'm not saying he's a good defensive hero. He's a good anti-aggressive hero. There is a big difference between that. If you get if basically they dive you and you're a Gyrocopter and you've got two supports TPing in and you drop the ulti behind your tower or in the bush or in the jungle around the trees, it just has so much potential, including the Rocket Barrage, of course with slower paced metas, Gyrocopter can farm, etc. But, well, according to the way we see the Romanians playing so far today, it is constant aggression. So I do like the Gyrocopter pickup, and they're comboing this with Faceless Void. So a little bit of a wombo combo coming through.
Yeah, I agree. Gyrocopter really good up against Hyper.
And 2 shotguns on Moldova. Wait, what? Mirana shotgun, Morphling shotgun.
Yeah, Morphling shotgun Mirana means you can maybe go for a defusal or something of that sort. And I don't know, we'll see. This is interesting. I mean,
I'm gonna enjoy this game.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to your Gyrocopter theory, which is on point there. I mean, he just trolls the team fights AoE very well. And now with having a Faceless Void as well, who obviously does that, it looks pretty good for them. They got very, very good control, but they are going to be fighting into tombstones, and they're going to be fighting into charge, bashing through everyone, and Starstorm of Mirana. It's scary, but I think BKB Rush on Gyrocopter, as per usual, I think is almost a necessity here, and Faceless Void, I think.
But the problem is, do you go for that BKB before you get the helm up? Then you're going to be on 5-second BKB very, very quickly.
I don't, definitely not. I think you want to stack for yourself, which is just too big of a necessity. Ricky's not the best at stacking. Once he does get a couple of extra points into his invis, and Ogre will more than likely be one to be babysitting the lanes. So I think he definitely needs to go home, but I think that BKB needs to be a pretty early one on the Gyrocopter. Maybe the SNY into the BKB, but I don't think you go any later than that.
Well, looking at the team of Moldova right now, they do ban out the sniper, of course, with the range that the sniper has. On top of the Faceless Void, he can sit back. You'll have to get past the Faceless Void, past the Gyro to get to the sniper. And that just leaves them open to go completely ham. So sniper would have been a good pickup here for the side of Team Moriarty. The Lion being picked up here, of course, with the extra damage, including the shotgun potential and the Finger of Death. It is a very good ban out for the side of Team Moriarty as well. The amount of... there you go. I was actually about to say, are we going to see the Warlock for the side of Moriarty? I like a Warlock. I was pushing for it in the previous game. But then we saw the Meepo. Here now, the one weak point that I wanted to point out for Moldova was they only have one hero to really control a team fight, which is the Undying. And the Gyrocopter can take care of that quite easily. And then they've got a lot of roaming, ganking, and split pushing between the Spirit Breaker, Mirana, and the Morphling. They needed one more control hero, like an Invoker, like a Warlock, like a Puck, one of those kind of heroes. And I really do enjoy that they did pick up the Warlock, and of course the Invoker to counter that. It's going to be a very, very interesting game here, I have to say. Who do you give the draft to?
I just feel Moldova's is so unorthodox. I think I'm not even sure which way it goes. But if I had to look at structure, I think Moriarty. God.
Moriarty. Moriarty.
Okay, there you go. Definitely look better. I mean, they got a lot of synergy. They've got Invoker, who's great with the Chronosphere. They got the Gyrocopter, who's going to utilize a lot of control. The Ogre Magi is just going to buff that Gyrocopter up, and he's just going to be outputting huge amounts of damage. It looks good for them, but they're still fighting into a pretty difficult thing, which is the Tombstone, as well as a Warlock if he reaches level 6 early. Which is also a little bit of a weakness on the side of Moldova here, because they want to secure a level 6 very quickly onto a Warlock, but they also don't want to tap too much away from a Morphling. A Morphling does require a decent amount of levels, and obviously a large amount of farm. So we'll see. We'll see if they can punish this Moriarty, but at the end of the day, I definitely have to give it to Moriarty. I think
Okay.
they draft
Do you know who Sherlock Holmes' nemesis is?
Moriarty.
Not Moriarty. There's no I. It's Moriarty.
Moriarty. God,
Moriarty.
I'm not going to get that right for some reason.
Okay.
I'll get it right.
Sort of just try and ignore the second R.
Okay.
But then don't say.
Moriarty.
But then don't say
Yeah, I see.
Moriarty,
Okay, I'll practice it off.
so to speak. Anyway, you're like confusing me. You know, it's like one of those words. The more you say it, the more it loses its meaning. Anyway, I'm going to quickly introduce the side of Moriarty for everyone. It is going to be Bobo playing here on the Ricky. That is a name that a lot of you guys might notice or recall or see. It is going to be Metis on the Faceless Void, moving towards the bottom lane. It is going to be 10 on Gyrocopter, as well as Plata o Plomo. I think his name is something different on the Ogre, and LOL on Invoker. Take us through the side of DMD.
Sure, on the bot lane here, we're going to have Timmy playing over on the Spirit Breaker Undying, going to be played over here by Easy Touch. And BDSM going to be playing over here on the Mirana. Lamau going to be playing over here on the Morphling. And last but not least, Alas, going to be playing over here on the Warlock, who's scattered out here by Bobo. They know exactly what's going on. And it's really good scouting from the Ricky. He's going to know that, alright, they're doing dual lanes, definitely. We know that the Undying and Spirit Breaker, which they should know, definitely, but it's just very good information for them. Now, the real question is Ricky going to struggle? Because he's going to have to join this lane to try and deal with this hyper-aggression that this off-lane does have for the side of Moldova.
Ricky's going for that quick courier snipe.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be big for the side of Team Moldova to actually... Oh, no, wait. That's going to be very bad for the side of Moldova. Sorry, I got the teams mixed up. And here we see the courier. So there's the one hit. And the second hit. He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. That's the thing. You literally have to time it so that you get that maximum strike on the front. Well, on this end, you have to time it so that you get it there so that you can get it on the back end. But Ricky's trying to wrap around. He will not see the courier.
I think he dies for this. It's worth it if he dies for it.
But he's trying to find it. He's trying to see it, and he can't actually find it. And just not in time. Hold on. Is he going to? No, he gets out. I can't believe it. Unfortunately. Yeah, so let's quickly focus on the rest of the lanes right now. It is... I mean, looking at the early game, who do you give the early game to? The laning stage.
I definitely give it to Moldova here. They got a Warlock who's actually brawling and might find himself in a bit of trouble here. Can he get the denial? Oh! Hadouken! Oh,
MVP! 2 neutral creep kills.
this is what I live for.
I caught the tail end of that one. I have to say it's quite interesting. Normally in the South African scene, you'll actually see the two teams giving each other a lot of grief for that. But, well, middle lane, there's another wraparound here from Bobo. The sentry actually does get dropped, so... Oh, no, wait, that's actually a sentry for the side of Moriarty, so never mind.
He just took one out there. He just tangoed one down, so
Yes,
now
the-
they know.
Yeah. And the aggression, they're like wrapping behind tier 1 towers, so we have to be on our ball here if we want to catch the first blood, because I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a dive one way or the other.
What do you mean? This game is already in the favor of the neutral.
Neutral sitting on 2, dude. Neutral sitting on 2.
that's how it should be level 2 now, surely.
Yeah.
Or level 7.
Well, double damage ruined here on the Undying. Unfortunately, his tombstone's not up. Otherwise, this would have been very big. But he does actually scout out the Ogre, and he decides to turn around and run away. Instead of going in. But the top lane, though, they want to go onto the Warlock. The Warlock, of course, does have his Shadow Word straight onto the Faceless Void. They will not be able to get any kills here, as the Warlock will just be able to run away from this. So, like we stated, there's a lot of aggression here from both sides. You just have to call it. As soon as you see, if you see my screen is not over the first blood, shout. Let me know.
Yeah, I definitely will. We've got to keep a weary eye here. There's just so much potential. You got a roaming Ricky, you've got this hyper-aggressive offlane, but still no kills besides obviously the neutrals catching too. But
Going 1 point in Quas and 1 point in Wex here on this Invoker. I mean, you don't normally see a...
he's gonna go Alacrity just to secure last hits. It's quite commonplace for some people. They feel a lot more comfortable with it. It does slow down your extra Forge Spirit though, but at the cost of getting good farming and securing the hand might see good timing, it's sometimes worth it.
Yeah. Well, looking towards that middle lane, we do see Ricky moving there as well as on the bottom lane. They are actually charging onto the Gyrocopter. Where's the first blood going to go on? There's a TP coming in from the Ogre Magi, so it's not there. Now we focus on the middle lane, and it is going to be on the Mirana. The Mirana does use her Fairy Fire, but Ricky gets the last hit. Well, I knew it was going to be either mid or bottom, and it was mid, so we managed to catch that one at least.
Yeah, definitely, and that all been paying off. Actually securing that kill. One more right click was required, but I'm very surprised that they haven't been able to put more pressure onto 10. Yes, he's got 500 HP. He is squishy, and the big factor is this Ogre. He's just really just standing in the way of the potential they have.
Yeah.
And Ricky gonna scout Timmy out here. And,
the thing is, you can't really go aggressive up against the Ogre. He has 640 HP, and if you go onto the Ogre, the Gyrocopter is going to back him up and kill you. You have to go onto the Gyrocopter. And unfortunately, very, very good positioning coming through from the Ogre to actually make sure that they don't do that. However, Timmy's being scouted out. Is he going to actually go in for a charge anywhere?
Yeah, this is definitely good play by the Ricky. Scouting out Timmy. Timmy's wasting so much time here.
Yep.
Does mean the Undying has a bit of space, but they're gonna get nothing out.
It does, however, it's basically 3 heroes focused towards mid here for the side of Moldova. So we do see that, and all of a sudden Warlock just decides it's not going to work, so he backs out. And there's the charge coming in here on the bottom lane. Who's it actually onto? It is going to be onto the Gyrocopter, but the Gyrocopter just backs off. I mean, they should actually know that the Ricky was scouting that out the whole time, since the guy just backed off instantly.
Yeah, surely they did but big jump forward by the Ricky with the silence. Can they find more? There's the Barra, he walks straight into it. Tombstone gets dropped, but they're in a lot of trouble.
Sunstrike!
Mark secures the kill and Dying's down, and the Tombstone. A lot of gold going the way here of Variety. And Timmy, he'll get himself an out, but to what avail? This is a really, really costly fight here for Moldova.
Yeah, and the Warlock also TPing towards the bottom lane, not really being able to do anything. But I mean, looking at the last hits, Moldova is I think will be fine. You know, having the Morphling, get complete freeform at this point. The Mirana not doing too badly by herself. She's sitting on 25 up against a 37 on the Invoker for the side of Moriarty. So, Sunstrike! Oh my word, that was so close.
Oh, BDSM in a tough spot here as well, quite low. But yeah, this Void's been forced to really jungle, so this is going to really be a slow level 6 for him. Extremely slow level 6 in fact. So they would maybe like something better, but every time this Warlock shows his face, it puts a lot of pressure onto the face's Void. So this has freed up a lot of space for the side of Moldova to really put pressure all around the map, and it's looking a little bit better for them. Yes, they've lost 2 lives, but they definitely getting a decent amount of farm on hand. I mean, look at the Morphling. He's 47 last hits. He's having a good time.
47 and 29. He's having the time of his life. Bottom lane though, I mean, Ten is sitting here once again all by himself, and there's 3 heroes here for the side of Moldova. I mean, if you're going to put 3 heroes up against, well, basically go aggro tri lane, you have to either get kills or you have to stop the opponents from actually getting farm. And they're not really doing that because the Gyrocopter is sitting on 32 and 5 as well. So I don't know. It's a very equal game all around. If you actually have a look at that, because looking at the last sets, it's Moldova, Moriarty, Moldova, Moriarty, Moldova, Moriarty, all the way down like that. So it's a very evenly spread game.
Yeah, I still feel it's the gyrocopter would have liked a little bit more here. He's been under a lot of pressure, but he's been very successful at not dying, considering the sort of matchup. But that's largely to put on the back here of the Ogre. Just being the beast of a hero that he is makes life very difficult for him to dive too deep.
Yeah, well, the Morphling's just farming this double stack as well, and the Ricky's getting a lot of experience from this, stealing it. But Morphling will have his Perseverance up. He does have a full Ring of Aquila as well as his Boots of Speed. So this Morphling, I have to say, he's really enjoying himself, sitting on the highest net worth as well. Not by a lot, but still sitting on the highest net worth. But we do see a charge coming in onto the bottom lane. There is the Rocket Barrage actually prepped onto the Spirit Breaker, and Spirit Breaker actually does drop because of a lot of TPs. The ultimate is also called out from the Gyrocopter, and the Sunstrike doesn't latch. The Sunstrike doesn't land, but of course Gyrocopter is actually going to get a second kill here. Well, he doesn't get the kill.
That Sunstrike hit. That Sunstrike
Oh,
hit.
did it hit?
Yeah, it did hit. But yeah, that was really good rotation by the Invoker. Really good awareness. It's just.
And the thing is, you don't see a lot of mid heroes rotating this early on, but with an Invoker that can do a lot of damage, that actually has a Deafening Blast already prepped, does have Cold Snap, does have that Sunstrike, I mean, it is worth it, especially if they're being so over aggressive. And we spoke about this when we spoke about the Gyrocopter. Having that cooldown to actually go over the trees, to actually slow down heroes, to stop any kind of over aggression, also having that Rocket Barrage to prep for the charge from the Spirit Breaker, and that's exactly what happened. But we do see a charge going in, but being stopped instantly, and Boba just scouting that out as well.
Yeah, that could have gone maybe south. I don't know. There's just no level 6 up anyone on Moldova, so it's not really going to make much of an impact, which is actually quite surprising. The Gyrocopter has actually found his levels. Yes, there's level 6 on Morphling, but it's obviously not into his ultimate. But I don't know. I feel like the Gyrocopter's done his job well, considering the lane he went up against. It was really well worked out.
Oh, we see an engagement here onto the Gyrocopter. He does manage to get a stun off and a charge, but unfortunately the Mirana's just being constantly chain stunned up, and there's the call down from the Gyrocopter now as well. He wants to go in for more. Who's he actually going to target on? Is it going to be onto the Mirana? Is it going to be onto the Spirit Breaker? The Spirit Breaker does charge. Unfortunately, he does not get any greater bash coming through, and the body blocks from the Ogre Magi. Well, he's literally just saving his teammate right there, sacrificing himself. Are they going to try and dive further here onto the Gyrocopter or not? There is a Undying that has Invis, and he's trying to wrap around, and there you go. The Tombstone actually being dropped. Will he have enough? One hit! No, he needs 2 hits. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be able to get that kill, but it does push the Gyrocopter away from farm for quite a bit, and I think the Spirit Breaker and the Undying will be happy with that, because now it allows them to get a couple of last hits.
And in the meanwhile, the Invoker got a Sunstrike kill in the background of that, so
okay.
Really just really good from Moriarty here. Oh, this is actually better.
Oh.
I tasted it, then to charge himself as a safety, but oh man, this Invoker is starting to look more and more scary. Got that Hanamitis in very good timing, and now it's got drums, pretty much, yep, completed drums.
Oh, Mirana has to be careful. There's the Chronosphere coming straight through onto the Mirana at this point, and the Invoker does use Cold Snap. Mirana does manage to get out of this one alive. There's a charge coming through onto the Faceless Void. Are they going to commit with this, or is it just for vision? I think it's going to be just for vision right now. They do manage... Oh, no, they cancel that. Keep in mind all the time, Morphling's just farming up on the top lane.
Okay. They ulted onto the Ogre. He does get the stun down. No real follow-up. This could be very costly. The smoke just going to fly so much extra space. Can they bring him down? Maybe. They got the first damage. They will find one now. The Ricky, he's in a rough spot. Didn't have any detection. Oh, the call down's going to catch out on 310. Can he get the damage? Undying. He's in trouble. He's juking in the Roche pit, but how long can he do this for? He should die, and he will. 10 will secure that kill. 2-for-1 exchange, and a very good exchange once again for the Radiant.
Yeah, the big problem here is the Warlock needs his level 6, and he needs it fast. If I was the side of Moldova, I would probably put the Warlock on that safe lane, or even put him on mid when they still had a mid tower, just to ensure that level 6, or maybe get like a couple of stacks off. let the Morphling farm the stacks and just try and leech from that just a little bit, because a Warlock ult there could have actually saved them and done a lot of damage.
Absolutely. And again, I spoke about it in the draft. It's the risk of running the support Warlock. You want to find levels on him, but you also don't want to really be detrimental to your carry, especially a Morphling. So this is the cost. When you are falling behind, the Warlock doesn't get that level 6 early, and if you lose objectives, all of a sudden it starts to look more and more difficult to play around him.
Yep.
So I don't know.
And now they're putting the Warlock mid without that safety net of the tier 1 tower. So they are going to try and put pressure on other lanes at this point to try and make sure that the Warlock does get his level 6 up. He does not have a TP to actually get through. But looking towards the bottom lane, we haven't seen a lot of sentry wards being dropped that much by Moldova. However, they do have 4 dusts available, 2 on the Spirit Breaker and of course 2 on the Undying at this point. So well, the arrow flies through. Is it actually going to latch the arrow? So close. So close. But that's 3 heroes on the bottom side for Moldova and 3 heroes for Moriarty. So let's have a look. This is going to be quite a lot of pressure onto the bottom tier 1 tower. However, the cooldown is there and the rocket barrage is there as well. Here comes the charge. Unfortunately, they do manage to... Oh, never mind. We do see the Ricky going straight into his ultimate form. The tombstone was dropped now as well. Are we going to see any kind of follow-up from this? The Ogre Magi, are they going to go in? And is the cooldown going to be dropped? Or are they just... I think they want to try and trap them onto this area right here. But it seems like they do turn around, go on onto the Invoker and the Warlock Golem actually being used. And with this, I think they can push and pressure the bottom tower. The arrow does fly through. It does miss, unfortunately, but the Corner Sphere! It lands onto 4 heroes. The cooldown is there as well as the rocket barrage. This is a complete disaster for the side of Moldova. That is 2 heroes down. That's 3 heroes down. And the Golem. Killing spree for the Gyrocopter. I mean, seriously, could you ask for a better Chronosphere setup?
No way. That was... I couldn't hold myself from yelping there. As I saw that chrono, I just saw the moments and I saw the Void walking there. I was like, oh my god, this is just perfect.
Is this gonna happen?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It's those moments.
Who's actually writing that? That was the Warlock that just wrote LOL Gaming on the map. Did you see that?
Oh, no, shame.
Well, I think that's a wake-up call for the side of Moldova. They have to know. But the charge is coming through here on to the Gyrocopter. He does prep his rocket barrage right now. He does actually manage to get the stun onto the Gyrocopter. They do drop the tombstone as well. But there's the cooldown already off cooldown. And here comes Morphling, but they don't manage to get it. There you go, onto the Ricky. And it's good to see Morphling taking part in the team fight right now. He does have his Lincoln Sphere up. And this is where the side of Moriarty is, not Moriarty, Moldova is still very dangerous. This Morphling is sitting very close to even with the Invoker in regards with farm.
Yeah, considering Invoker has Animatus, he's in quite a comfortable position here, so we can almost take like 1,500 off the Invoker, just because Animatus' value is only that much. It will only escalate a little bit later, so he's actually quite far ahead. And maybe a bit concerning, but I think Moriarty feel sort of confidence so far. They just can't afford to let Morphling get too out of control. They need something to pop that Lincoln's, which I feel that they maybe okay, they can use Rocket actually.
They can use Rocket, they can use Cold Snap, they've got 2, they've got Ignite as well as Fire Blast on the Ogre, so it's still good. However, do you think the Morphling is going to go for his Boots of Travels right now? Or do you think he's going to try and save up for that shotgun?
I think he goes Dragon Lance. I'll say it every time. Any sort of agility range hero, I think Dragon Lance is just so good. But he's got 2,100. He should be going.
The thing is, Dragon Lance, I'm not convinced. I don't like Dragon Lance that much up on the Morphling. On certain occasions, yes. The thing is, it gives a lot, but a Morphling, I mean, excels at split pushing, so I'd rather get the Boots of Travel, or I'd rather go in for that shotgun to actually get the damage out a lot earlier. Getting the Dragon Launch, you don't want to be right-clicking that long. But here you go, there's another Chronosphere coming through, catching 3 heroes, including the Morphling. There is actually the Tombstone drop. Do they manage to get any kills from this? The Morphling is extremely low, but unfortunately not low enough. The first hero to drop is going to be the Warlock, and that is actually very good for the side of Moriarty. They could have lost a lot more than that.
Yeah, well, Moldova losing 1 and they get away. But yeah, it's really risky plays. They don't really have the lineup. They need to know where that Void is.
And they also lost the Warlock Golem.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
That is big. I did not see that. If the golem wasn't dropped, I would have said Moldova would be perfectly happy with that. It's a chronosphere down, it's a full engagement on their tier 2 tower, and you manage to get out with just the warlock down. But as well as that insanely long cooldown on that rock, on the golem, the chaotic offering, that was a big win for the side of Moriarty, because they know for the next 2.5 minutes they are, they're completely fine when it comes to big team fights.
Yeah, it's again, we go back to the expense of a warlock.
Oops.
If he's playing on that support role, if he loses golem, his real impact is going to be upheaval, and it's a great spell. Don't get me wrong, but he's not going to have the levels to really have too much more of an impact on these team fights. He's going to be brought down very quickly from heroes such as Invoker. If you're standing still, Invoker is going to crush you. That's just the fact. And it's just very, very difficult for this situation. I mean, support warlock does work, but you need space.
That lucky bash coming through from the Faceless Void. Is there going to be another one? No, it's going to be a leap away. There's a charge straight onto the Faceless Void just to try and actually get him away. There's another arrow coming through. They really want to get him. Will they be able to do enough damage? It's so close. But here comes the Gyrocopter and just goes completely ham up against the Spirit Breaker. And I think the Sunstrike just misses. Narrowly misses, and here's Morphling though. Will Morphling be able to do much? He has actually gone for that Ghost Scepter straight, so it's going straight into the shotgun build right now. I do like this. They need a bit more aggression, and the Morphling with that shotgun, of course, everyone will see he's very close to it because he already has the Ghost Scepter up. That's a big thing up against the Gyrocopter. If a Gyrocopter's already used his Rocket Barrage, and that's it, then using that Ghost Scepter or the shotgun just on the Gyrocopter, even not to kill him, will of course put such a lot of pressure, because you can't use Flak Cannon, you can't attack. You use that on the Faceless Void, not so much because you aren't really that worried about the Faceless Void's attack, but using it on the Gyrocopter, I think it's a really good item to pick up as early as possible, not just for the kills, but for the defensive capabilities as well.
Yeah, and also he's got a good chance of getting rid of an Invoker very quickly. So these are all things that I mean, it's definitely, I think you're right, it's definitely one of the better pickups here. And he's in a comfortable position. He's still got a decent amount of gold in that bank. I mean, 10,000 net worth. Right just ahead of him is the Invoker, who has a Hand of Midas, which we must take into consideration. So sort of evening that out with the buff that the Invoker does have. 5-man smoke here in the mid lane. They're going to see if they can catch something out. And,
well, if it's going to be Timmy on the Spirit Breaker, I mean, that's fine if I was Moldova, because the Spirit Breaker for smoke, it's always worth it. But it seems like they're actually wrapping towards the top lane, and there is no replicate up in 2 seconds, but he does manage to get out of that. So, very well played by the Morphling, and that's going to be a wasted smoke.
Yeah, that was really big.
Yeah.
So, I think they were aware that there was smoke.
Yeah, because, I mean, look at these wards here. It's pushed over the river. Everything's pushed up, so they had to have been smoked up.
Yeah, they even used a scan post just to see where they might have been, and they were off, but it clearly shows that they were very aware that was happening. So, I mean, this is getting a little bit scary here for the Radiant. They need to make sure they put some pressure onto this Morphling, because he's going to escalate, and it's going to be very problematic for them to deal with. I mean, a Morphling can absolutely crush a team very quickly. We need insane chronospheres on top of smoke to make sure that he doesn't start morphing. It's going to be difficult.
So the scan's actually being used by the Radiant right now, scanning out the bottom rotation coming through. Let's quickly have a look at the net worth here. It was sitting around 4,000, dropped to around 2.5 right now. Still in the favor of Moriarty, but that's not a lot. I mean, it's 13 and 4, but just with 2,500 net worth lead, it's a pretty even game, and I think most of that rests on the Morphling shoulders. He does have his shotgun up, keep that in mind as well. So we're looking towards a trade for the top tier 2 and the bottom tier 2. I would make that trade any day of the week if I was Dire, because it opens up Rosh. Losing the top tier 2 is not as important as losing the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, I can agree. This is pretty good for them, but Roshan now, it's a little bit more difficult for the Radiant to access without that tower, so it's a really long march. You need to make sure they have smokes on hand at all times. And this could be a potential here for Moldova to really just take it down. They don't really have a great lineup for it though, so more than likely not.
Blink Strike being used to take out the Lincoln Sphere of the Morphling. He's just like Invis using the Blink Strike and he runs away and Morphling's like, wait, what? What's just happened?
Yeah, that's it's, I don't know, it is what it is, and this Morphling is, they need to do something. Like you said, it doesn't mean much, the margin.
Well, we do see the jump straight onto the Murano. There is a rocket coming through on him as well. He needs to move back to the rest of his team. He has popped the haste rune, so he will actually be able to get out of that one alive. But, is there actually going to be a Chronosphere? There is a Chronosphere and a Sunstrike coming through. Will they be able to do anything? There's the shotgun blowing up the Morphling instantly. And, well, this is very problematic for the side of Moriarty. There's a buyback straight coming through from the Marana as well, going straight in onto the team fight. Are they going to be able to lose more? There is actually the Warlock. He did not manage to drop his Golem, but here comes the Cavalry at this point, and will they be able to get anything more? That is actually the Ricky, and there comes the Morphling, just doing so much damage, getting another kill, and now it's turning around, going on to the Gyrocopter. Will they be able to get that? The Morphling? No, I think he is still fine, but I mean, that is actually a very big fight for the side of Moldova.
Yeah, it's still going. Invoker.
Oh!
Oh man, having dust on hands to me.
That was a dieback on the Murano, but I still think, I mean, getting those 4 kills, it was completely worth for the side of Moldova, and that's literally just brought them straight back into the game.
I can only agree with you. This is looking very ominous now. Actually, this Morphling joined that team fight, and it absolutely turned to chaos for the Radiant side. I don't know. They're in a tough spot here, and they're gonna need an insane smoke placement from the Ricky, really, if they want to win a fight here.
I mean,
make sure that he can't morph straight.
The Gyrocopter's gone for the Dragon Lance before the BKB, so that's why the Dragon Lance... Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. Ricky does have his ultimate to actually try and save up, and there's the Gyrocopter, but the Golem gets dropped. Is the Golem on the high ground or the low ground? On the high ground, unfortunately. But they're just going to they're going to transition straight in onto the middle tier 2. That's already down. So where do they go from here onto the top tier 2, or do they just back out? That's a little bit of a waste of the Golem.
Yeah, again, I feel like the Golems are not really paying off the way you would like them to. Weren't going to get anything out of that team fight. Maybe just a little bit of a misplay coming from the Warlock, but I feel that's the second or maybe even the third one that really hasn't had a massive impact, and he's actually getting the usage, and this is not good. It's a lot of money going into the pockets of a
Gyrocopter. That, yeah, that was quite far away from his BKB, but with this, I'd probably say the Gyrocopter will have his BKB up within the next 3 or so minutes, and I mean, that's going to be, well, like 2 minutes. And then it switches again. I mean, it's very dangerous for the side of Moriarty to actually fight now, purely because of the fact, that the Morphling is so strong. But with that BKB up, the Gyrocopter is just going to be able to stand and actually fight a lot longer and not get blown up instantly.
Yeah, I agree.
Or kited. Gyro hasn't died.
Charge. This is a very overzealous play. Very good heal. A big jump coming forward.
Ooh. That nearly actually managed to get the kill on the Invoker, but here comes Faceless Void, does manage to get the Chronosphere off onto 2 here. Spirit Breaker is actually going to be the first one to fall. Looking at that, I think if Moldova backs out from this, they'll be happy. Unfortunately, the Warlock's gone in, and he doesn't have a Golem or anything to drop right now, so it's a lot of back and forth, very messy fighting, and the Ricky actually does drop from this. It's a very messy fight so far.
This is not looking good at all. Sunstrike, however, going to be on the mark here. They do get the Marauder, but the Morphling finds himself another double kill for the Morphling. Goodness. It's turning from bad to worse here for Moriarty. And I don't know what more they can really do. They need to land massive Chronos, massive silence, and get rid of that Morphling somehow, because every time he joins his team fights, he's having a massive impact. I
mean, Gyrocopter can't really go hand to hand up against the Morphling. A Morphling will always kill the Gyrocopter because of his mobility and the Gyrocopter's lack of mobility thereof. But as soon as this BKB comes up, the Gyro can actually stand a little bit more in the fight, because every time that the fight happens, Gyrocopter drops his cooldown, drops his rocket barrage, drops his flak cannon, and then he has to back off.
Yeah, I agree. I still think that Morphling does fine though. He should always have a replica to get himself an out. He shouldn't really be in a situation where he gets caught out. it's a difficult kill. It's just really, really difficult.
Do you think we might see something down the line of, I don't know if you remember Havost, like would love getting the Abyssal up on a Gyrocopter just to be able to control a Morphling, especially when they went, when it was old school Navi up against DK, Havost up against Burning. Havost would always like to pick up that Abyssal Blade to use his rocket and then to use, oh, I actually just missed the Murano death. But to use the rocket to pop the Lincolns and then use the Abyssal Blade just to control the Morphling during the course of the fight. Not kill him, but just control him. Do you think something like that might work here?
I think it's difficult though. You need to make sure that Lincoln's is popped. You need to have really solid communication. If it's not, then all of a sudden that's a massive
Well, you should
investment.
basically pop it yourself with your rocket.
Another issue is, I mean, back then the build into the Abyssal Blade was high damage intense, right?
Yeah.
You'd be building damage islands. Now you got to put Vanguard into a Basher, and you're not going to have that damage output that at least it gave you back then. Now it's
True.
a completely different build. So I feel like its value is just way too low. I mean, yes, great, you might be able to lock up the Morphling, but then the next thing you're going to have is just a Spirit Breaker charging and bashing you out the way, and that whole duration is wasted and Morphling gets himself an out. So I don't
Okay,
know. I
so
feel like
what do you do as Moriarty to try and combat the Morphling? Because Morphling is just so overpowered at this point.
It's gonna. I think it's heavily gonna lie on getting a Blink Dagger on the Faceless Void. Get the Blink Dagger, get a really good chrono, get the smoke down before he starts morphing. Or at least get the smoke down before he starts morphing, get the chrono on top of that, and try and kill him as quickly as humanly possible. If you can catch him fully morphed into Agi, it should be a pretty quick kill. But
Yeah, but the problem is even if you're stunned up or in the chronosphere, you can still strength morph.
yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That's why you need the silence.
I've missed another one, sorry about that.
Yeah, mid lane, that was...
I was busy taking like a sip of my coke.
There was no way you were gonna catch that kill. I was literally just looking in the right place at the right time. He walked in under a sentry and popped. But yeah, if he gets the silence down first, he can't morph. So that is what they need. They need that silence to be on point. And if he gets Aegis now, it's gonna be very, very bad for them.
Oh.
They don't have the Ricky.
They are trying to come in. The Invokers also just boots have traveled in as well. This might actually be a very big team fight because they aren't killing Rosh as fast as they would like to. Are we going to see a nice tornado combination coming through? Where's the engagement going to be? No, it is actually going to be the Tombstone being dropped up here by the Undying first. They do manage to drop down a sentry ward with everything coming through. Where is the... There's no engagement just yet coming through here. The Undying, but there it is. There's the Golem onto 3 heroes right now. The BKB is being popped by the Gyrocopter as well, but he can't actually do anything. There's the Faceless Void Chronosphere on the backlines. Unfortunately, Gyrocopter is literally not doing anything right now. He's being kited completely. He's being killed up completely. Ricky does manage to get one kill from that, so that's a 2-for-3 trade-off. Still very, very in the favor of Moldova, and the dust is popped on the Ricky as well. That is 4 heroes down, and unfortunately the Invoker, the sole survivor of the side of Moriarty, and that is guaranteed a rush if Moldova wants it.
Yeah, this is massively oh! That would have been filled if he was morphing into Agi there. But yeah, this should be an easier Roshan. I can't imagine this. Oh,
Invoker's actually coming through. He's dropping everything that he can, but unfortunately, oh! No, wait! Where was that Ethereal Blade actually popped? Was that onto Rush?
Yeah, he Rush. Oh, terrible.
Nearly, but that was actually a buyback, I think, from... No, that wasn't a buyback. That was just a standard charge coming through from the Spirit Breaker. Extremely unlucky. That turned into not really mattering at all.
Yeah, that was maybe a big misplay, but at the end of the day, he got away with it. I think EMP would have been nice there if he could have made sure he couldn't morph, because it was very close to no mana there on the morphing. It could have been a potential kill there by the Invoker, but I wasn't really looking at his skills there, so I wasn't sure.
That waveform though was like straight through the meteor, so
Yeah.
it was extremely well timed coming through from the side of the Morphling, and Morphling sitting on 3,300 gold with a Manta, with a Ethereal Blade, and a Lincoln's. What do you go next now? Do you go for a Scotty to just tank it up because you know at this point Moriarty can't really kill you? So do you just tank it up?
Imagine if he goes BKB, then all that theory crafting on how he dies it's impossible.
Except for the sole problem of the Faceless Void that is still there. Because
but then you can still morph. The silence is not going to impact you anymore, so you can just morph strength with the BKB. So the only one thing that can stop you from morphing strength is no longer an issue. But he doesn't. I don't think he needs to go there.
oh well, there you go. Another Chronosphere straight here onto the Murano, but Spirit Breaker actually does combo up very nicely. Does he actually get the extra stun through onto the Faceless Void? He does manage to. Well, he pops his BKB. Unfortunately, it's just not enough, and Faceless Void will get out of that one alive. It was so close from the Spirit Breaker, but sacrificing himself for his teammate for the Murano, I mean, always worth it.
Absolutely, it was the Chronosphere for him is a pretty good trade. It's not an Axe Chronosphere or anything of that sort. I'm pretty sad to see the Faceless Void going for Manta. I mean, yes, it's very good. Diffusal into Manta is a great build, but like I say, you really need that surprise catch, and Blink Dagger is that. So,
I mean, this is more of an old school, like, kind of Faceless Void build, going in for that high agility. The big problem is you need a little bit more agility to actually survive, for example, the shotgun. You need it.
Yeah.
Even if you have the Aghanim Scepter up, you'll still instantly die with the extra HP.
yeah, I don't know. It's good. I mean, he can get a lot of right clicks out there, and if he gets a bash off onto Morphling, I suppose that's another one of the hopes or saving graces potential. So I don't know. It just
Well,
doesn't seem good.
Warlock-
Now onto the Ricky.
Yeah, Warlock nearly has his Aghanim Scepter up, 400 gold away from it, but here we go. There's a charge here onto the Ricky. There's a Tornado that actually does not latch at all, and here's the ultimate going straight onto the Invoker. The Invoker, however, does manage to cancel that out. The BKB gets popped, and there's the Golem drop straight onto the Ricky and the Invoker at this point. Invoker does cost his BKB, does go into Shadow Walk to actually get out of that one alive, so it's only a single death at this point, with the Golem being dropped as well as a couple of BKBs being used. The side of Moldova, they're just going to push out here onto the bottom lane. And that was so close. It's 50 gold until the Aghanim Scepter up. So Warlock not really wanting to drop his ultimate there.
Yeah, but it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. They go Aegis now, they can potentially take the high ground. And the Golem can do a little bit of work here. Maybe control up a little bit.
Yeah.
This is a difficult defense, to say the least.
Well, let's have a look here. Let's see. The arrow does fly through. Does not latch on anything, but they do manage to get a 3-4-man Chronosphere. But is there any kind of follow-up from this? There is the Gyrocopter. Unfortunately, his cooldown's a little bit late. Who's the first person? It is actually the Faceless Void that does drop from this. It is the Morphling just going completely ham. He's right-clicking everyone to death. He is being multicasted up at this point, but it is only the Aegis that does drop from this. The Murano is the next one to fall. Morphling, does he actually get out of this one alive? He gets bashed up. Bashed up again. Completely bashed up. But he's trying to strength morph from this. He's sitting on 2,500 HP. He's still trying to strength morph as much as he can. They're struggling so much to kill him, but they eventually do manage to do that. And more bashes coming through from the Faceless Void. I mean, come on! Are you serious?
Man, that was...
This is like old school Faceless Void with Mask of Madness, just constantly bashing your face in.
That was ridiculous. What did he buy back?
Who?
Yeah,
From
buy
the
back on the Faceless Void. So
yeah.
That's, I suppose it's a cost, but they got the Morphling, and it's the one thing we spoke about getting. And that was a Morphling with Aegis, so they killed him twice.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, going for BKB, the bash goes straight to the BKB.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I don't think BKB's right.
no, and unfortunately, he's already bought that. I honestly would have gone for Scardy because it would just give him so much more stat. Or why MKB? Why do you think MKB?
No, I would say so that's not MKB. I wouldn't go MKB.
Oh.
I don't think that would be good. I think getting stats for the obvious reasons. Look, BKB's still good. You've got to play around the fact that, okay, maybe I don't get bashed. And I think there was a bit of a misplay with the Aegis. And it's something that a lot of teams do. They get the Aegis and they say, we can take high ground. Instead of saving something like his replica, making sure it's up for in case when he does die, he can replicate himself at.
Yeah, but once again, dude, those bashes. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah, he had a period of time though where he had a lot of space, right?
Yes.
They didn't. He was able to waveform and run a little bit, and then he got bashed again. So it would have meant he could have got something. I think it was a bit of a misplay from Moldova. I think they screwed the pooch a little bit there. But
Well, Scythe of Ice is up on the Invoker, so maybe the BKB does actually come into play here for the Morphling. It still doesn't give him any more survivability if he doesn't have it on. I would still prefer the Scotty, but it's going to be very interesting to actually see how that BKB does work and if it actually does keep him alive a little bit longer, considering in most cases you'd either go for a Linken's or a BKB because they're both defensive items.
Yeah.
But it's also already picked up that first ultimate orb. So Morphling,
And-
that was also his first death. He was 10 and 0. So
Another thing about BKB though, one of the things that controlled him up a lot was Tornado into the MP. So he can avoid that and fight while that's occurring. So
that
yes,
is true.
I mean, the bash obviously is the scary factor, but he's going to be able to fight no matter what Invoker does. Invoker's actually going to be irrelevant to him at this stage. So
Have a look at the net
more
worth
than
graph.
likely reason. Oh wow.
So from 4,000 in the favor of Moriarty to 4,000 in the favor of Moldova. And guys, guess what? We have a game on hand. Well, okay, except for the poor Murano illusion that's been completely wiped out, like deleted from Dota. But we've got an equal game.
At least that wasn't a crow.
I actually was like saying, please Chrono, please Chrono.
That would have. Oh no. But
Because keep in mind, it's also a Morphling replicate, so the Morphling replicate, the damage taken is 100%. So he literally takes the same amount of damage. He's also, you know, how do you know that it's a replicate, that it's a Morphling replicate?
it doesn't pounce.
Exactly. That's literally the only thing. It's a level 3 replicate. So I'm not quite surprised. But anyway, let's quickly go on here. Looking at the state of this game, I want you to make a call now. Who's going to win?
I definitely feel that Moldova have this in the bag. They got the Ags now up on the Warlock. They have a Morphling who's looking horrifying.
So if Moldova loses, it's your fault. Costa's curse.
Yeah, probably. But hey, I can get thanked by the opposing team. But I don't see an easy way for the Radiant to come back into this one. It's a very, very difficult path for them. So they need things to really just fall in their lap, really. And I don't know. The Gyrocopter, is he a strong enough carry for the situation? He's got MKB now, so he can get maybe some mini bashes off. But
He has enough for buyback. Keep in mind, there's only one hero that's buybacks on cooldown, and that's the Faceless Void. But
Yes.
there's also only 2 heroes. Well, there's 2 heroes up that do have buyback for the side of Moriarty for the Radiant, which is the Invoker and the Gyrocopter. So it's the 2 heroes that they do need, and they have smoked up. So are we going to see an engagement coming through here from them? I think they're probably going to send the Ricky out first to see if the smoke does pop from anyone. Do we have gems up? There's no gems up, and there's actually a Scotty up right now on the Morphling with no buyback. He's just bought that. So this is going to be very dangerous, but we do see an engagement coming through. A lot of BKBs being popped right now. Morphling, the Invoker, everyone's actually popping the BKBs. The Morphling actually does get a kill off. They did not manage to get the Golems drop, the Aghanim Scepter Golems at all. And this is this is very problematic coming through because the Morphling's caught in the Faceless Void Chronosphere, but he's straight Morphling out. And he's actually he might actually get out of this one alive. If he does not, it might just be game over because he does not have buyback. So that's a 2-for-1 trade-off at this point. They are going straight through onto the Gyrocopter. The Gyrocopter is the next one to die. And now they want to go into the Invoker. He does get dusted up, so even if he does manage to go into Ghost Walk, he will not get out of this one alive unless there is a very lucky haste run on the dot 40 minutes, which is extremely unlucky. But they do decide to go onto the Ricky, and I think, Ricky, buddy, you're dead. He does have Tricks of Trade, which he uses right now, but it's just a delay tactic.
if they missed all this, he somehow got away. That would have been amazing. Better Morphling was there, so there was no way.
So a very chaotic fight without a chaotic offering. But going the favor of Moldova a little bit, the Morphling can be extremely happy there because he actually nearly dropped after the use of his BKB, managing to back off just a little bit, and unfortunately Moriarty couldn't catch up on him, and the Gyrocopter was already dead. Without the Gyrocopter, they can't kill him.
Yeah, this Morphling is, again, it's scary now. He's 6 slotted. All he needs is just that moonshot, and that's pretty much it. I mean, this.
Keep in mind though, if the Invoker manages to get the Hex off on the Morphling, Cold Snap Hex for example, it is going to be go over very quickly for the Morphling, because you can't strength morph, you can't do anything. So there is still a lot of potential coming through from the side of Moriarty. It just comes down to the engagement. If Moriarty does not get a good engagement here, they are in a lot of trouble. But they have pinged out Rosh. They aren't going to get there in time though. And the smoke is going to come way too late. They're starting to move up. Rosh has just dropped. Are we actually going to see like a fight? Them waiting here on the high ground, or are they just backing out now?
I think they have to play this. Surely this is way too risky.
Ultimate, Faceless Void. Hold on quickly. Does Faceless Void go in here? He does go for the ultimate. Does catch two actually right now. And are they actually going to be able to get anyone? The Morphling is there. The Morphling is sheeped up. The Morphling is dead. Nice the chaotic offering, but unfortunately there's two BKBs up here for the side of Moriarty at this point. And DMD Moldova, they have to back out very fast. My mouse is just glitching out completely at this point. So there you go. My mouse is back. Who do they actually manage to get? So it's 2 down for the price of 0. The BKB does get popped here from the Spirit Breakers. He might actually get out of this one alive. How long is this BKB still on? Unfortunately, it's a 5-second cooldown. So there you go. Another sheep coming in straight here onto the Spirit Breaker. And that is 3 down for the price of 0.
That is ridiculously well played.
Keep in mind, who picked up... Well, that's actually going to be a full team wipe. This is going to be a full team wipe with a buyback. Is Moriarty actually going to do this? Keep in mind, Morphling does not have... Well, there you go. Morphling actually does have buyback. So a lot of buybacks coming through. The arrow actually does go through. Does manage to land onto the Faceless Void. And the shotgun just blows him up completely. Sorry about that, everyone watching on stream. My mouse just went completely haywire for some reason.
Oh.
What a fight. And I'm sorry, but what did you say? Moldova, Costa's cursed. Hashtag just saying.
It's just a late on Brax. We must take that into consideration. The buyback, yes, on the Morphling,
But that's the thing. If you catch the Morphling in the chrono, even if he starts to strength morph, you sheep him, he's got nothing, and you can blow him up very fast. Keep in mind, the only reason they managed to do that was because the Gyrocopter's still alive and he has MKB. But hold on, he's sitting on 5,600 gold. Are we going to see it?
Oh, let's do this.
Are we going to see it? I honestly, if I was them, I would not do it just yet. Because it's not worth it. Because they just had a big team fight without it. But, is he going for it? Is he going for it? Is he going for it?
I think it's worth it. Come on.
Oh, come on.
No,
So disappointing. So disappointing.
I mean, we go back to that team fight, right? You just take Roche. You think the enemy team is standing on their high ground, just waiting for us to push the lane out, and next thing you're caught inside a chronosphere and they just absolutely crush you. It was really, really well thought out from Moriarty. They understood the situation, they understood it was high risk, but there was high reward, and they reaped the benefits. So it was really well played.
Keep in mind, that's 2 buybacks from the side of Moldova at this point. It is on the Marana. Oh, hold on quickly on that note. Are we going to see an engagement coming through? They do manage to go onto the Ricky, and the Ricky will just get blown up instantly. No, he does not. There is a very big not vac wall, tornado coming through, as well as the EMP. Who's the first one going to drop? It is actually going to be on the Ricky. The Morphling once again caught inside of the chronosphere, but he does manage to get he does manage to strength wolf up at this point, but he's just being controlled up completely. There, he manages to get out of that one alive. Unfortunately, though, it's only a 1-for-1 trade-off at this point. It is going to be a 2. Marana does actually drop there, and a 3 because the Undying dropped on the backlines. Extremely close. Once again, all you have to do is control the Morphling. And the problem is the Marana. What the Marana has to try and do here is kill the Gyrocopter. But the Marana is also not having the greatest game. I mean, looking at the net worth, the Marana is sitting below the Faceless Void, and you know, only having brown boots, she doesn't have Blink Dagger up. She has a 4-staff, which I understand why, but she doesn't have Boots of Travel up. This Marana, unfortunately, is having a really bad time.
I agree. I think the Marana hasn't really actually had much of an impression on this game. It's pretty much heavily lying on the back of this Morphling, and you've said it. Oh, Morphling finds a kill on the Faceless Void, just blows him up. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. You control the Morphling, you control the team fight, because the Morphling is the main damage output. He is the main target for your team. And if you control him and he can destroy the rest of the team, and the Morphling is forced to go out because he's lost mana, or his Linkers has been popped, or the Faceless Void is just doing crazy things like bashing you 3 times in a row.
And you have an Invoker that has a Refresher Orb, so that's double Tornado, double EMP, double Deafening Blast. Deafening Blast goes through BKB, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
The effect, doesn't it?
Does?
I think it does.
Okay, then I'm
I think so. We'll have to have a look, because I'm pretty sure it's, one of those that you don't know. Does the effect go through? For example, there are certain spells that the effect goes through, but the damage does not. And other spells that the damage goes through, but the effect does not.
It doesn't.
Not.
Let's just read a quick video. As pierce spell immunity, no. So I assume that means no.
Well, we can have a look. There's a charge coming through here onto the Ricky right now. He does use Tricks of Trade at this point, and he decides... No, it's just a simple back off with the Invoker covering his retreat as well. I mean...
And Refresher was used in the previous fight. I actually didn't notice.
Yeah, it was. There was just so much chaos happening there. I couldn't keep track of everything.
I thought I heard one tornado more than there should have been. But
I heard a lot of things more than what they should have been. Looking at the net worth quickly, the Morphling is sitting on 5,800 gold. What do you drop here? What do you buy?
Moonshot.
Moonshot, eat the Moonshot, and well, that's probably what he's going to do now.
I think you...
Well, he actually sold, hold on, there you go. Satanic.
Or the Mantis.
Yeah, oh, hold on, we actually see an engagement coming through. Ooh, this is 2 ultimates actually being used from the side of Moldova. A little bit trigger happy, just because of an illusion.
Yep.
And we are going to see an engagement. Where is it actually going to happen? The side of Ricky. Ricky has to be very careful. No, that's just an illusion that's being popped. But the Sentry Ward does actually scout him out. So I think the side of Moldova will want to back out until the Flesh Golem is at least back. But we do see a Chronosphere coming straight onto the Marana. However, the problem coming in is, there you go. It is the Morphling. He's not being kited around right now. And he can actually go ham. He's right-clicking. He's going crazy. Does the Morphling actually have his Satanic up right now? We'll actually have a look. There's just so much damage, and unfortunately, it's just not enough. There's the Deafening Blast coming through onto the Invoker. Well, from the Invoker. Having a quick look here, it's still a BKB'd up Invoker using the Tornado, trying to push them out. And unfortunately, the Ricky, he's just going to sacrifice himself. A very messy fight coming through.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, hold on quickly. There is actually going to be a Morphling. I think Morphling can literally turn around from this and just start right-clicking the Faceless Void if he wants to. Even though it looks like he's got low health. That's 700 HP, 800 HP that he has.
Yeah, that was micro, man.
But on Spirit Breaker, what are you doing there, buddy? Why did you charge in there, buddy? And that's a gem. That's a gem.
Oh, man. That's really, really costly for them now. They're going to lose a little bit of vision. They haven't got a lane of racks yet, and the Morphling is starting to not be as much of a threat. Yes, he's a great late game hero, and he does crush them in his team fights where he doesn't get control, but they're not gaining much of an advantage at the end of these team
The
fights.
big thing is the Gyrocopter actually has that butterfly up, so the Morphling is not as effective up against him. They really need that MKB up here from the Marana, but guess what, Marana? 4-staff, BKB, Aghanim Scepter, Brown Boots. Marana's got the same net worth as the Spirit Breaker and as the Ricky.
Yeah, he's poor. I don't know. I feel like
2 for 14. Marana had a bad game, okay? We'll just leave it at that.
he's useful for scouting Roche. It's actually been pretty useful this game.
It has. Well, we were speaking about what does Morphling go for, and then he picked up Satanic. So what does Morphling go for now? Moonshot.
Still at the Moonshot potential, but I think he wants to hold on to that buyback. He is short for both Moonshot and buyback. So other than that, I think they want to secure Roche and end this game. That should be their main goal. And the real question is, who do they put the Aegis on? I feel like Spirit Breaker is your man here, because he's going to be frontlining it.
I would say the Warlock, because if he gets popped without releasing his Ags ulti, it's very problematic, which has happened a couple of times. If he can actually get his Chaotic Offering down and not have to worry about just dropping it anywhere before he does, I honestly think that they need to give it to the Warlock.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can agree. I can definitely.
And he has a level 3 ulti now as well, so it will help out quite a bit. Oh, Murano, poor Murano. Well, he does manage to get out of that one thanks to a 4-staff.
Yeah, that's. But still, this Roshan's highly contested. Still a little bit of time before it's going to rear his ugly head. But it's going to be the ball that we are looking for. Morphling's still pushing at this very moment, but 7k in the bank, jeez. I'm trying to think now on your point, but I think, what do you trade at here? I don't think you want to get rid of the BKB, but it's difficult. Very difficult.
I
You
think
might get rid of the bits of travel though. You can still obviously upgrade bits of travel.
I honestly think you get rid of the BKB, go for MKB, and be more of a right click because you've got a Satanic, which is also defensive. You've got a Lincoln, which is also defensive. You've got a Black King Bar, which is also defensive. So it's either the Lincolns or the BKB that has to go.
Oh, he's actually. Okay, he doesn't get caught. There was a chrono there that could have been pretty damn scary. But alas, he does survive. And Roshan is up now. I think this is where the brawl's going to be. Charge.
I think the charge is just to literally scout out. No, he's going for it.
Fearless, man.
Because, the Morphling... Okay, I know what the Morphling can go for. It's his second level of boot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Because you charge in with the Morphling coming down right on top of you. It's actually a good pick.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a.
do we see the moonshot now? There you go. And he does have enough for buyback. Let's have a quick look at the buyback statuses for everyone. For the side of Moldova, we do have it up on, not on the Warlock, but we do have it up, of course, on the Marana, on Timmy, on the Spirit Breaker, and the Morphling, with 400 away on their Dyke. So most of the buybacks are up except for the Faceless Void. It's going to be very tricky. I mean, the Rush is up now, so are we going to see any contest? There's no
This could be a very big mistake here from Moldova. They could have just lost this Roshan.
Yeah, the problem is there's so many heroes that are waiting in base because they don't know where the side of Moldova or of Moriarty is, and who do they give? Yeah, this is going to be a Gyrocopter Aegis and a cheese for the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Well, there's no space on the Invokers, so
Yeah. You definitely would have liked to put it on the Invoker, but all those items are absolute necessities.
look at the net worth. Once again, it was in 7.5, 8,000 in favor of Moriarty, and it's down to 3,000 again.
Man, it's like this is a back and forth game if I've seen one. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't even want to call it anymore. Like I said, I thought Moldova had it, but I think they kind of threw it away.
Costos curse.
Yeah,
You know what they say, never announce victory, right?
yeah. Someone else wins.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, you know what I fear? If this game goes ultra late and Warlock gets refresher, and there's just so much control, then it's going to be scary once again.
With a BKB sitting on a 5-second cooldown, if Warlock can actually stay away from the fight, wait for those BKBs to cool down, drop both golems, it can be huge. However, there's a Satanic up on the Gyrocopter right now, there's an Aegis up on the Gyrocopter, there's a Butterfly up on the Gyrocopter. This Gyrocopter is looking so damn dangerous, to say the least.
Yeah. And of course, Rapier is something that he can really consider at this stage. He can really just look to bid down something and buy that maybe a bit later. I know it's ultra risky, but at the end of the day, a Rapier onto a Morphling is not as strong as it is on the
Well, we're seeing a charge right now coming through. Let's actually see who it hits. Well, there's the TP coming through now as well. The Morphling straight here onto the Gyrocopter. Will they actually be able to do enough? There's the three BKBs actually being used, and they do manage to actually control down the Gyrocopter. He does use his Satanic at this point, and unfortunately, it is going to be the Spirit Breaker that's going to be the first one to fall. And the Morphling might actually be down. The Morphling is down right now. Unfortunately, that's for 110 seconds. Does the Morphling have buyback? He does if he actually needs it. The Spirit Breaker has bought back now as well. Unfortunately, once again, the Warlock managed to die there without using his Chaotic Offering, and it's another buyback. I think everyone has to buy back for the side of Moldova.
Yeah, this is absolute necessity, and Chrono is down, so maybe they're gonna back this one out, but it's you got the Aegis. Managed to hold on to the Aegis through all of that. That was.
I was literally about to say, why are you using your Satanic before your Aegis, but it worked out 100% fine for them. And there's the Warlock. They actually want to try and pop out the Gyrocops. Unfortunately, it's just not enough damage. Morphling has to be careful because he can't really just go in there because he's already brought back. There is the there's the Chaotic Offering. They're doing a lot of damage straight onto the Invoker, but the Invoker just uses that Deafening Blast, pushes them all away. Spirit Breaker is going to be the first one to drop, and Morphling unfortunately is being controlled up. The bash is coming through from the Morphling. This might actually be game. The Morphling manages to get out of that one alive. The BKB being popped up here by the Mirana as well, and unfortunately the Warlock, well, he's already done what he can. The Morphling does come back, does manage to get the one kill up on the Invoker, but unfortunately the Invoker just buys back, and this might just be GG. It is! The Morphling calls it! Good game! What an insane game coming through here from both teams. I mean, this is the upper bracket final, and they have proved it 100%. What a game.
Well, they didn't disappoint, not at all. This is, oh, what a game. What a brilliant game. I mean, we had two great games before this, but this was great. I mean, back and forth Dota like this. I made terrible calls by judging who was going to win, and at the end of the day, I mean...
I blame you. And I think all of the Moldova fans blame you personally.
I'm sorry, to the country of Moldova, I apologize for what I've done. But, man, what a great game, and hopefully we're going to see some of this in game number 2. It's absolutely ecstatic how I feel about this game. Still got a smile on my face, man.
I know. It was insane, and I'm not getting up the final score sheet, but that's of course afterwards. I'll leave it on there for a little bit so that everyone can see the stats of every single player. Guys, we'll be back for game number 2 shortly. I'm Reddit. Joining me, of course, was Scarpy for the Romanian Dota Pro League Season 3. An insane game. Stay tuned. I can't wait for game 2. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers. Thanks for watching.
Dire team banned. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned. Dire team banned. Radiant team banned. Dire team picked.
Outworld Devourer.
Radiant team picked.
And welcome back to game number 2 between Moriarty and Moldova. I mean, what a game one. Amrit joining me as Scarpy. Scarpy, what did you think about those games, man?
Are there words to explain what we saw happen? It was absolute chaos. I mean, such good Dota. It was really, really good Dota from both sides, and
10 seconds.
Moriarty definitely showing up at the end. I mean, it looked like it
5
was lost.
seconds remaining.
In my opinion, it looked lost. And just that Void, man. That Void Chronos were just on point constantly. The team were communicating so well. I don't know. There's not much more I can add. I feel like these are two extremely strong teams, really high tier players, and bumping heads here. It's going to be all about draft and communication. And
Yep.
that's who's going to be the winner.
I think, in my opinion, what went wrong for Moldova is their Mirana never came online. Really had a tough time, and I mean sat with lower than some of the supports in net worth for a while. If the Mirana came online, actually managed to get up possibly another Ethereal Blade, or more damage to try and control the Gyrocopter while the Morphling was controlling everyone else, I think it would have had a much bigger impact.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Well-
I know this is going to sound maybe a bit unfair, but I understand the reasoning for the 4-staff on the Mirana, but it really shows how Mirana struggles to really get good placement in team fights without a Blink Dagger. I feel like Blink Dagger is such a necessity. I understand you want to get out of the smoke of the Riki, but I just feel like the Blink Dagger would have maybe been the difference there for the Mirana scaling in the game. Other than that, I don't know. I feel like I agree with you. He had a really, really tough time in that game.
Well, this is a complete new game. It is game 2. Of course, Moriarty coming back with a outstanding, amazing fashion. Looking at the drafts quickly, it is going to be the Undying being actually first ban material here for Moriarty, as well as the Sand King, the Shadow Demon, and the Drow being banned out by Moldova. And we do see an OD pickup.
Yeah. It's quite a surprise to me that he actually slips through. And not a surprise that he gets picked up first. It's just such a strong hero in the patch. Pure damage is always great. With the Rubik, I suppose we'll see how the Rubik's really going to pay off if they have a plan with the Rubik. But it looks like Moldova, they have a sort of play style, and that's punch people in the face. With,
You mean
Rubik and Ogre
you
first
mean
pickups.
you mean Romania playstyle?
Yeah, but they're in Moldova. So it seems like an Eastern European thing. But bordered by Russia and Europe.
Well, I'm not quite sure if Moldova Dota 2 team is actually from Moldova. It might just be their name. Keep in mind, this is the Romanian Dota 2 league. But it might just as well be. I'll see if I can find a little bit more
my
info.
geography might be off, but I think they're neighboring.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they neighbor one another, so I don't think it's too far off.
5 seconds.
So it might be the Moldovan team that just signed up to the tournaments. But we'll see. But another sniper ban. That's really surprising for me. Again, I feel like Shrapnel's really good with Ogre as well as Spirit Breaker.
Dire
So
team banned.
that's maybe something that we should consider. I don't know. How do you feel about sniper ban?
Well, just quickly actually having a look here, Moldova. According to the Ghost of Gamers site, it is actually Moldova, the country Moldova. So, yeah, looking at the sniper ban, keep in mind this is the second time that sniper has been banned out. The previous time, I think, was by Moldova themselves to ban out the sniper because yeah, it was Moldova that banned it out. This time it's Moriarty. So possibly they've either played up against each other a couple of times, or the region likes a sniper. Up against an OD, sniper can outrange the OD, can force the OD to actually get back, so OD can't actually stack up the essence shifts. And it might also be, I don't know. Once again, you have to get past an ogre. Ogre and sniper work hand in hand. You have to get past the spirit breaker.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's second phase ban material worth. I don't feel that way, but both of these two teams clearly do.
Yeah, well, I think they know one another, so they sort of have an idea. And another thing, Spirit Breaker with Sniper is actually pretty solid, because a lot of people think, oh, Spirit Breaker does right-click damage, but he actually has a substantial amount of burst damage with his Nether Strike. And followed up by a Sniper ulti, it's a large amount of damage that does come down on you, and that means Sniper has the time to get shrapnel down, get that ulti off, as well as get some right-clicks. So it's something to consider, as well as shrapnel being very good post-charge. It's very easy to set it up and make it almost impossible for the opponent to get out of. So I suppose I understand the ban, but Faces Void for Moldova this time. I want to see this. I want to see it pay off.
Well, are we going to see another Faceless Void combination with a Gyrocopter, or what do you think? Because, I mean, Ogre Gyro also matches up very well. That is what Moriarty did in the first game. This actually looks like a very similar draft from the side of Moldova versus what Moriarty had.
Yeah, very much so. I do agree. They definitely need something that's going to be doing damage into this Chronosphere. It's what's lacking so far in the draft, so they've still got 2 more picks, so of course it's still the potential. I do believe that that's dual off lane is going to be a safe lane Faces Void. That's my opinion on this draft so far, but maybe they're going to prove me wrong and just have 2 melee supports, which is a bit greedy. And that's going to mean Faces Void is not going to really have the amount of impact with the Chronospheres as he would like. So, safe lane Faces Void in my opinion, and they need some damage dealers into that Chronosphere if they want to. Oh, I don't know anymore. Where am I?
Axe.
Well, okay, okay. I think this might also be one of the reasons why they took out the sniper up against the Timbersaw, the axe. You know, heroes that want to be in your face. Even though they can jump a sniper, if they don't get that jump, sniper will just push them away. You know, they won't be able to get close, except for the Timbersaw. But I don't know, it's very unconventional draft, so to speak. Nyx Assassin. This is a 4 melee hero lineup from Moldova into a Timbersaw axe and Outward Devourer.
Man, I don't think this is good. Timbersaw plus Axe 4 melee, it just seems so rough. And laning stage, it's going to be just as tough. I mean, Rubik roams in, lifts, and Timbersaw gets a large amount of damage down. More than likely going to be a mid lane Timber, but it could still be safe lane Timber with Rubik, and they just dual lane this, and Odie in the mid lane. Because Odie still dominates mid. I mean, Astral Imprisonment damage, once you get it to level 4, is 325 magical damage. And you have a cooldown of 10 seconds. It's absolutely ridiculous. Whenever I see it in a pub and I've selected mid, I regret. I will play position 6 instead of play up against that OD.
Well, I'm quickly doing a couple of Facebook posts to get a few people onto the stream. Take us through what the different lineups can do, and what does Moldova need to, pick here? Do you need a mid? Are they gonna? I mean, it's a very unconventional draft that Moldova has right now. What do you think they need?
Well, look, it has to be now a safe lane Faces Void. It's more than likely going to be a mid lane Nyx and the dual lane Spirit Breaker Ogre, which is just, I don't know, I feel like it's lacking a lot. They do still require that sort of damage into Chronosphere. If you don't have that damage into Chronosphere, Chronosphere kind of becomes ineffective. There is still Invoker in the pool. They do have last pick, however, so I don't know. It's still, they got a ban here on Moriarty, so we'll see. Nyx in the mid lane is okay. Of course, Nyx is very good up against both OD as well as Timberswords. Let's not get that wrong. Mana Burn, extremely good up against them, and especially OD. OD takes huge chunks of damage from Nyx at quite high rates, and it also reduces the amount of damage output OD really does have on hand. But yeah, we can already see Moriarty aren't quite sure the direction of Moldova. They're taking a large amount of time. They're actually running out of time. And they get a ban off and it's going to be a Weaver. I don't know if Weaver was the answer here. I suppose the minus armor is great up against both Axe as well as Timbersaw. But I don't know if it's enough of a damage dealer into Chronosphere. I think if they go for Invoker and they just make these 2 melee supports, which it just
5 seconds.
doesn't seem right to me. Ah, it's just so difficult to say, and now they even got bigger problems. The Lich is going to be the pickup here for Morality, and I mean Frost Armor onto an Axe. Oh man, he's impossible to kill. It just seems really difficult here for Moldova. I really think the draft is really favoring Morality at this stage. But still waiting for that last pickup here. They're running very low on time. 10 seconds in the bag. Like I say,
Keep in mind, I mean, you do have a Lich here up against 4 melee heroes, 5 melee heroes. I mean, this has to be a pocket strat coming through from Moldova. They don't, literally, it doesn't seem like they care that they're going 5 melee. Is it going to work out for them though? Okay, look at the drafts. Give me a winner from the get-go. Who do you favor?
It has to be Morality, right? Because you got 2 of the best heroes versus melees in laning stage, in mid game, and in late game. You got pure damage on an Axe, which absolutely destroys an Ursa, as well as HP removal on him. You got decent control. You got Lich, who's going to keep everyone quite sustained in these team fights. Oh, this is difficult. I think it's almost impossible for Moldova, but hey, I've seen way more unconventional things occur. So, I mean, maybe Moldova are going to prove me wrong here, but it just doesn't seem very likely that they do grasp the win in this matchup.
Okay, well, I'm going to introduce this side of Moldova this time. It is going to be Easy Touch on the Ogre, followed by Ellis on the Faceless Void, LMAO on the Nyx Assassin, DBSM, not BDSM, DBSM, running on the Ursa, and Timmy on the Spirit Breaker. Didn't Timmy play Spirit Breaker the previous game as well?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Lamau played the Morphling, so Harry next? No, surely not.
No, okay. Take us to the side of Moriarty.
Bamboozled. Okay, obviously 2 people haven't picked yet. I'm going to assume that 10... Okay, so LoL going more than likely into the mid lane, so 10 will be picking up... what was the other carry that was drafted here? So we got... Okay, the Axe. Okay, so carry Axe.
Yes.
Oh man, even some more kind of unconventional things here. So 10 going to be playing over on that Axe. LoL going to be played up here by the OD. Metis going to be playing over here on the Timbersaw. Bobo going to be playing over here on the Rubik, who had a little bit of a rough game actually as the Ricky, but still managed to pull himself on through. Wait, who am I missing out on here? The other support was
Plato on the Lich.
Lich, yes, of course, Lich.
Yeah.
So,
Who was playing mid for Moldova in the previous game?
Moldova, it was LoL, I think. Yes. So it looks like it's a mid lane OD. I actually expect the safe lane OD with the mid lane Timber, but seems like they're gonna go. I don't know. Maybe they're going aggressive here. If you do get the lift, Lich burst damage.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about for Moldova. The mid was the Marana. I can't remember who played the Marana though.
BDSM. So I was
BDSM.
just thinking it's more than likely going to be a mid lane Ursa. Boots Orb of Wind, and it actually crushes lane, especially if he is going to be going up against the Timbersaw. He will probably win that lane. If he goes up against the OD, he will definitely lose that lane because OD just going to be able to control him up.
Yeah, they're like Essence Shift. Literally, OD will go for 1 level in Astral, just in case.
Max Astral's just too strong now. 325 damage at max, with 10-second cooldown.
Yeah.
On a hero that wants to try and right click and has to walk up to you, you just control him.
And
so
the
easily.
Arcane Orb, literally stealing your int with every single attack.
1-for-1 is the common build nowadays.
Okay.
So, pardon?
I said okay. So just quickly drinking some water because my throat is parched, like completely.
It's what I've seen a lot of lately. Almost everyone's running it. It's just huge amounts of damage. It's almost like a free Dagon, really. And it also, you can farm AoE damage as well. Good control. I mean, look at the lineup of
Yeah, I mean, up against the Ursa, that's a melee hero, he
Yeah.
will have to walk in close.
Yeah. So this is just, I don't know, unless Moldova do some crazy thing like level 1 Roche. No, they can't do that.
On Radiant, no.
How many souls can they buy? No, they definitely can't. I mean, surely someone's gonna walk there and scout it out pretty easily. If they do it, I might just log off and go to sleep because I will not believe what I'm seeing. But other than that, I mean, I don't know what to expect from them. I don't really know how this laning is gonna work out. I mean, you've got the carry player playing on the Nyx, who I thought, okay, surely he's gonna be playing on the support role now. But it seems like the Void, I think he was a support in the previous game. So I think they might have just switched up roles here. I'm not too sure. I can't make. Okay, it seems like there might be a TeamSpeak issue.
Let's
The only
quickly.
things I can make out is TeamSpeak and report. So it's most of my European pubs.
Well,
But,
the game is live, dude. The game is live, and I have to say this is going to be one epic game. I want to see what Moldova pulls out the hat, because we saw that during the loser bracket semi-final when we also gave one team the heavy advantage and the other team won. And this time, once again, Moriarty, in my opinion, has got the advantage. They've got a solid draft. They've got a solid lineup. Keep in mind, giving your Axe a carry role here is a very good idea, because you're up against 5 melee heroes. Get him the farm, get him, tanked up, get him that Blink Dagger, get him that Vanguard, get him that Heart, whatever he wants to build to tank up and engage. And he's just going to call, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just picks up an early Blade Mail as well. Up against the Ursa, up against a lot of physical DPS. Getting up a Blade Mail very quickly on the Axe and beefing it up, within 10 minutes or so. It's going to be quite ridiculous.
okay. So it's mid lane Nyx, right? Up against the OD, which is not too bad. If he can time his. Actually, I still think he loses that matchup. He's gonna have to more than likely.
No, keep in mind, mana burn, dude. Mana burn on that OD, the more intel you get, the like more damage you're gonna take. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a high mana burn skill build here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's has to be the way. But I mean, you got more than likely a Rubik who's gonna be pressuring you in the lane. Nyx's right
Wow,
click animations.
that's two bounty runes going the side of Moldova. I think that's that's got like, yeah, okay. That one was completely left alone bottom lane. No idea why. I think Moldova is going to be like very happy right now.
Yeah, and already the harassment starts with the mana burn and the rotations coming in. They're gonna try and maybe already with the jukes. But okay, it looks like they're leaving Axe alone and they're gonna dual lane bots. Yeah, this is okay. I like it a lot. They can even throw the Rubik in there. That could be very high kill potential. They can just easily set up kills for the Timbersaw here.
Yeah. The problem here of running a dual lane up against this Nyx is if the Nyx actually gets a couple of levels up on the OD, the Nyx is going to Shrek the OD because he's going to completely out level him. So Bobo has to be careful not to steal too much experience from this OD.
Absolutely. It's you're quite right there. I think he's actually still doing quite a great job. I thought that the mana burn cost would be too much, but it seems like he's actually getting more than enough off to make this lane almost a bit of a loss here for the OD at this stage. But if just one or two procs of Essence Aura and OD's right back in this lane, so he's making his life difficult, but it's not the end of the world for the OD at this stage.
Yeah, bottom lane, the Timbersaw getting taking quite a bit of harassment. Of course, doesn't have that level up in reactive armor just yet, so it's not really going to help him with any kind of bonus HP regen. Top lane, once trading off Faceless Void versus Axe solo. Who do you give that to? I mean, that is very, very even in my opinion.
Yeah, this is not bad for Faceless Void. Axe is going to find more farm. That's almost a certainty. But Faceless Void is not going to have a bad time. He's going to get his level 6 early, which is probably something they really want. Again, this is going to have to be some insane plays from the Void. He's going to need to get edge chronos just to make sure that they can get some decent damage output.
I mean, you don't normally see a faceless Void being picked up into an all melee draft, do you?
Yeah, precisely. The only outside damage they
Oh,
have
we might actually see the first blood here on the bottom lane. Hold on that third quickly. Who's actually going to get the first blood? It's going to be extremely close. They don't get the counter kill. The first blood goes the way of the Ursa, and they do not manage to get the extra pick off. And I think that was a fairy fire save. So I just love fairy fire saves. They're the best.
Yeah.
Best item in Dota, fairy fire. And there's another charge going straight here onto the Lich. However, Timbersaw is coming back. He does manage to get 2 heroes in his Whirling Death as well as his Timber Chain. Lich might actually be okay from this. Are they going to be able to get any further kind of kills? It's so close here onto the Ursa. And will he be able to heal up from this? I think there is... Well, so one more hit needed, and there you go. That is the Ursa going down, and of course, the Timbersaw will actually be able to get out of that one alive. With the Lich sitting on 7 HP, he has to be extremely careful. No Ignite available for the Ogre Magi, and that's a 1-for-1 trade-off. I think they'll be happy with that. They'll be okay with that.
Yeah, it's pretty good value. Interesting fact here, the next only went 1 point into mana burn, but 2 into his Impale. So,
does he feel that one per... Well, look at the intelligence. Yeah, it scales extremely bad. I'm looking at it right now. I'd also put only the 1 point into that right anyway.
I definitely agree with it. Ogre going to find a kill in the bot lane, however, onto the Timbersaw dying
Wow.
again. This is
Oh, that's like... That was there. That was very deep. So I think that might have been a wraparound. I did miss that one. Sorry for that.
I think he Timber Chained and the...
And he had Ignite on.
Yeah, Ignite's got proc, so... It's not good. He's got no points into reactive armor. I feel like it may be a little bit of a mistake there by Metis.
That's quite interesting, especially up against the melee lineup that is going to constantly harass you, constantly right-click against you. Spirit Breaker nearly dead, having to run out. No! Timbersaw will actually get stuck. So it's literally trading off at this point between Timbersaw and the... Well, that it's actually a little bit more than just trading off. It's just going to be one more right-click needed.
Oh, surely not.
Just chain. You're in range. Just chain.
But he needs to get himself an out here. The charge is actually good. There's
Yep.
no mana on Metis here.
But will he have enough? I think Lich is going to give up his life here for the Timbersaw. So it's 3 for 3, and it's literally just trading off here on the bottom lane. I think that actually favors the Timbersaw a little bit more than the Ursa, because the Ursa doesn't get as much gold as he wants because he keeps on dying. However, the Timbersaw is getting more than what he would if he wasn't getting any kills. So I think it favors the Timbersaw just slightly.
I also, however, one of the things is if Ursa's getting something in the early game, you always got to be concerned that he's going to get an early movement mask and then just head straight into the... But mid lane, charges down. The Odie is in a lot of trouble here. They stacked their stuns a little bit, so he could maybe get himself an out. Good lift from the Rubik. Really good play, but they're diving very deep for this one. Lol, he should be in trouble and he will go down.
That was 1 second away from that magic wand. And Boba has to be very careful because there's 3 heroes here coming from the side of Moldova. They're still charging very deep. The stun doesn't latch, but he is going to burn from the Ignite. Ogre Magi getting that kill as well. So 2 extra kills going the way of Moldova right now. And I mean, having such an early rotation, 3-man rotation, diving behind a tier 1 mid, you wouldn't normally expect that at 6 minutes in.
Yeah, this is this beefcake lineup is working really well in this early stages. But what sort of impact are they going to have later? This is the fundamental question, right? Is once that Chrono is down and the big team fights start, is it going to be better than the Axe Call and the Timbersaw burst damage?
I think honestly the Chronosphere is more of a disengage since they're melee, and they don't want to use it unless he can get a very good Chrono like all on the edges. So they'll most likely be keeping that Chronosphere on and being a little bit more... Well, is he going here for a mech with his headdress or...
No, he's going for Vlad's.
Vlad's. Yeah, sorry.
Surely. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Wait, what is this a building? Please don't tell me they didn't communicate.
Yeah. Oh, hold on quickly. We do see a big engagement here onto the bottom lane. There's 3 heroes here going onto the Timbersaw, and the Timbersaw actually does drop. Does do quite a lot of damage, but the killing spree going in favor of the Ogre. And all of a sudden, TP's coming in towards the middle lane as well. There is a Chronosphere up, but it does not look like they'll be able to get anything. I think they were diving a little bit, so of course Ella's just TPing in for that. I'm just trying to have a look at what else is being bought here by the rest of the team.
Well, the Axe has got his Vanguard. This is pretty
Yeah.
good. He hasn't got Blink Dagger though, which is maybe... I mean, it's one of the things you do. If you've got a safe lane Axe, you usually go Vanguard first just for sustainability, because you know you've got a decent lane. So you're going to be able to farm this
Yeah,
for a
and
longer period of
I mean, you can cut the waves like he's doing now. You can play very aggressively, and if they do dive you, you do have call. You can actually get out of that one. It's a level 2 Berserker's
mid lane.
call, mid lane. Odie dropping once again. So Moldova this time, well, they might actually get even another kill here onto the Rubik. The charge is coming through as well as the stun. The ignite is there, and Bobo just completely gets shredded.
These guys are just so tanky. This is the one thing about this melee draft, is that you're not really safe by your tier 1 tower. They can really just go balls deep and not be afraid. Oh, Chronosphere now
Well-
going to be used on the Axe, and they get enough follow-up.
I think, well, to be honest, that was actually a very good Chronosphere because it's timed out just as the Spirit Breaker charge is coming in, but there's no level 6 up on the Spirit Breaker just yet, and the Axe is just doing so much damage with all of these spins. Look at that go! Look at him go! Literally, unfortunately, he just can't get that last kill. Is he going to be able to actually get a couple more spins off? The Axe does not have any mana, so he can't really do anything. He's hoping for a little bit more, but the one right click coming through from the Rubik will be enough, and that is the power of the early Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, 10 made a little bit of an oopsie there. He did throw his ulti.
Oh, unfortunately, Ursa goes in, stomps, and Timbersaw's like, wait, what? Eat a ulti to the face, eat a whirling death to the face,
Yeah,
and
you came to the wrong neighborhood, my friend. But, I mean, a really good point there you made. It was a good Chronosphere. They had really good follow-up. The stuns weren't stacked.
the timing was on point.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, they didn't get much of a success out of it. Yes, the Axe also slipped up. He used his Culling Blade. If he got a successful Culling Blade off there, and then got a...
He would have had
there,
3
that
successfuls.
would've been- yeah. I think the mana drain, mana burn from the Knicks would have made him not be able to, but that could have gone far worse.
Well, Timbersaw's going in here once again onto the Ursa. Ursa is extremely low HP. Can he actually get this kill? He does. There's no level 6. There's no mana here up for the Lich. Otherwise, that would have been a double kill for sure on him.
Oh, man.
Well,
Oh.
middle lane now, and the Knicks are just going ham on this Odie. This Odie is 0 and 3, and LMAO, he's enjoying himself here on the middle lane. He's 1-0 and 3, only has the 1 kill onto his name. But going for that Midas build up right now on the Nyx Assassin, trying to get those extra levels up to get that level 11 up as soon as possible on the Nyx so he can rotate and roam a little bit more. It's going to be an interesting mid game as we're heading into the mid game phase. I mean, it's 10 and 5 at this point. Net worth though, going heavily in favor of the Axe, with 1,200 already, and then it's 3 heroes for this for the side of Moldova.
Yeah, but now Axe is going to blink that up in really decent timing. Once that's online, I do expect Morality to really group up.
And once again, they go here onto the Outworld Devourer. I think he's actually going to drop. He tries to use his Astral. He does have 4 levels up in that, but it's going to be one more hit. Oh! Will he actually get out of this one? He's trying to juke it, but unfortunately it's not enough.
Well, the dancing shoes are almost on there, but it's really tough. I mean, you're dealing another death in the bot lane here, Ursafan's. This is looking pretty good, and they're gonna make me look like an idiot here. Because this is against all odds, right?
Mr. Analyst, every time you say no, these guys have got an extreme advantage, they don't.
Yeah, okay, look, the early game is more than likely supposed to be in favor of Moldova, but not this much. This is really good rotations. I feel like Timmy's on form here. He's just charging and
Yeah.
racing them and say, hey, you know what, the tower doesn't do enough damage to us, and they just go all the way in.
And they are focusing as well on late game by ensuring that the Nyx Assassin goes for his Hand of Midas, which is on its way to him already, 12 minutes in. as well as mana boots, poor man shield, and bottle. That's really not bad. But just look at that damage that he just keeps on doing. There's 4 levels up in mana burn right now, and it's just doing so much to the OD.
Oh, this poor OD. Doesn't get one proc of essence shift off. Oh yeah, you got one there. he like 9 hits. He
3 levels in essence shift, and you only get, yeah, I know.
Oh, that feels bad, man. Feels bad. But again, this is looking scary. Like you don't want to. I don't want to say, oh, they've Moldova have proven me completely wrong, because it still can turn around, but they're doing so damn.
Oh, hold on quickly. They are actually going straight here onto the Timbersaw. Timbersaw is being charged up right now as well. He gets Fury swiped down by the Ursa, and unfortunately, the Lich does not have his ultimate up, and Lich gets popped. There's a TP coming in, and I don't know quite sure. I'm not quite sure why the Rubik actually went in there. There's 3 or 4 heroes for the side of Moldova here on the bottom side, but there's the axe. He actually goes through. He does get a very good call off. There's the first dunk. He wants to go here onto the Ursa. Doesn't get any extra spins. There's more support TPs coming in right now, and it is going to be the OD. Unfortunately, the OD does not get there. Well, he actually does manage to get in range for an Astral Imprisonment, and that's going to be a single call onto the Ogre. Is there a couple of spins, and is there going to be another dunk? No, there isn't. But it's not needed. Oh, the Nyx Assassin comes through, gets a triple impale, and he's going to get a double kill, is he? Oh, that Faceless Void ultimate not actually catching out the... Well, actually keeping the Nyx outside of that bubble. Very well played. But the killing spree gets ended. I mean, scrappy fight.
It's still going on though. Timbersaw, he's going to find himself in some trouble. Can he get out? He
No.
doesn't have a Timber Chain. Has been stopped by the Faceless Void. It seems like they're going to back themselves on that. They're aware that that's a large amount.
I actually give that in favor of Moriarty, because if I had to look at the fight recap, and it was like 1,900 to 1,000. So a little bit in favor of the side of Moriarty. I mean, that Blink Axe call was insane. Unfortunately, he didn't get as many spins off as he would like, or he would have liked. But managing to get that Culling Blade off, he is still sitting on the top of the network chart with 7,000 versus the Knicks on 5,000.
Yeah, this is, again, like we said, the axe absolutely destroys this lineup of pure melee. It's the strength of an axe to deal with melee heroes. But they've been doing such a good job elsewhere on the map, wherever axe is not, that they definitely holding on to this game quite comfortably, I feel. Their net worth.
Oh, we might actually see a call in here. Okay, no, wait, that is the Ursa, and the Axe was positioning himself to actually jump here onto the bottom lane. He's still quite deep, so I think we might actually see a defense on the bottom side, since there is a Lich ultimate up. Are we going to see anything more? No, there's the engagement. The TPs are coming through as well. Are we going to see anything further coming through here? The Axe actually does go in. He does not use his core, but he doesn't need it. He gets the dunk onto the Spirit Breaker. Now they will actually want to turn around. They want to continue on fighting. They're going onto the Ogre Magi. Ogre Magi, he will get out of that one alive, so it's a 2-for-1 trade-off at this point in the favor of Moldova, but they want to go for the Ursa, and the Ursa just gets, well, instantly popped. He does have his Aegis. Is the call going to be there in time? No need. Well, yeah, the call actually gets... Yeah, it's just like overkill, but it's fine. I haven't used my ulti just yet, so screw you.
Yeah, no, I mean, why not? Why not? It's this is now the problem, right? The Axe is absolutely just toying around with him. He can control his team fights so easily. And,
Poor
Timbersaw
Rubik.
is really dead.
Middle lane though, there's an ultimate going through by the Lich. Actually does manage to get the 1 kill after they killed the Rubik. The side of Moldova killed the Rubik, so it's a 1-for-1 trade-off at this point. They want to go for more. They want to go for the Spirit Breaker. Fairy Fire, so OP. Dunk range, not yet in range. One more attack needed. It is in dunk range, but there's no mana. They're just going to right-click him down. Look at the Axe. He's not taking any damage.
He is fearless, man. There's no reason for him to be afraid of anything.
And the Blade Mail is going to be up around the 16-minute mark. I mean, Blink, Blade Mail, as well as Vanguard. That's not bad.
Yeah, he's really farmed. But another factor that in these team fights is the whirling death, right? A large amount of Moldova's team, Moldova's team is strength heroes, right? Or they require this shield because they're melee heroes.
Yeah.
And that whirling death absolutely crushes them. They need to make sure they can sort of stay away from Timbersaw, but it's almost impossible.
Well, it's going to be an interesting game at this point. From 5,000 lead, that is the side of Moldova, down to only a 1,000 XP lead, 1,000 gold lead as well. This game is back in anyone's hands.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the Odie's finding his way back into this game, and it's a little bit of a concern for Moldova. And if he finds some sort of itemization, they are going to have to deal with having huge amounts of intel stolen on heroes with lacking intel, and they're going to be controlled up by Axe as well as Timbersaw. Unfortunately, I feel that their time is ticking here. They need to make something huge, but you would have expected it to happen with the Aegis. The Aegis was stomped out immediately as soon as it came online.
Well, they're trying to put pressure here on the top lane. Ogre is here using a powering hailstorm on himself. The next assassin is busy roaming around. He does have arcane boots up, energy boost as well as a ring of health. And we actually do see an engagement onto, unfortunately, Timmy. I mean, you said it earlier, Timmy's been really playing well, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Oh, this is bad.
Are we going to see the call coming through? No, he just cancels the TP. He's like standing there waiting. And the Nyx Assassin does get scouted out. He does actually pop his spike carapace. And this is going to be a dunk with no mana. So there's no mana up here for the dunk. I mean, that's another thing. There's hardly any dunks at all from the Axe because the mana's always out.
Yeah, it's quite true. But it doesn't matter. The pure damage is just paying off. And
Yep.
Tier 1's down now, the threat, what can they do? They do have a Chronosphere, but what damage are they going to deal into this Chronosphere?
Yep. Well, I just saw the blink, heard the blink, but they are actually going straight in onto the Lich. Lich does have his ultimate up, but unfortunately doesn't get to use this, and Timbersaw is going to be the next one to pop. 3 times multicast on the bottom right. Meanwhile, on the top side, there is a Chronosphere just to catch out the Alcohol Devourer, and this fight is just so messy, but the Rubik stole the Chronosphere. He manages to get an insane Chronosphere up, actually trapping the Faceless Void as well as the Spirit Breaker. The Spirit Breaker, however, still charges up into the Outlaw Devourer. Outlaw Devourer manages to force off himself away. I mean, if it wasn't for that steal, they all would have died from there. And Odie is still alive. He's still kicking. They do want to go for him. He actually manages to get out. There's no stun. However, poor Rubik, I think he is going to drop from this. He has managed to steal Time Walk, and he will manage to Time Walk out. But unfortunately, Ursa just uses his blink, and what a messy fight. What an insane fight. And that Chronosphere steal. I just love that.
I feel like the Chronosphere steal was great, but I think he might have killed his Axe there.
Unfortunately, there wasn't a Lich, because if the Lich was there, then, I mean, then it would have been insane.
Yeah, that would have been crazy. It may be a bit costly. Another thing I want to point out, I think we've been saying Timmy wrong. I don't know if you watch South Park, I think that's how he wants his name to be said.
Timmy. What? How?
Timmy!
Timmy. Well, I have to say, he's probably been one of the MVPs of this match and the previous match. His engagements are spot on. He's creating so much space for the rest of his team because they have to focus down the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker gets his charges off. He's getting 2 or 3 stuns off in a row on those charges as well. And that's the thing. Good Spirit Breaker like players, they know who to charge, not just who to land the charge on or click the charge on, but how they can stun as many people on as possible from a single charge. But we might see a next engagement. There comes Ursa. He actually does get Astral imprisoned up. Unfortunately, the Timber Sword just drops instantly. 10 is going to drop here very closely. Unfortunately not. There you go. It is going to be the Lich ultimate bouncing around between everyone. There's 2 heroes down, and it's only in exchange for 1, but the Lich is the next one to drop. Axe does not get any further lucky spins off, and unfortunately there's no OD ulti. I think he did drop it there. It's a 2 for 3 trade-off in favor of Moldova.
What's going on?
I'm actually struggling to follow the fight because they're so chaotic. There's like 3 fights happening at the same time, but it's actually all a single fight, and the 3 fights split up because it's 1-on-1, 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 but then halfway through the fight they all change their targets and then they focus on each other again.
I just feel like Moldova have been doing such a great job at communicating in this game. I still feel like they're lesser odds up against the draft.
Well, they've come back 3,000 gold.
Yeah, they're doing such good work communicating their targets out, getting as much damage out in these team fights as possible, and really using Timmy as the engager, and following him in his footsteps, and then crushing these team fights. Fights they should not win, and they're just doing so well at it. Man, this is could this be a 5-man melee game? I don't know, man.
I think I
can't
saw a 5-man melee in Boston like today. I'm actually trying to remember.
Are fortified.
I'm pretty sure I did, or otherwise it was a 4-man melee lineup. But having a look here, they are actually jumping onto the axe right now. There's a single spin coming through. Only 2 spins out of all of that. The problem is Ursa just does so much damage with the Fury swipes. I mean, he only needs to attack you 3 times to take away most of your HP.
Yeah, he's got the Master Madness as well, which is a beautiful pickup on Ursa. It's just so good.
Well, there's the forced off in. They actually managed to get the Astral Imprisonment straight off onto him. Are they going to be able to have enough? And, well, Ursa, where is Ursa? There's no Ursa in the game. He's been deleted out. He's been scrubbed out of Dota. I don't even think he's going to respawn after that.
Yeah, that's painful to watch. But we go back to the same point. This Whirling Deathwish work up against BB heroes.
Yes.
It brought his stats down so low that he just gets deleted out of the game.
I mean, it's a 15% stat loss coming through with 250 damage for 14 seconds, as well as if it's near trees, of course it does pure damage. It's just ridiculous, especially because it's up against melee heroes. He can go straight into their face.
No, look at this Timbersaw, man.
Yep.
Taking minimal damage. this reminds me of that Lycan strat everyone Dota 1 days.
He's just standing there, his chakram is on, and I mean he just has 15 reactive armor charges. They do manage to scout this out from the side of Moldova, but unfortunately it is too late. The smoke instantly, and well, are they actually going to get an objective from this? We do see the side of Moldova split up just a little bit, and Moriarty, they're actually going straight through the jungle. Are they just going to go straight and backdoor that tower? If I was them, I would. I mean, it's a...
Yep.
Yep. There you go. Objective gaming. Smoke for a tower.
Moriarty just put a nail inside the tire of Moldova. It's just they're in a tough spot now. They
Yep.
wanted to get that Aegis, and then that would have put them in a very comfortable position to look at high grounds. Now they snagged that away, and that sort of opportunity that Moldova was hoping to utilize to bring at least 2 or 3 objectives is now gone. They are now on the back foot with this aggressive lineup, and that's sort of a situation you don't want to find yourself in. But I mean, they've been proving me wrong all day today. So
Well,
we'll
let's
see
have
if
a
they can turn this around.
let's have a look at quickly the item choices here for the side of Moriarty. There is a Hurricane Pike up as well as an Ultimate Orb already for the OD. I mean, what a recovery, I have to say. He really had a bad time mid, and he is only 500 net worth behind the Nyx. So extremely well played by him. Lich, of course, does have a mechanism up, does have an Urn of Shadows chilling in base for some reason. Axe sitting with Blink, Dagger, not Forced off Vanguard, Blade Mail, as well as a Yules that is waiting in base. Timbersaw's just received his Bloodstone, 12 charges up on the Bloodstone, and of course Rubik also, okay, so that's why. So there's 2 Urn of Shadows on the field at this point. Rubik just with the Arcane Boots and Urn of Shadows. So quite significant. Oh, hold on quickly. Timbersaw being stunned up. He's backing out a little bit. And the item choices for the side of Moldova. It's also, I mean, wait.
Thanks. Oh, that was painful to watch. Got caught out there by the axe.
Yeah, just quickly having a look here. The Chronosphere actually catches 2 on the edge. I mean, what a Chronosphere. Unfortunately, the rest of his team can't actually get there. The Spirit Breaker does have his Blade Mail up, and they do manage to pop down the axe. So there's another multi-cast going straight onto the OD. OD, of course, does have ultimate, does have a Hurricane Pike if he does need it, but the charge does come through onto the Rubik. Rubik just gets completely demolished up by the Ursa, but the fight is still continuing on right now. The axe comes in with a beautiful call and Blade Mail. They're busy killing, they're killing themselves. Faceless Void has to get out of that one. Unfortunately, Blade Mail wears down and is not enough, and that is a 4-man wipe in exchange for a single hero. Moldova.
That was the worst chrono steal from a Rubik I've ever seen. He stole the chrono, he threw it down again, and only his teammates were stuck in there, and Faceless Void just killed them all.
Oh.
That was very, very bad. I don't like to call people out like that, but it was definitely the reason why that was lost. And I feel like it's the second time he's stolen a chrono and he's just thrown it down willy nilly. And oh man, that was a very very big mistake. And
That was a 4,500 gold swing in the favor of Moldova. So that will basically put them on equal terms again after this. And I mean, we're busy looking at like item choices between the two teams. Ursa's got a Vanguard up now as well, as well as the Mask of Madness. The Faceless Void once again going for that Diffusal Blade, and the Yasha. Nyx does have his Aether Lens up, working towards, well, has his Aghanim Scepter up right now as well after that huge fight. And the two supports, Spirit Breaker, just having the Blade Mail up, and Ogre Magi, 4-staff drums as well as the Urn of Shadow. So all of the supports from like both the two teams are actually quite farmed, but it's 3,600 net worth for seeing a quick engagement here. Ursa, yeah, I'm not even gonna say anything.
That was, what were they doing there? They just took a great fight.
Yeah.
And they got an objective, and then they hang around and get caught out like that. That's very...
I mean, the two supports were literally half the net worth of the side of Moriarty than of Moldova, but unfortunately they've just decreased that lead. Even though there's still like a 2,000 lead, it was like 3,000 to 8,000.
That was the most painful death I've watched in a long time. I don't know if you saw that there.
I did not know.
He just burrowed into the ground and they were just hitting him forever, and to no avail. Just stolen burrow, I'm telling you that. Just hitting up the ground there. That's the regret burrows. But this is pretty good for them. I mean,
they're like picking him like crazy. I wonder if Rubik can Rubik still cast spells while he's burrowed? He has to be able to.
Cast spells, but as soon as he changes burrow, the burrow goes away. So as soon as he steals another spell, he'll come out of burrow. You can't steal and use another spell. You can only use your level.
I'm just focusing on this Rubik right now. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not a great steal.
Well, considering that Rubik does not have a lot of HP, and sometimes if he just gets jumped, for example, by the Ursa, he could just burrow himself.
Absolutely, but yeah, I wanted to say something terrible, but I'll keep it to myself.
It's fine. Like off team speak, we'll talk about it. I don't think the Romanian Dota 2 Pro League and esports addicts will really like us that much if we yeah. Okay, so focusing on the game here, guys. It's been a long night so far. It's sitting at 12 o'clock our time at night, so struggling to focus, but we will do so. Moriarty busy pressuring up the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Moldova looking quite strong here, pressuring up the middle lane. And I just have to look at the net worth though. It goes up to around 8,000. It's dropped down to around 6,000 now once again. Still in the favor of Moldova. But we saw Moriarty pull back from a much further... well, there you go. Rubik just burrowing down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we're
Hold on quickly. On that note, they do actually jump straight onto the Timber Sword, but he does deny himself to make sure that they don't get any kills. But this is a big opening for the side of Moldova.
Yeah, that's Bloodstone Rogers lost. He's only going to be 6 when he rejoins. Very big loss, but DD on the Ursa, I mean, there was no way it was going to survive.
This Rubik is just constantly burrowing himself, and this is why I said it is actually such a good steal.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, this is the most ridiculous thing that I've seen. And I'm pretty sure Bobo is just like, what the hell? What the hell? He literally should have died like 5 times there.
It's free regen, that's pretty solid for him. So
and
he's got Blink Dagger actually. That's actually quite impressive.
It is.
That Rover managed to find that Blink Dagger.
However, he has to try and steal another burrow quite soon because it's about to go off cooldown. yeah, I'm not going to say anything further about that one. Having a quick look here, all the tier 2 towers are down, except for one on the side of Moriarty and one on the side of Moldova. Moldova is only sitting on like 280 HP, a little bit more, a little bit less than the side of Moriarty. So, looking at the map control, it is pretty even, but it's a very long rush respawn timer. And I think they're probably going to try and wait for this one up. We do see some of the guys moving slowly but surely moving towards this rush area, so to speak. Do you think that rush is such a big deal for the side of both of these teams?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be the most highly contested thing right now. We've seen fights go both ways. Now, if you have an Aegis on hand, it should go your way. Although, I think both Aegises that have previously passed had absolutely no influence. So, again, it could be worth this, it could be worth a lot. But, again, it's difficult to say. I think that an Aegis onto the Spaces Void, who's found a dramatic amount of farm, I've almost been neglecting him almost. He's really looking in a comfortable
Oh, yes.
2.7 in the bank. And he's hitting kind of hard. If he has an Aegis in hand, things could be a little bit problematic.
Well,
He's quite sustainable.
there's a smoke movement up. Unfortunately, the axe doesn't actually catch the Spirit Breaker, but the Spirit Breaker does get used up. They do want to go on him right now. Can they actually get that lift? There is no lift. He does actually blink straight into the area of the charge. And now the counter engagement's coming through. The Ogre is here all by himself. I'm not quite sure why the Ogre is there.
Yeah, not much of a counter engagement, but the attempt was good by Easy Touch. But at the end of the day, 1-0. He stays alive on the Spirit Breaker, surprisingly. I'd really thought they were going to get that lifted. But this is all just to create space around this Roshan. But obviously, both teams want this desperately.
Of course, yeah.
How much impact this going to have is to be told in the future. But
How big do you think is the Aghanim Scepter going to be on the Spirit Breaker?
I would have liked the BKB on him, to be absolutely honest. I don't know. I don't rate the Aghanim upgrade all that much over BKB. That is. I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
Well, having a 20-second cooldown on your ultimate is quite significant, especially since he does stay alive quite long during these fights. He also has a Blade Mail up. But Rosh is up here, and is it going to be Moriarty once again going for this Rosh and Moldova leaving it?
Yeah, this shouldn't happen. They do have the herbs, so they should have probably better warding. Actually, they got pretty good warding. However, I don't think they have anything inside the pit. Okay, they're going to start beating it out now. Surely they're going to move themselves. This should not be happening. This ward over here is pretty odd. And the secret shop, it's not going to scout very easily. So, yeah, they actually acted. Okay, they got rid of it.
Well, there's the burrow coming through here from the Nyx Assassin. Is the call going to be on point for the Axe? They actually do manage to get the Aegis, and the Aegis gets picked up by the OD. A good Chronosphere coming through, actually trapping two of the heroes out, but the Axe is still alive. Is the Axe going to actually make it? No, he does drop from that, so Axe is going to be the first person to fall. The next person, the OD, does drop the hammer. Unfortunately, it's not enough, and there's another Chrono Steal coming through here by the Rubik. Once again, this time it's actually a very good one, trapping up the Nyx, and it's a 2-for-1 trade-off in the favor of Moldova, but they want to get more. Ursa might actually be in a lot of trouble right now. He does get earned up, so he can't actually use his Blink Dagger, but he does seem to be able to get out of this one alive.
Yeah, Blink Dagger doesn't get cancelled by Earned, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Ogre. Ogre is in a lot of trouble right now. Nope, he manages to get out of that one, baiting a little bit with a courier. Kill the courier, not me, please.
Again, the team with the Aegis loses fight. It's not what you'd expect, but they still have the Aegis. That's the one big pro here, and this OD has found his way back into this game dramatically. He was really down and out when we spoke about it. He's now found BKB, Lincoln Sphere. It's a much more difficult target to bring down, to be fair.
Well, looking at the net worth right now, I mean, it's still hovering around 7,500, but that's not a lot considering it's 40 minutes into the game. It is a significant lead, but it's stable around that point. I mean, it has been since around the 20-minute mark, going up and down a little bit. Experience, roughly around 8,000. with the Timbersaw only sitting on 4 charges on his Bloodstone, I mean, how significant is that?
Yeah, that's quite problematic.
Oh, hold on that note quickly. The OD is actually being engaged upon right now. He does manage to Astral imprison the... Well, there's actually a stun being stolen. No stun. It's only the Ignite being stolen here by the Rubik. They do manage not yet to take down the OD, and the OD still has the Aegis of the Immortals. So OD's just going ham. I mean, stealing 20 intelligence at this point already.
Oh, wow.
And a 3-man Chronosphere coming through here for the side of Moldova. All on the edges. Insanely well positioned. And the OD is back all of a sudden because his Aegis has popped. No one has dropped from that. And I mean, that was like a lot of fighting. A lot of ultimates being cast as well.
Needs to get 5 recap. It's insane. And only the death on the Aegis. It's
Damage done 5,000 from the side of Moldova. Okay, so everyone's resetting right now. I mean, any fight can literally change the game completely. Having a look at the buyback status, there's only 3 buybacks available. 2 on the side of Moldova and 1 on the side of Moriarty. So they have to be very careful how they play this. They do not have the Aegis anymore on LoL, on the Outlaw Devourer.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And they saw the BKB on him. Did he use BKB? No. So he's still got a 10-second BKB. So I think he actually did well there, not panicking and using the BKB in that fight or in that engagement.
Yeah. And Moldova's doing a good job keeping the lanes pressured out, trying to split push it up. But we do see the bottom, though, the top tier 1 tower actually falling. Unfortunately, the blink for the Rubik, they're managing to get out of that one alive. So, wait, hold on quickly. Timbersaw might be engaging. Nope, he decides to not go in.
He just doesn't have the mana sustain. He bought Ags and he only has 4 charges on his sustain.
Yeah,
I think a
it's...
bit of a mistake. I think Yules should have been way before the Aghanims. The Yules would have meant extra control up against the Ursa. If there's a good Chronosphere, he can control...
Well, he's gone for the Ghost Scepter now, so... The Ghost Scepter, I mean, his like Chakram, he can't attack. The Ghost Scepter will actually help him with that. There is a little bit of magical damage. I mean, if he gets like 3 times multicast by the Ogre, he might just die from that, as well as an Ignite. But I do think that the Ghost Scepter is a good choice. It just doesn't help him out with his sustain. He needs to somehow try and increase his Bloodstone charges.
I just don't understand why not Yules, though. I feel like Yules against melee heroes is always super strong. And against Void, it's extremely good. Against Ursa, it's insanely good. Ursa has not gone. He has not gone BKB. He's gone for the Ags build instead. The Masterman has his Ags, and if you can control him in that duration of his ulti, that means you can more than likely kill him afterwards. He's
Yeah,
now
but
gonna be
the big thing about the Enrage, I mean, with Ags, doesn't he have the ability, even if he's stunned up or controlled up, to actually still pop the Enrage?
Yeah, but if he heals, it's not. It's just that duration of time that you waste.
Okay.
Because I feel it just doesn't make all that much sense why you don't go for the heals. In my opinion, that is. It's really good up against the Spirit Breakers or Ags as well now. If you can, because the animation of his ulti is so terrible. If you can heals him in between that means he's not going to get more than 1 off in a team fight. And I don't know. They do have 1 heals on the team, and that's on the Axe, which is very sensible. Who's actually going BKB now.
Keep in mind, the Ags on the Spirit Breaker allows Greater Bash to do an AoE effect, but on the middle lane we do see an engagement here once again onto the Ogre. Poor Ogre. He does find himself caught out in a few precarious positions quite a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. I think he's just trying to find farm wherever he can and goes to the places.
Oh, there's another engagement here onto the Spirit Breaker, and unfortunately Spirit Breaker drops again. And is this a repeat of what we saw during game 1?
I wouldn't know. I don't feel like either team has a massive margin of lead here.
But considering there's 2 heroes down with no buy. Oh no, wait, they do have buybacks if they really do need it. So I think we're probably going to see the Faceless Void. He does have Chrono, but he's actually cutting the wave. So I do like this from the Faceless Void, making sure that the wave can't push up any further. And he's heading towards the bottom lane now as well.
Yeah, but there is no backdoor yet. The heroes are still staying in the general area, so they get that.
Oh, hold on. We do see an engagement here. The Ursa does jump in. Unfortunately, he cast his enrage, but he gets lifted up completely and kited, as you stated. The Ursa is actually down from here. Moriarty might just be taking this game, or taking, well, everything by the horns, and Ursa does not have buyback. This is very problematic, and now there's the jump in here onto the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin does manage to get 2 stuns off, but unfortunately he drops. That is going to be a double kill here for the Timbersaw. Nyx Assassin is being forced to buy back. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, there's actually a full lane of racks that was taken here by the Faceless Void. So it is actually more than a trade-off. I have to say, they actually did very well. There's a Chronosphere coming through. He actually does cost his BKB up. He manages to not get that kill off just yet, but he gets the extra kill. And there's the Cronus steal once again by the Rubik. Does manage to trap off the Ogre Magi on the other end. And the charge coming through, they do get the kill off here for Moriarty. Well, Odie nearly kills himself with that ultimate coming through. And he just might drop from this. He can force off himself away if he has to. It's a very messy fight once again. But I actually think Moldova is getting the better of this, as they managed to get the bottom tower. And this is going to be Timbersaw down to 3 chargers.
Yeah, this is Moldova.
I was wondering, where's the Faceless Void the whole time? And he got the full bottom racks.
That's a massive mistake here by Moriarty. They definitely should have rotated someone back there. He did such a good job. He cut wave, he removed racks, all in the time that they just defended. I think they used 1 buyback on the Nyx Assassin. I could be mistaken, but this is looking rough. 7k in the bank for the Faceless Void. He is comfortable. He is living comfortable here.
What do you buy here? Well, except for Boots of Travel to continuously split push. Faceless Void is not really a like split pushing hero. You know, you don't really think of him as a split pushing hero.
Absolutely, but he's going to more than likely go MKB here. Best damage output, saving for buyback it seems. So, oh man, this is quite surprising. Charge onto Roshan. Okay. And now they're going to get Roshan in their pockets from Moldova. This is really big for them. They've got a lane of racks that's going to... That lane is going to the enemy. The Dio are just going to find themselves in that awkward position of, okay, we have to wait on Hygrin until Aegis is gone.
The thing is, Moriarty had the right ideas the whole time with making sure that they get the rush instead of the Ursa in the side of Moldova. Even though they're on the Radiant team, Ursa just demolishes Rosh. So they made sure to protect Rosh every single time so that they could get it, take a team fight beforehand. But when things were looking very grim while Moriarty was pushing down the middle lane, I really thought that Moriarty had this game in the bag right there. I just didn't focus on the split push on the bottom lane.
Yeah, me too. I completely with that. That's all on me. But that's really, really costly for Moriarty. They definitely should have... I don't know. I feel like a couple of mistakes were made this game by them, and it's also late in Romania, to be fair.
That is true.
There, right? So mistakes do come through. And
Can I tell you why Moriarty is falling behind?
Pardon?
Can I tell you why Moriarty is falling behind? Bobo hasn't stolen Burrow again.
Just to dig up the grounds. But yeah, it's... I don't know. It seems like they've made a lot of mistakes, but at the end of the day, they can really review it if they do lose. This game's not over by any means. I still feel like their draft is more than strong enough to deal with the situation.
The problem is
now,
sorry.
Void.
True.
Void's a major issue.
With 4 buybacks on the side of Moldova and 0 on the side of Moriarty, this is a very big deal. This fight can actually win the entire game, forcing this to a game 3, or it can delay it a little bit more. And I mean, the Timbersaw really needs charges on his Bloodstone, so they need to be able to get a pick off or 2 here, boost his Bloodstone charges, make sure not to engage any further, and it's actually going to be a full crit up on the Faceless Void.
Yeah, Daedalus, man, that's big. That's Axe dying every team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that's their plan. They don't want Axe to control them so that Yodi can get the damage output down. And I mean, Timbersaw's got no Bloodstone charges. It's really actually looking very favourable now to Moldova, the more I look at it.
Yeah. Timbersaw being stunned up there by his own Chakram, running out of mana. He has to go back and actually replenish it. So he manages to just clear out the like wave and
He's using the essence now.
yeah, it's just I mean that's cheating, dude. That's cheating. Look at that. Look at that. It's like every single time. Meanwhile, when Odie tries to do it, it's like 1 out of 9.
Yeah, what are Bloodstone charges even, man? Who needs that? Oh wow. Okay, so that's working out pretty good.
Yep.
But, I still feel like, oh, look at Boyd. He's playing pretty aggressive here, and rightfully so. They know Roshan's a long time before it comes up. They feel like they need to make.
Well, there's the engagement coming straight through. The Blink Dagger is up, and unfortunately, the Timbersaw is going to be popped. Timbersaw does not have buyback. It's still on cooldown for 2 minutes and 4 seconds. They do decide to go further onto the Faceless Void. Faceless Void, unfortunately, has to go out. But the hammer gets dropped from the OD. Will he actually be able to get that last hit onto the Ogre Magi? Unfortunately not. It is a 0-for-1 trade-off. The Blink Dagger comes in trying to just... Well, no. Wait, what's happening here right now? It is the Ursa actually jumping in. Ursa, of course, just going completely ham right now. And that is going to be the Axe down as well as the Rubik. And... Wait, there's the Ursa. Oh, wow, wait. Ursa didn't have... I think the Aegis actually timed out. Ursa does buyback for that. He is going to try and come in. They have to be very careful here because even the Nyx Assassin's on extremely low HP. But there's the Ursa going straight in. He has to, if Ursa dies back from this, and we actually do see the Aegis that was dropped. And the, well, Outlaw Devourer does drop from this now as well. So he manages to buy back. That was the first buyback for the side of Moriarty. The only buyback that they actually had. Unfortunately, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do enough here. And now Lincoln's has been popped. Must be careful.
Well, that's going to be a dieback onto the Outlaw Devourer. He is going to try and get... There's the GG's being called. A little bit premature, but no, OD actually does drop from that. Ghost Scepter being used up on the Lich. And this is making it a 1-1 game. Going to game 3, guys. Who would have thought Moldova... Actually, this time not. I'm not saying that they threw game 1, but not losing the edge and losing the advantage in game 2 like they did in game 1. Going the full best of 3. Scarpy, final thoughts.
Man, beefcake drafts are real. It works. It clearly works. I mean, it looked like. Let's be honest here. It looked like the draft on Moriarty was far more superior, but it just Moldova pulled that off to precision. It's 2 games in a row that we've seen specific drafts being picked up now, and people utilizing their draft to the accordance that exactly what they needed to do. I feel a couple of mistakes were made by Moriarty, but that's no excuse. At the end of the day, I feel like Moldova played brilliantly. It looked so good. Such a good performance from them. I'm looking forward to this game number 3.
Well, guys, on that note, I'm Reddit's joining me with Scarpy. Stay tuned for game number 3. It is going to be a cracker. Who's going to take it, Moldova or T Moriarty? Stay tuned.
Dire team. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Romanian Dota 2 League. What a game one, what a game two. We are now at game three, the last game for the night. I'm Reddit, joining me is Scorpy. Scorpy, what a ride it's been today so far.
Yeah, man, just good Dota all the way. 4 games in a row, not a single complaint to be had, and man, looking forward to this finale game, I suppose. And
We've seen a punch. We've seen a techies. We've seen a two back and forward games like crazy. What do you? Well, I was about to bring that up. Looking at the draft, the ban out from the Spirit Breaker, is that directly relating to Timmy and the impact that he's had? Timmy.
Yeah, he's. I think they said, okay, listen, we've had enough of you guys diving behind our tier 1 towers, behind our havens, and killing us early games. So I think it's the right move. It seems like Moldova do sort of rotate around these very hyper-aggressive heroes and are willing to dive you behind your tower just to get that early game lead. We saw it in game 1. Variety were able to pull that one back. In game 2, however, they kept on grasping. It looked like they might have an opportunity to bring it back, but at the end of the day, Moldova held on to that marginal lead and pulled it through. So game number 3, they said, listen, we know the Spirit Breaker is what they play around a lot. Let's just get rid of it. Let's just say no. As well as the Undying. Pray another hero that's more than willing to dive behind your tower.
But that, of course, does leave the OD and the Drow open. The Drow being picked up by Moriarty, the OD being picked up by Moldova, Shadow Demon and SK being banned out. So, I mean, do you think this is going to be an aura draft coming up from the side of Moriarty? Do you think it's going to be like a 4 range 1 melee? I mean, Moldova's literally got an OD and a Faceless Void, and we saw what their Faceless, how good the Faceless Void was in the hands of Moldova on a all melee hero lineup.
Yep, and wow. Okay, yeah, I agree. The Faceless Void, very good pickup here. OD, one of the heroes that can do a hell of a lot of damage into the Chronosphere. One of the criticisms I had on the pickup in the previous game, but that Faceless Void managed to find a really significant amount of farm, so he was dealing his own damage within his Chronospheres and creating a lot of space for him. Other than that, I think there were a couple of mistakes by the Rubik. I don't really like to point people out, but 1 or 2 Chronospheres, I know it happens. I've also played Rubik where I steal a Chrono, get super excited and drop it, and it doesn't help at all. But at the end of the day...
Towards the end of the game, he actually had a couple of insane steals and Chronos where he literally kept like 1 or 2, for example, the Nyx, kept him completely out of the fight, and did bring the team back a little bit regarding that. But I completely understand the Nyx assassin being picked up here by Moriarty to go up against the OD.
Yeah, I want to touch. I'm not judging his entire performance. I'm just saying a couple of errors were made.
Yeah.
By the Rubik. So it happens. It does happen, and like I said, it's also late in Romania. It's late here, so mistakes do happen, and you do expect them, but hopefully you learn from it and you don't make those sort of errors again. But picking up the Nyx against the OD, obviously realizing how Nyx crushes the OD in lane, so why not? It's Moriarty. It is a common hero to really crush the lane. However, do they have this? Are they going to have the supports that are willing to put that extra bit of pressure to secure these kills on the OD and force him back? Like we saw in the previous game, they had the Spirit Breaker and the rest of even the Ogre was willing to go behind the tower. So
yeah,
Ogre still in the. That's saying they could possibly get, but we'll see.
Definitely.
What they can pick up.
Moldova banning out 2 range heroes with the Invoker as well as the Weaver. We've seen, especially in the Boston majors, Weaver being picked up a little bit more than we have been seeing him especially because of the early game aggression and the versatility that a Weaver can give, especially if you do stack it up with something like a Drow Ranger. The Geminate attack is ridiculous. And Moriarty going for a Timbersaw and a and an Omni Knight banner. The thing is, the Timbersaws we've seen today haven't been that effective.
Yeah.
Well, except for in the first game that we cast today.
Yeah.
That like triple kill on the top lane, yeah.
Yes. That was I lost my voice because of that one.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually a clip on the Romanian Dota 2 Facebook page of that, so go and have a look. It's actually quite an interesting clip. Before we continue on with this, for those of you guys watching on stream, for those of you that are actually in game, just go to twitch.tv/esportsaddicts. If you go to the donate button and enter the code RDPL, that's Romanian Dota Pro League, RDPL3, the platform, of course, will donate $1 for you, and that goes towards the prize pool. So we, of course, do want to support the teams. We do want to support the organizations running this, but 100% of those donations, if you add RDPL3, go towards the prize pool of this tournament. We've already had a couple $100 being donated that way and being pushed into the prize pool. So for those of you even watching in-game, please go to twitch.tv/esportsaddicts, all one word. I think our channel is actually the URL as well. So yeah, let's go and do that and help us grow the Romanian scene a little bit more. But going straight back into the draft right now, because there's been a couple of interesting developments. I'm going to start off with a Witch Doctor, one of my favorite heroes. Witch Doctor to combo up with a Faceless Void, Chronosphere is pretty damn ridiculous. However, Witch Doctor also has to be careful up against the Nyx Assassin and the Spike Carapace with his ultimate and a Bouncing Cask. Take us through the rest of the drafts that are... Sorry, I'm just calling it right now. There's going to be a Huskar ban. Okay, you can continue.
Yeah, okay. Well, we spoke about the slaughter in depth today, how...
Sorry. Oracle Drow Huskar, I mean, you have to.
you gotta get rid of it. But going back to your points, I mean, the slaughter, getting through here, this is a bit scary. But at the same time, an Oracle with the Drow Aura and Oracle, your offlane is not fun. I can almost assure you, it's not going to be fun for the slaughter. Seems like they're going to be going with that safe lane Faceless Void once again. It worked out great. Why not do it again? I mean, just pretty solid. And we spoke about it before the pickup came through on the Ogre. Do they have a hero that's willing to dive behind the tower into this OD to secure the kills, or at least pressure him out of the lane so he doesn't find farm? And they do it. They pick up the Ogre for themselves. So, I suppose there's nothing way out of the ordinary here at all. The ban going out onto the Ancient Apparition, pretty interesting.
Yeah, they don't want the Wombo, of course, with the OD, Faceless Void. Yeah. The amount of damage that the Slaughter can put out, also with his minus armor on his ultimate, the Witch Doctor, as well as an Ancient Apparition, it can just be completely ridiculous. What do you think's the last pick going to be to try and combo? Well, okay, never mind. There you go. I do like that a lot. I really do.
Offlane next. That's quite interesting. Oh.
Well, I wanted to bring that up because in Game 1, Sniper was banned by, I think it was Moldova. In Game 2, it was banned by Moriarty. Yeah. And in Game 3, it's actually being picked up. So that answers your question specifically in regards with, was it worth a ban?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, Sniper is quite a scary hero. I feel that, I know a lot of jokes are made, he just right-clicks and is an easy hero to play. But being that, he is very scary. Shrapnel is a very powerful and zoning sort of ability. His output of damage is severe, and he's also got some sort of burst. So, great into Chronosphere. Really good setup all around. They got Crush. They're gonna have amplification of damage onto a sniper. It's just well-rounded draft here.
The refraction's going to go down very quickly from the sniper shrapnel.
Yes, of course. So I'm not sure. Is this a support slaughter? Yes, it's a support slaughter. Possible slaughter. Interesting. Um,
I think it's going to,
with the,
yeah, it's going to be like a 4 support roaming slaughter going for that wind lace. Going to probably try and put a lot of harassment onto the middle lane to try and secure it. Moving around top onto the off lane faceless void. No, this is going to be an off lane void, possibly dual lane or just roaming. It's going to be interesting. But let me take you through the side of Moldova quickly. Easy touch on the slaughter. Uh, Quite an interesting way to actually play that. The Faceless Void, of course, is being played by Ellis. DBSM on the Sniper had a very bad game 1, a very good game 2. So let's see how game 3 is going to turn out. Witch Doctor is being played by Timmy. And last but not least, the carry is LMAO on the Invoker, Odie.
yeah, and going on to the side of Dire, Moriarty.
Moriarty, yeah, that one.
Messi's going to be playing over here on the Nyx in the bot lane. Going towards the mid, we're going to have LOL playing over on that Templar Assassin. Plateau Plomo going to be playing over here on the Ogre. We're going to have Bo playing on the Oracle. And last but not least, the Drow going to be played by 10 himself. And man, I want to go back to saying unorthodox playing the slot. I've seen it once or twice, but with something like a Darkseer is pretty good.
Oh, did you see that?
Did you see that?
Did you see that? I saw that. Look at the pings. Look at the pings going through here. Oh.
Regret. So much regret right now.
DBSM, and just as I said, he had a very bad game 1, very good game 2. How's game 3 going to be? And it just does not start off very well for
He's
him.
now going to miss 3 losses by 2 damage. it's just how it works. You throw away that 2 damage that you get from it. It's going to punish you. Man, I can't believe he did that. it happens though. It's happened to me before, plenty times. So.
Well,
but it's late.
it is late, and it's going to be a very interesting start. But they do try and harass out the Sniper just a little bit. Of course, the Ogre, you know, as you stated, just being that front line, being that tank, 660 HP with 8 armor to start off with. And it is a 3-on-3 mid. It's a tri-lane mid. That is the new meta, tri-lane mid, boys. But it is actually going to be the Oracle that might be the first person to drop it. Is this going to be the first blood? Who's going to get the right click? And it is going to be the Witch Doctor. First blood going the way of Timmy.
Timmy! That's, I mean, like you say, the mid lane has now become so highly contested because off laners can fall into the jungle, so they always feel a little bit more safe. But DBSM, under a little bit of pressure here. Bobo's also rotated himself, and remember they do have Drow Aura, so he's pretty damn hard. But it seems like they're not going to go any deeper for this one.
Well,
they're fully aware that Slaughter's there.
It is going to be safe lane Odie, of course, up against this Nyx Assassin. I think having a safe lane Odie up against the off lane Nyx Assassin is a lot better than being mid, because you do have the options to pull. You've got a little bit more flexibility than what you do have mid. And you also don't have that high ground mischance that you do have if you go mid and you actually try, you know, you don't keep the lane equilibrium as good as possible. So LMAO is going to have an easier time here than what the OD had in the previous game, I think.
Yeah, I can agree with that, 100%. Hit the nail on the head there, but it's still not going to be fun. I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to get, and Metsies is going to actually get quite a lot out of this lane. But now rotation coming in from the slaughter, this could actually potentially be something. He's got sprint. Is he fast enough?
Nope, unfortunately not. It was just a little bit out of range. But having a quick look at the last hits, the now is sitting 14-7 for the TA, up versus a 5-1 here on the Sniper. The Sniper's having a very difficult time, as you stated. That little bit extra bit of damage would have helped him out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here for him, but Tia usually does dominate most lanes, and Sniper doesn't have a significant amount of range. Hasn't got a point in take game as of yet. Absolutely understandable why you're going to try and max out Shrapnel up against the TA, but he's going to have a tough time, and it's no real surprise. But it's not the most fun lane for a Templar Assassin, but should be coming out ahead.
OD taking quite a bit of harassment here onto the bottom lane. Has gone for that magic wand up just to try and help him out up against this Nyx Assassin. But Nyx, having 2 tangos, should be okay here. So it's pretty... It's a very equal start off to the game, if I could put it that way. Faceless Void heading off into the jungle does have Iron Towns up. Meanwhile, on the middle lane, though, they do want to go here onto the Sniper. It is still a level 1 Ogre, so no stun to actually try and basically try and catch him out a little bit too far forward so that they can go in for the kill. Sniper just has to be very careful because even though he's level 4, he does not have a lot of HP and his armor is also sitting on only 4.
Yeah, must be very careful. This is not fun. I mean, if this Ogre he's got level 2 now, but he did bit of points into Bloodlust, so not gonna have that lockdown as of yet. But I think they just want to secure the farm on LoL. He's doing what he must and getting that decent amount of farm with the Drow Aura. He's kind of scary as the game does progress. Templar Assassin, one of those heroes that can really, really snowball very quickly out of control.
I mean, and the thing is that TA early on doesn't have that much damage, but having 14 increased damage literally this early on, and then having the refraction to actually go up on top of that is quite significant.
Yeah, no. TA just wins lane because of refraction. Really good. But Sniper does well against that. He does get rid of it pretty quickly. Because TA does have such a small range, it's very difficult for him to sort of stay out of Shrapnel's range and get lost in. So it's quite a lot of mana that does get lost on his behalf. But they right-click the Ogre, so they actually scout this out. It could have been a decent rotation, but they are going to go on long.
There's the stun coming through. Unfortunately, no lucky bouncers to actually combat that, but there's the extra stun coming through here by the Oracle. Is just so powerful. Unfortunately, the Sniper's actually being healed up right now thanks to the Oracle. Now they decided to turn around. They want to go here onto the Ogre, and will they actually be able to get the kill? There's a triple stun coming through here by the Slaughter. They do manage to get the one pick off. Are they going to go on further? They do actually manage. Well, they do hope for lucky bounces onto the Oracle, but unfortunately it goes straight back onto the creeps. And that is the second kill. However, the Faceless Void does drop here on the top lane onto the Drow.
Great silence coming out from the Drow there, really. Making sure that the Faceless Void can't jump that damage off, and going to cost him his life. A little bit of a big loss. They're actually now losing 2, in fact, for the side of Moldova.
Well,
sorry, 1. It was 1-1, right?
It was a 1-1 trade-off there, but it is 3 heroes now here onto this top lane. I think they're trying to bait out the Drow just a little bit. The Gust comes down and it actually does manage to push them out. Unfortunately, the silence is there onto the Witch Doctor as well. They do not have the Paralyzing Cask in range just yet. They are trying to go for the Courier. It's so close. The Infused Raindrops still inside. And that's actually being sent to the Templar Assassin, of course, to try and negate the damage from the Shrapnel.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So these large amount of rotations, if you can negate that coconut damage, even the Crush is pretty damn solid. So, did I just hear a ulti from Sniper onto Refraction? I don't know.
I think it was onto Refraction as well. That's a nice thing, and that's one thing that a lot of pub players don't actually utilize, is that Assassinate. It's got such a short cooldown.
Yeah, it does. But, I mean, I don't think he got anything out of it. Refraction just blocks 100% of that damage. So a little bit of a loss there for him, but...
I'm focusing here onto this bottom lane because this Odie has to be very careful. There's 2 mango charges here up on the Nyx Assassin. He's already used 1, and I think he's actually going to go in for that kill. Is there a next stun to actually follow up from this? There is, but there's 2 TPs coming through. Will they actually be able to do anything? No, unfortunately not. It is just a Slaughter. He does manage to get the single stun, and there's the coconut. It does bounce lucky towards the Ogre Magi, and the Ogre will actually drop from this. Now they want to go to the Nyx Assassin. Another stun coming through here by the Slaughter, and will they be able to get that extra kill? Unfortunately, I don't think they have enough damage or the rest of the lockdown to try and go up against the Nyx. He does have boots up, but there's the stun. He turned around to actually mana drain, hoping that he'll be able to do enough. Well, that is 2 heroes down for the side of Moriarty. Moldova will be very happy. Meanwhile, middle lane though, the Sniper is going to drop from that, so it is a 2-for-1 trade-off, nearly getting the kill on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, very good awareness there, realizing that boat's also gone. You can go immediately onto the Sniper. He's a pretty squishy target, so if you do get if there's no supports to really stop you, it's usually a successful game. So really, it's okay. 2-for-1, but a little bit of a loss. at the end of the world.
Quite surprised not to see at least a single level in Bash coming up here from the Slaughter. I do understand he wants to put more into Slither and Crush and to Sprint because he is roaming and ganking. However, getting that lucky Bash in sometimes does mean the difference between getting a kill and not.
Yeah, I feel like most people have differing opinions on this, on the position 4, because it's not a very common position to run him in. You want to make sure you have Sprint because you might not get boots in a good time, but he's got both Tranquils as well as Windlace up, so he's really fast actually. With the smoke in
He's really farmed for support.
Yeah, wow.
Considering he's been part of all 4 kills, and that's what you want on a roaming support. Especially on something like a Slaughter, he has to be active. Which he is right now, and it is going to be the Nyx once again just stealing all the mana here coming through from the OD. He does have his ultimate up if if he really needs to use it, and I think he will. However, he gets crushed, and there is a sentry ward. Are they actually going to be able to get the kill? There is no spike carapace up from him, and I think this is him dead.
Absolutely. The crush would have
Well,
secured the kill if that
yeah,
wasn't
it's a Astral Imprisoned level 4, so not really needed, but hey, kill secure just to make sure. And 5 for 3 at this point for the side of Moldova. And it seems like, hold on quickly, there's actually going to be a wraparound here onto the middle lane. Sniper is trying to go in onto, trying to actually hide out right now. He does have Shrapnel being pushed down. There is support coming through. There's a Chronosphere. Unfortunately, it doesn't latch onto anyone. They do want to go onto the Ogre, and there is they do manage to get the single kill. Unfortunately, it's a very messy fight. Once again, the Gust actually does land here onto the Witch Doctor. However, he did manage to get his coconut off in time, and the stun, double stuns, not unfortunately stacking onto the Slaughter. Slaughter busy healing up right now, and it is going to be Timmy standing there just healing up everyone right now. A 1-for-1 trade-off.
Yep, but I feel like this favors the Drow strat in general. Because Drow's more than likely going to just take objectives, or at least do a lot of damage to them. Slaughter, I think you're very aggressive here. So got 6 finally, so this is a very good time for Sniper to get some damage done, as they are going to have that negative armor on hand. But yeah, this Drow strat should be thriving here. These exchanges are good for them most of the time, because Drow's now got Dragon Lance up, can stand at a good distance and deal some damage to these towers.
With 4 levels up in Precision Aura as well as his marksmanship, he's giving 43 extra damage onto the TA and onto all of the other ratios. I mean, that is a lot of damage. 43 extra damage at 10 minutes in.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. Dragon Lance is such a good item, as well as the trades on hand. It's just so much agility that he does possess at this stage. And Nyx just farming away in the bot lane here. Looks like he's going for the hand of Midas.
Well, we might actually see an engagement into the jungle. Ogre, Magi, is he going to be Astral Imprisoned up? No. Alto Devara just completely ignoring him with the rest of his team actually following up, so it's quite interesting to see. However, this is not exactly where you want to engage. Even though you are on the high ground, you waited a bit too long. If you are around the river, oh, hold on quickly, they still want to go here onto the OD. OD does manage to Astral Imprison himself. Unfortunately, there's no tier 1 tower for anyone to TP towards. It was quite interesting. I mean, I would have thought that he would have gone on the Ogre when he was here. But as soon as you start going towards the river, you don't have any TP potential to come in. It's only to the tier 2, and then it's already too far because you're walking back to the middle lane. So the side of Moriarty decide to go straight in onto the Rush, into Rush pit right now, and wait,
those bashes.
Yeah.
That was a scary situation for the Ogre, but they didn't get bashed up with the
Well,
actually,
there is a Chronosphere coming through here. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit out, so they do not manage to steal the Aegis. However, they can't actually do anything because of the Witch Doctor ultimate here on the high ground, and that is exactly why they actually do manage to die from that. But the Nyx Assassin has come in and he's doing quite a lot. Unfortunately, the Witch Doctor is healing himself up, and it's a 3-for-1 trade-off at this point, even though the Aegis has been lost at this point. And it is going to be the Oracle using his false promise on himself, trying to run away, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He manages to stun up the Slaughter, but the Crush is going to be there, and I think this will be enough. Well, one more hit. Ogre, not Ogre, Slaughter has to be careful. That went very well for the side of Moldova. I mean, that was how many dead? That was 4 dead, 5 dead, and a buyback, and the Aegis. That's a 2,000 gold swing at 13 minutes into the game.
That's that's almost 3,000 gold swing. In fact, that's monumental. In fact, wow, Moldova in a good position here actually.
Yep. And I actually thought that the Chronosphere wasn't the best Chronosphere placed, but once again, it did keep them all inside of the Rosh Pit while they could fight outside. And on top of the cliff, the Witch Doctor literally just put down his ultimate so no one could actually come in from this entire angle.
Yeah.
So very well placed there.
That sort of situation does not favor Drash at all. And you really want to have your team, once you start snowballing, to go completely out of control with tempo as well as the drought.
Yep, well, Sniper, not long for this world.
Oh no, that Timmy getting that kill.
Unfortunately, they won't be able to kill the Ogre Magi because there's no more coconut. But looking at this currently, I think honestly Moldova's got a very good chance of starting, well, of basically steamrolling. Even though you're up against a drow here, you're slowly but surely, you've completely reduced the lead. For some reason, even though it showed... Just quickly having a look here. I don't know why the net worth has jumped up to 1,000 after such a big lead, or such a big change for Moldova. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. However, Alto Devara might be in a lot of trouble right now, being slowed down, trying to juke it out right now, and he might actually do so. Unfortunately, nope, he uses Astral Prison on himself. The rest of his team is actually going for the supports instead of trying to help him out and actually going for the people that they're on. Unfortunately, Slardar is now, well, there you go. There's the Chronosphere catching 2 heroes right now, and it's actually in range. The Slardar can actually attack. Unfortunately, once again, they split off the fight. And I think that is what went wrong here, because half the team, including the TA, went towards the top instead of actually fighting right here.
Oh man.
I think that was a big misplay. What did he do?
The sniper was ulting from the river. I don't even know how he saw him. And as he came through, he managed to get his Fate's Edict down and save the life of the ogre there. So losing nothing there. That was really well played by them. So.
Wow. And all of a sudden Moriarty gets the bottom tower. I honestly feel the problem was they were chasing up here and they were chasing a support instead of trying to help out their ogre, not their ogre, their OD, which only had 2 heroes that were at this point. If they just ran up and actually helped it out here instead of running around and then trying to get back, they would have been there when the Faceless Void Chronosphered, which would have been perfect. It would have helped out a lot. And I just think it was a little bit of miscommunication. Keep in mind, guys, it is already 1 o'clock here where we are casting, and I think it might be a little bit later in Romania as well. So it's been a very long night for them.
Yeah, it's one of those things that both teams are in the same situation, so mistakes do happen. Next, now we're gonna go in Viz. He can probably catch out the sniper. DBSM needs to be very careful here. He can absolutely get crushed. This actually should be his death. I can't imagine him surviving this.
Nope. And no, he's just going to go for it, and there's going to be the Ignite coming through as well. Stun does latch, so unfortunately Sniper, he's dead.
Yeah, there was no way. There was no way he was going to survive that. Just too much damage, and now they're actually putting a bit of pressure in the mid lane. Mid lane is going to be high contention here. Coconut flies out, not going to bounce. Seems like they're going to have to back themselves on out here. Yeah. But still, the Drow, it looks like they're ready to actually push into this tier 1.
OD's actually gone for Veil of Discord.
Interesting. It is something that has been picked up quite
it does give a little bit of intel. It gives magic resistance, or well, not magic resistance, an increase in magical damage, of course. He doesn't have anything up in his Sanity's Eclipse. Now, the Sanity's Eclipse is, of course, magical and will do a lot, but there's the Chronosphere only catching 1, but it is still the Drow Ranger, and there's the Fate's Edict onto the Drow Ranger. She does manage to actually get that gust off, and unfortunately, this is going very, very bad for the side of Moldova. There's actually a hammer drop by the OD, never mind, and all of a sudden, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm eating my words right now. It's a team wipe.
And Veil of Discord wasn't even used there.
Wait, what?
That was so damage. Surely the Veil did something. And then I looked and it wasn't even used. It just crushed them so quickly. Oh boy, this is rough.
I mean, that was like the best fight that Moriarty could hope for at that point. The Fate's Edict, or not the Fate's Edicts, the False Promise was used onto a full duration Drow into a Witch Doctor ultimate.
Yeah.
So, and the gust was used. They managed to push them back, and then the OD just dropped the hammer.
Yeah.
I think-
This is something else I want to point out about this Veil, right? The Veil gives armor up against the Drow strat. Armor is always significant. So
That is very true.
he's very sustainable in these team fights, and I feel like it's a really good item pickup here. I didn't even think about it. It didn't even cross my mind, and trumps to them. But meanwhile, top lane Sniper once again getting caught off guard here, and the Knicks just being.
Can I say that the fairy fire that he ate in the beginning of the game was an indication?
Yeah. The mistakes. You make that one mistake, it's like a chain reaction after that. Dominoes just start falling everywhere.
And the thing is, Sniper's not an easy hero to flash farm, so you need a good start on the Sniper. However, they do have heroes that can give the Sniper space, or actually give the Sniper a lot of time to put in those right clicks to get those headshots in with the with the Slaughter, as well as with the Faceless Void. So it's going to be interesting to see how they combo this up. I just don't think they should be sending the Sniper off on his own the whole time anymore.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It doesn't seem very good. He's wants to get that 4 staff up as well as going to have
Wow,
to
this
Hurricane Pike this game.
Drow is farmed. Drow is sitting on 9,600 net worth, and the closest is the OD sitting on 8,000. So nearly 2,000 ahead of the OD. Sitting on a Dragon Lance, a Yash, as well as an Ultimate Orb will have that Manta up very, very shortly. Morbid Mask is up as well. This Drow is farmed as hell.
Yeah, their biggest concern again is going to be this Faceless Void who went for a Blink Dagger, which I am a massive fan of.
Oh yes.
Especially with a drop like this.
I like this. I like this skill build or this item build a lot more than the diffusal going into a Manta. Yeah, I like this. It's a lot more aggressive, and that's what they need.
Yeah, he definitely took notice that, okay, we're dealing with a whole bunch of people that want to be standing at a good, decent range from us, and want to be beating up at our building. So if I can blink and close that gap, we can crush them in that way. And it worked out for them earlier, so it should work out for them a little bit more. But nice to see the Sniper not being alone here as they find themselves in the tower.
Well, having a quick look at the net worth right now, it is back to around 1,000. I mean, it's gone. It keeps on going up for the side of Moriarty, and then Moldova brings it back, goes up towards Moriarty, then Moldova brings it back. So it's a very even game at this point. 1,000 gold is really not that big of a deal, considering that your Drow is over 1,000 gold ahead of the OD itself. So, to be honest, this is still anyone's game. I think it literally comes down to the initiation, and if the Faceless Void can get off that blink initiation, that actually catches 2 or 3 of Moriarty's heroes. Keep in mind, Moriarty, they're going straight in for rush, and this is going to be a very quick rush.
Yeah, this is one of the pros of this lineup. Some of the assassins, very great version taker, as well as coupled with the Drow.
Well, considering that the TA's got a Deso up, yeah.
Yeah, and Blink Dagger should more than likely be flying in here for the TA. TA is going to be a very big concern for Sniper, alongside with the Knicks.
Sniper's going to be literally like 2 shots at this point with a blink melt strike.
Yeah, I just don't know how he's going to keep the space between him and this sort of aggression that's going to be coming out from Moriarty. But again, a good Chronosphere, a good crush can make these fights a dream for a Sniper. He can just stand back, right click, and crush, destroy everyone. So positioning is going to be key here. A lot of people, I remember before Dragon Lance or Hurricane Pike, people used to build Blink Daggers on Sniper just because you need to get yourself into a good position in these team fights. So more than likely has to go for a 4-staff or a Blink Dagger here, in my opinion.
Yeah, he does have his Dragon Lance up, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the 4-staff and actually pushes that into Hurricane Pike. A Hurricane Pike on a Sniper is quite ridiculous if you ask me, considering what his range is already, and then he just casts Shrapnel as well to slow you down. But this is going to be an interesting team fight to see how this actually happens on the top lane. Nyx is going inverse, so he's going to be wrapping around, and the sentry ward here in the, well, towards the top lane has just expired. So Nyx is probably going to be hanging out around here. They have, unfortunately, the smoke got popped there by the OD. And are they going to be able to do anything? No, they decide to back out, and Nyx Assassin has to be careful. He actually does get stunned up, and well, he's not long for this world. He's dead. Are we going to see a counter engage coming through? We do actually see the Chronosphere latching Odio to the draw, but that might be good enough. And then the Templar Assassin actually runs back in. Templar Assassin is down, and that's the Odie Hammer being dropped as well. Timmy on the Witch Doctor, casting his ultimate, doing quite a bit of damage. That's a 1-for-1 trade-off at this point. Who's going to be the next one to fall? It is going to be the TA. All of a sudden, Team Moldova is just completely crushing the side of Moriarty. 4-0. That is 5-0. Actually, that is 6-0 because that was an Aegis.
Yeah. Wow. And I thought it was a bit of a misplay from Moldova. They threw the Chrono and they put the Death Ward inside the Chrono, so it was doing no damage in that period of time. And I thought, oh, Moriarty are going to turn this around very well with the Oracle just keeping the Drow alive. But I think I just underestimated the damage output from the Slardar at this stage of the game. Completely neglected how much damage he's really actually doing. And alongside with this OD who's just doing a significant amount of damage himself, who's now also got the Hurricane Power complete. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Moriarty.
Yeah. Keep in mind though, this is the first time that Moldova's actually taken a lead in regards with net worth. And it's just with a couple hundred. So even with such a substantial fight, I mean, it's quite ridiculous to think that they can have such a, how can I say, convincing team wipe.
But there is a reasoning though behind that. Nyx does have Andromidas, something we must also consider. So, but still, I agree with you. I did expect them to be, because they had that other previous fight that was huge for them. They got 3,000 gold from it. I think it was also an Aegis fight. So, I think.
Let's actually have a look at this. Moldova, the Slardar, can put out a lot of damage by himself, and he's the support Slardar. He's got his blink up, he's got his drums up. He doesn't have a lot up, and he's still surviving. Yeah. On top of that, you have OD, and the hammer drops have actually been ridiculously good. Once again, does a crap load of damage. You've got the sniper, which does a lot of damage, considering he has a dragon lance up. You have the Faceless Void that does quite a bit of damage up. Neely has his Aghanim Scepter up as well. And then you've got the Witch Doctor that has the Death Ward. So 5 heroes that could put out a lot of damage very quickly and also sustain. Versus the side of Moriarty, you have the Oracle, doesn't really do a lot of damage, can help defend. Oh, yeah, that Blink Dagger up. But, oh, well, there's the Coconut coming through. And, well, it is going to be the ultimate being used by the Oracle, the False Promise. And the False Promise does manage to keep the Drow alive a little bit longer, but the Drow's just going to pop instantly. That's 2 heroes down all of a sudden. Moriarty's just lacking damage at this point. Nyx Assassin dropping now as well. Moriarty's got 2 heroes that actually do damage. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's why the side of Moldova, they're just walking over Moriarty at this point. And there you go, 4 heroes. I think this might be game at this point. I don't see Moriarty coming back. Sure, they have a lot of damage with the Templar Assassin sitting with that Desolator and Blink, nearly having a BKB. And the Drow Ranger, I mean, Drow still got roughly the same form that she had around 16 minutes. You remember what I called? She still only has Dragonlance and Manta style up. That's it.
Yeah, that's a very, very unfortunate for them. One thing I must say, Moldova, this draft looks so much more comfortable. I like it. It's so much more. It's far more orthodox and so on. But and it's
well, there is the Chronosphere coming through onto the Oracle. Oracle is down and out. The Gust comes through onto the Outlaw Devourer, but Outlaw Devourer still has 50 charges up in the Magic Wand. They can go for more if they really want to here, but I think they'll just back up. They need to focus on the towers, and unfortunately the Glyph is also used.
Wow, that amount of armor over here on the OD took absolutely no damage from that Drow. That Drow almost seemed insignificant in that fight.
We'll hold on. Faceless Void might actually be gone upon here. They do decide to. They don't actually. Oh, they get the stun, but it's very far back. Unfortunately, the OD does not have. Well, the OD does have a hammer to drop. Is he actually going to do that? He does Astral Imprison himself, and he's probably just going to drop the hammer and get out of there. But he is silenced up. Oh, the Glimmer Cape save coming through. The Glimmer Cape save, but Timmy. Another Astral Imprison, and he will have his Hurricane Pike to force off himself away, but unfortunately, it's not good enough.
It's okay. They tested the grounds on the high ground. They got a lot of damage dealt to them.
Well, there's the stun crush coming through from the slaughter, and the Chronosphere actually latching onto two heroes right now, and unfortunately the Nyx Assassin does have the false promise on top of him, so he just gets healed up completely. Another crush coming through here from the slaughter. Slaughter does not manage to force off himself out of that one alive, and unfortunately he will not make it out. This is going very badly for the side of Moldova. Just as I say that, you know, they've got this in the bag, I think I just cursed them like you did in game 1.
Yeah, there you go. This is your fault now. it's a rough one though. That was a pretty bad fight. I think it was. I mean, they got a lot of damage dealt to the tier 3 tower. I think they maybe underestimated the damage output of Moriarty at the stage.
I honestly don't think it was that. It was that they were split up. There were 2 people fighting here, 1 fighting here, and 1 over here.
Oh man, so much damage done. Oh, he's gonna die! Oh, that was just way too over.
And that's also a 10-second BKB that was used. Another one to follow up onto the Nyx Assassin. And they're just going to use a Chronosphere. Why not? Just to secure the kill.
Yeah, Ags on the void. I mean, throw a Chronosphere for 1 kill. Absolutely worth it every time.
Always.
So, I mean,
that's the thing. The team fight of Moldova is extremely strong here. As soon as they split up, Moriarty though, they punish them. And if Moldova keeps on splitting up, I honestly think Moriarty can bring this game back completely and take control of it. Because we saw what happened in game number 1, Moldova falling a little bit behind. They kept on trying to go in one by one, and they eventually lost the game that way. If they stay together, they're extremely strong. They just should know when to back out, and that just comes down to communication.
Yeah, absolutely. But another thing is,
well,
now, can I take
another crush onto the ogre? Nope.
That would have been a bit too greedy there. But tier 2 towers who fall here, they're finding objectives at a consistent rate. It's not like, oh, we lost the fight, we need to fall back and farm. They are fully aware of their position here. They want to just keep this pressure going. They know they lost the fight, but it's not the end of the world.
I just have to point out that Moriarty is very lucky that both top and bottom tower, well, both top and bottom waves are pushing in, so it does give them a little bit more breathing room to actually try and defend, to stay safe, and to make sure that, listen, Rosh is coming up. They don't know it, but within a minute, and they do have a Templar Assassin ward or trap inside of there, so they've just smoked up. I think they're going to be going into Rosh pit, and if they just wait there for 40 odd seconds, they will get the rush, and that is their chance to come back into this game.
Oh, they're going for
oh, once again. I mean, in the literally like 2 minutes ago, OD did the exact same thing when OD was smoked up, and this time it was Moriarty, and it was the Drow using the Gust. It was a little bit premature because the Nyx actually stopped his attack because he noticed, but the Drow had already cast the Gust, and it's a very slow animation. I'm surprised he actually couldn't get time to stop that.
That was a pretty big mistake. That could have been a very solid pickup set up on the next one. Oh well, what can you really do? Roshan, he's up now, and this is a pretty quick one for them once again. Will there be a re-engagement here from...
Well, they want to go in. They're actually grouping upward, but it's not going to be in time. And I think they actually just want to try and catch them as they come up. No, they actually want to fight this. They want to go for this. There's a Shadow Blade up on the Faceless Void. And is he going to... Well, he actually gets caught out there. He gets gusted up as well. Unfortunately, there won't be any much there. Then another one to turn around. Go on to the Temporal Assassin. Temporal Assassin just gets shredded completely. Is there going to be any kind of follow-up? Nyx Assassin is standing on the backlines. But unfortunately, the Temporal Assassin, well... There's a Chronosphere. Even though it does catch some of his... Well, 2 of his teammates, he doesn't really care about that.
Yeah, this... Aegis is just not paying off here for Moriarty.
It's costing them every time.
They lose the fight. So, I don't know what to really make of it. Every time they seem to have the Aegis, Moldova are just not afraid to die. No fear at all. So.
That's the thing. Normally you would say, oh no, they got the Aegis, let's not engage. Moldova's like, let's give them the Aegis and then we engage.
Yeah, precisely. We saw it in game 1. The same thing
Oh,
happening.
hold on. There's an engagement coming through. The crush is actually there as well. Let's zoom out to actually get a bigger view of this. The BKB is actually popped by the OD. Not really doing a lot, so they are going to back off after this. Moriarty lives to fight another day.
Yeah, it's okay for them. It's not the end of the world.
Well, there's the blink engagement going straight in onto the Oracle. The hammer gets dropped. The Oracle drops, as well as the Faceless Void Chronosphere catching two heroes in the backline. They want to go onto the Drow Ranger. Unfortunately, the Drow Ranger does still have Gust, but she's just being controlled up completely. That is, once again, 5 heroes down. They are going to get this tier 3 as well as this Rax. They might just move straight towards the bottom lane. Bottom lane, however, is busy pushing into their racks, but they don't really care, I think, at this point. I think they're just going to rotate. GG's being called here. Guys, keep in mind, this is the upper bracket final, the winner bracket final, so, of course, Moriarty is going to drop down into the lower bracket, final tomorrow. Luckily, we don't have to cast that still now. But, I mean, what a game. Moldova just completely dominating, showing a little, there were a few chinks in their armor, but after getting the groove back in game 2, getting game 3, back as well, what a game coming through from the side of Moldova. Going straight into the grand finals for Group A. Not the grand finals for the tournament, grand finals for Group A.
Absolutely. I mean, what a game, what a series, really. 2-1, that's what we always come to see. It going the full distance, and Moldova proving to be the better side here, and playing in the Romanian Cup, and we'll see. Hopefully, you're going to see a lot more of them as this tournament progresses. And,
Oh yes,
I'm more than keen to see that happen. So, I mean, I don't know what much more to add. Moldova played extremely well. Moriarty really looked in good shape.
I will train you to say their name properly tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I butcher it every time. So, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, really good Dota, and that's what we're all here to see. So, very, very happy that I was invited to come and cast this game. Thanks to everyone involved, and hopefully we'll see tomorrow more games.
Yeah, no, definitely, guys. For those of you guys watching on stream, thanks so much for supporting. It's twitch.tv/esportsaddict. If you would like to support the Romanian Dota 2 League or the Romanian Dota Pro League, this is Season 3, go to the donate option on the stream and type in RDPL3 for Romanian Dota Pro League 3. RDPL3. That, of course, will donate $1 through to the tournament, with all proceeds of that donation going towards the prize pool at the end of the tournament. Of course, you can donate directly as well to help out Esports Addicts and the tournaments that they're hosting and that they're involved with. Thanks so much for allowing us to stream. We will be back tomorrow, hopefully, with... Let's actually have a look. What games are on tomorrow? Let's scroll up. It is going to be Saturday, the lower bracket final and the grand final. Both will be best of 3 starting tomorrow. I think that will be around, I think it is 8 o'clock CEST or 6 o'clock CEST, one of those two. It's a 7 p.m. Romanian time. So guys, stay tuned. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Reddit. Joining me was Scarpy. It's been an amazing pleasure. Amazing games to cast. I can't wait for more tomorrow. See you guys then.
Yes.
Bye bye.